Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome. It's Monday, September 19th, 2022. Welcome to the Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole. As a reminder, all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 40-1. And with that, there is an agenda that has been circulated. We'd be looking to adopt that agenda. Councillor Melhoff, further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried. Also, the minutes of the previous meeting of the 20th of June, 2022 have been circulated. Were there any errors or omissions noted? If not, I would be looking for a motion to adopt those minutes. Councillor Swanson, thank you. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. That brings us down to item 4, and we have lots before us, so I think I shall turn the floor across, I believe, to either Mr. Emmons or Mr. Magnus.
Thank you, Reeve Lloyd and Council. Good morning. Just wanted to kind of help this committee with a bit of the format and the intent from administration today. As an effort to better prepare council and give council more information, a little more confidence coming into the upcoming budget discussions, administration wanted to provide today about services. So it's a higher level. It truly isn't so much about the exact numbers today, but about the services and what it represents. In that, of course, is capital and operating. But to squeeze all of budget discussions into a one day, that is not the intent of today. It's just too much. And I'm afraid it's going to be a full day for council anyway. But just wanted to kind of explain the thought process and why we felt today was important for council. Thank you.
Thank you. And so I believe the first section might be in Mr. Magnus's wheelhouse, so I'll turn that across to him.
Right. So thank you very much, Council. So just to carry on where Mr. Emmons left off, I have the honor of being the first department that will be before you in regards to providing you with some of that background to prepare each of you and as a council as a whole for the upcoming budget deliberations in December of this year. So again, our intent is not to get into the weeds in regards to each of these projects, but to give you a bit of an overview to help prepare and assist you in the decision-making that will be before you come December. So to build a bit of a picture for you in regards to some of the capital projects that were not identified when you were in budget deliberations in 2021 for the budget year 2022. So to sort of give you an idea of some of those projects, along with just a reminder of the projects that are ongoing into 2023, a continuation from those in 2022, along with those capital projects originally identified during budget deliberations in December of 2021 that are now posed to be completed in 2023. So having said that, what I'll do is I'll just essentially break it into 3 parts. Again, I'll identify those projects that are a continuation of projects that began in 2022, and then the next part being projects originally identified in 2022 or in 2021 for 2023 that have now been obviously bumped forward and are up next. And then again, those capital projects that are new. So I'll just work down the list here in regards to your handout as well in the agenda item. And I will, of course, key on some of those things as presented in the agenda item as well, okay, for each of you. So first and foremost, the Again, I won't go into the weeds, okay, in regards to any of these, more very at a high level. So the Nordic Sanitary Dumping Station, trailer RV, so that individual project, as you can recall, at a regular council meeting on June 14th of 2022, council decided at that point in time, it was originally to be completed this year, but as you recall, we had one bid come in and it was over budget. So at that time, council yourselves decided that we should re-tender it here in late fall, early winter, and with hopefully the intent being to complete that project in 2023. All right, so it was essentially bumped to 2023. The next item is the Nordic water meter systems. So with that, that is a project that is being currently worked on this year. And it'll be a continuation into 2023 with the intent to supply each of the residences and new developments in Nordig with water meter systems. Right now, it's just set up such that there's a set rate per month in terms of the fee that each of the residents in Nordig have that they're needing to pay. But now we're going to slowly move away from that and have actual water meter systems with each of the residences so that they only pay for what they use. The next item being the regional wastewater system, wastewater kidney. That one, there is a continuation as well. I know many of you attended the event on Wednesday in regards to that facility. So that is a continuation to what was started this year with a completion for next year. Another one of the items, capital projects, that is a continuation into 2023 is the currently the Condor collection mains, curb and gutter, stormwater improvement. That's ongoing right now, and that is to be completed here in 2023, along with paving of that hamlet as well.
Councillor Cermak has a question.
Do we give you questions now or wait until the end?
I'll go through it, and then if that's all right with you, I'll go through it, and then yeah, if you can hold on to your questions at that time, I'll do what the best I can in terms of answering them. The next one, another project as a continuation of 2022, is the Leslieville replacement of the collection mains and curb and gutter there as well. Okay, so that's already started this year, and that'll be completed in 2023, along with the Leslieville paving as well. So our intent in regards to the paving is to tie that in with the paving of the Leslieville East Road, and Eric will, I'm sure, will just touch on that as well, to try to optimize the pricing associated with that, to bring that all into one project. We know we're going to pave Leslieville East, so we'll put that in as a Schedule B and C as part of that contract, hopefully, to get some optimal pricing for both Condor and Leslieville. So those are projects that I just identified as a continuation to projects that have already started in 2022 and of course have been approved. Those projects that are now, as identified, originally identified in 2021 during budget deliberations, that now have been needing to be done in 2023, of course at the discretion of council. The one is just the purchase of a muffin monster. Okay, we identified that for 2023, so that is still our intent to purchase that item. The other one being the erosion, so you'll notice that up there as well. Okay, the potential budget within 2023 to do some erosion work. That's on the Benz Road, as identified by Range Road 6-4 between Township Road, 36-5A and 36-4. So that is our intent to mitigate some of those concerns and the potential of that causing further havoc on that road. So we want to do some definite erosion work there. So then that takes me to new capital projects for consideration. Okay, so the one being, as identified up there, is the dry hydrants. Okay, so the Department of Public Works, so my team staff met with Emergency and Legislative Services, and along with their key personnel, I identified the dry hydrants within the county, and our intent is to move forward as per policy to bring these dry hydrants back up to working condition. Many of them are non-functional, and as per policy, to abide by policy, our intent as both departments is to bring those dry hydrants, again, as I just indicated, up to a functional capacity. So the two that we've identified as a team, again being Public Works Operations and Emergency Legislative Services, is the Ridgeline Estates and the Beaver Creek dry hydrant. So we're going to upgrade those, and so we'll do the one Ridgeline Estates, I believe it'll be the first one for 2023, and then the Beaver Creek one in 2024. Okay, or at the very least design work this year, and then the construction to take place in 2024. I'm just going to make note that, and Eric can speak to this a little bit more as well, in regards to paving, that will potentially see some increase in budget, and we've reflected that in here due to rising asphalt prices. Okay. I'll get to solid waste here in just a minute. I'm just going to touch on fleet and equipment, and then I'll turn it over to council here in regards to any questions up to this point in time before I talk about solid waste and its implications to our budget and the capital projects associated there. The fleet and equipment, you'll notice there I said anticipate a budget adjustment increase of approximately 25 to 50% to reflect increase in pricing of heavy equipment and vehicles. Over the last 2 years, we've seen a significant increase in vehicles. What was typically a $32,000 vehicle, half-ton, now we're looking at high 40s, low 50,000 for a basic bare bones half-ton. So that's been significant, and we're seeing it right across the line from our plow trucks to graders, etc. As you see there, 25 to 50% increase in a matter of just 2 years. So I just really want to make council aware of that as we continue to abide by policy and our fleet and equipment maintenance replacement management plan. In terms of replacing some of these pieces of equipment. Now, having said that and keeping in mind the significant price increase that we're seeing, we're doing what we can to repurpose the vehicles and even doing a net benefit analysis, net cost analysis to see if there's things we can do to that piece of equipment to extend its life. And we've identified a few pieces of equipment that one requires a complete powertrain overhaul, and another piece of equipment, a complete engine overhaul. We've run the numbers, and what we've decided to do is actually do an engine overhaul on that one piece of equipment along with a powertrain overhaul, which will extend the life of those pieces of equipment, we're hoping, by at least another 10 years, and therefore bring the cost down significantly in terms of having to purchase a new piece of equipment. Okay, so we continue to do an in-depth evaluation analysis of each piece of equipment, knowing that that what we're seeing in terms of pricing, see if we can extend the life to some of these. At this point, I'll just turn it over to council if there's any questions up to this point in time.
And I'll go to Councillor Cermak first.
with your wastewater and the Nordic RV dumping station. I thought when we were discussing this, we only had one bid. We said we'd take it up for new bid. And maybe I'm mistaken, but I thought we brought up that we didn't like the location of where it was gonna be put. It was too small. I thought we were looking at a different location.
No, we
No?
did not bring that up at that time, no. It was just a matter of whether or not to continue with the project, and if so, to retender it.
So is this location that you got big enough for the trailers that are being seen out in the West Country now, these 45-foot trailers, and
Yes.
there's lots of room in there for them to park, and they won't congest the traffic on the roads leading to it if they're lined up and stuff?
Yeah.
We've got enough parking for that.
Yes, yeah, and that's a very valid point, Councillor Cermak, because I thought the same as you, and that was a question I posed to our engineers as well, keeping in mind the size of these, especially the fifth wheels and so on.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they feel that this area is more than ample enough to handle these vehicles, yeah. And we do have some additional options in mind in terms of keeping the movement of the traffic such that it doesn't congest. So there is additional options in our back pocket that we can implement at a future date if need be to prevent and hopefully minimize any congestion, keeping in mind the size of these trailers, so yes.
Yeah, because then it gets into a safety issue and you got
Correct.
people crossing lanes of traffic and stuff. And parking nilly everywhere.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you. I just have a question about these dry hydrants. What's gone wrong that so many of these are not functional?
I can't go into the details on that in regards to exactly, they just don't, they're just not working right now. I'd have to touch base with one of my staff members in regards to what they're seeing. We had an inspector come out and take a look at each of these and inspected them. Basically, as far as I can tell, they're non-functional. They're not able the equipment, as far as I can tell, in terms of the fire equipment, have the ability to draw the water from these facilities. That's about all I can tell you right now, but they just do not work.
I take it that's been the case for some time?
That is correct, yes. Now, again, as I'll reiterate, there is policy in place, and in order to abide by policy, our intent, in conjunction with emergency and legislative services, is to get these back up to a functional capacity so that we meet policy.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions? I would have one, I guess, comment, or maybe it's a question. Understand the importance of finding efficiency and combining all those paving projects together. Does that somewhat limit the number of qualified contractors that could do that kind of work? I understand somebody that might bid on a highway project might not want to be out there putzing around on parking lots and small patches, but do you think there's any challenge with finding more than one or two qualified contractors to bid on those kind of projects?
I'm not the subject matter expert in regard to that. That's more in the wheelhouse of Mr. Hansen. So I think I'll leave that with him in regards to his experience in dealing with these contractors and that type of work. So if that's okay with you, Reeve Lougheed, I believe Mr. Hansen could probably address that question better than I could.
We'll keep that question on simmer then. So
Thank you.
Mr. Emmons, perhaps?
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. And definitely I'd encourage council to ask the question again of Mr. Hansen. From my experience, pavers are all typically larger construction companies, so they look for the volume anyway. You're right, it does require different equipment, from putting an overlay on an existing highway or paving a highway to doing parking lots, curb gutter. But all asphalt companies I've ever worked with, respectfully, have the capability of doing both. So they truly find attraction with the large quantity and combining these projects. So I've actually found the opposite in my experience.
Great, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Any additional questions? Seeing none,
Okay.
we'll allow.
All right, so thank you, and thank you, Mr. Emmons. The last part of this presentation pertains to solid waste. Now, as I had indicated on a number of occasions, and as part of the 2022 capital projects was the implementation of a solid waste and recycling master management plan study. And so that's been an ongoing endeavor for this year. And so as promised, we were going to bring to council's attention today an update in regards to that study and the recommendations that have come forward. So having said that, I'm going to bring in representatives from Tetra Tech who took on this particular project and study. And so I'm going to have both individuals, if they could come up, and they will guide us through this PowerPoint presentation. And once that is done, we can touch on some of the capital projects associated with this, with solid waste and recycling. That's why I haven't touched on it yet. I thought it'd be best for our guests to bring council up to speed in terms of what recommendations they have determined, and we'll go from there.
And Mr. Magnus, I think probably would be appropriate at this time for council to introduce themselves. I'll start with Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Jenny Melhoff, and I'm the counselor for Division 1.
Hello, Sydney Graham, counselor for Division 2.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4.
Good morning, Darrell Lougheed, counselor for Division 3 in Reeve.
Good morning, Neil Ratcliffe, the counselor for Division 5.
Brian Zermack, Division 6.
Hello again, Michelle Swanson, Division 7.
Good morning, gentlemen. Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Rhonda Sirhan, Manager Financial Services.
Manager Solid Waste and Recycling, Clearwater County.
Again, Kurt Magnus, Director of Public Works Operations.
Jim Lapp with Tetra Tech.
And Wilbert Yang with Tetra Tech as well.
Well, welcome, gentlemen. I look forward to your presentation, so please go ahead at your comfort.
Okay, thank you very much. So for our presentation, just a quick agenda about what we're going to talk about. We'll have a little introduction about who we are and what we do. We'll talk about the solid waste management plan in terms of what we have done so far and how it's moving forward. Talk a little bit about the goals and the vision for the solid waste management plan, as well as some of the system planning activities that we are going to present to you. And hopefully from that we can get some good discussion and some feedback from the board in terms of how to move forward and what are some of the things that you would like to see in the plan. So without further ado, just to give a little update on Tetra Tech, we are a full service consulting firm, and we do have a dedicated group for solid waste management. Some of the things that we do is solid waste planning, permitting, engineering, construction and operation services, And our areas of expertise are waste diversion planning and master planning, which is what this particular service is, infrastructure planning, as well as construction and quality control, as well as environmental monitoring and remediation of solid waste sites. In terms of the two individuals you have in front of you, my name's Wilbert Yang. I have over 30 years of experience in the solid waste industry, and I have worked and completed solid waste planning projects across North America, most of them in BC and Alberta, but I do a lot of work as well as in other parts of the continent. And I'll let Jim talk for himself.
Yeah, we've met before, I think, in the previous meeting. We met a few days ago, actually. So I've been doing this stuff for nearly 40 years, and I do have a bit of historical background with the original system that's out here in the initial development. So some of that old history, being able to kind of bring forward to what we're thinking today. So.
Super. So let's get into the solid waste management plan. So I think just to provide some perspective, we're here to prepare a plan, a master plan, in some places they call it. It really provides direction and a framework for how solid waste would be kind of managed in the future. And it's good for the board to at least see what's the big picture in the grand scheme of things, but also provide staff with guidelines or a framework in terms of how to manage the system. In terms of what we've completed so far, we've completed phase one, which is really just looking at what's there, what are some of the things that works, what are some things that need to be improved on, and at the same time provide some feedback from the customers of the system so that we know how to move forward. And now we are into phase two, and we're into the preparation of the plan, and things that we will take into consideration is our SWOT analysis, which is the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats for the program, and ultimately to have the plan for moving forward. Anything to add to that? Anything to add to that? All right. So some of the key findings we have, that came out of it was the aging infrastructure and safety issues. So recognizing that some of the transfer stations do require maintenance and some safety upgrades, as well as looking at operational improvements to what can we do more efficiently going forward. We also recognize some operational inefficiencies, so looking at ways to improve that and finding opportunities in terms of better management of some of the services. One thing we also looked at is the service levels. There's a lot, in terms of what the county does, we certainly do provide a lot of service for its residents, which is a great thing. But at the same time, there's a financial implications in that too. So those things will need to be discussed as we prepare the plan. Landfill revenues is also an issue. In terms of solid waste, it's in a lot of cases, what I find is it's all about the money. And you need to recognize that it costs money to run your system, but you also need to gather revenue to help pay for that system. So it's important to recognize both sides of things. And I think the other key finding is regulatory changes. There are a lot of things coming down the pipe in terms of what's going to be required for solid waste services across the province. So need to take that into consideration and plan forward as those things happen. Yeah. Nope. So one of the things we did do as part of the study was the public surveys. We completed a survey in June, and in terms of what we found was we had lots of people basically responding and providing feedback, which was excellent because we normally don't get this level of participation, and 20% participation rate is awesome. It's really, really good. What we found was that majority of people are very satisfied with this. They really like this system. And I think in terms of what's critical in terms of their service levels is the garbage and the recycling service is a key part of the whole system. Generally speaking, they support consolidation of services if it's going to help with reducing costs. and they also recognize that they don't want to pay more for their system. I don't think anyone wants to pay more for their system, but that's just some feedback we got. Some of the concerns that were raised were safety, and I think it's clear that some of the locations can be very tricky, and we just want to make sure we do what we can to minimize those potential for safety. And some of the other items that were discussed by residents were, hours of operation. Obviously, they would like more rather than less. In terms of how to unload their vehicles with the materials, they'd like to see more recycling, and of course, they'd like to see the costs come down. Good. So goals and vision. So one of the things that we did was we did take into consideration the county's strategic plan and their goals and visions. So we do recognize the 5 key areas or values that's important, which is economic prosperity, cooperative alliance, environmental stewardship, community and growth, and social growth, as well as financial responsibility. So we took all those things into consideration as we're developing the solid waste management plan. And those things we will need to look at is in terms of enhanced services to make sure that it is done feasibly, like always, compliance with the environmental requirements, making it accessible in terms of what's available, recognizing that this community is going to grow in the future, adapting growth, and then making sure it's affordable as well as financially sustainable. So recognizing that what it costs to run the system is reflected with how much revenue you collect to maintain the system. And then looking at other funding models, if there's something you want to consider, as well as efficient use of funds. How do you plan for the future and make things happen?
So, taking all those things into consideration, taking all those things into consideration, then we start looking at what the future is. Where does the waste management system go down the road? So we're looking at a 30-year horizon for this study. This is a typical solid waste flow diagram where the waste is generated at a source. There's a collection system, typically transfer stations, hauling to regional landfill or waste energy facilities or to recycling facilities. And then there is the market of recovered materials. The system that you have currently is within that red boundary with the transfer station, landfill, and some of the recycling programs. Composting you do in a small way out at the landfill with some yard waste. Collection at this point from the source is not something that the county is doing currently, but what the previous authority used to do. Although there is likely going to be a need to expand into some collection with the amalgamation of Caroline and some of the interest of adding collection into Nordegg in future. So that your system might have to expand back into some collection services. Quick breakdown of some of the costs. What we wanted to show here was that the landfill is about 30% of the overall cost of the current system. And the transfer station facilities themselves, maintenance, supervision, and so on, plus the what's on here is collections, that's what's shown in the budget, is actually the transfer hauling is in combined makes up another large portion of that. And in the budget from this particular year, the administration cost was about 20%. Recycling was a small portion. Landfill issues or considerations. You have the ongoing landfill operation, which will continue for the next couple of decades at least. So there's an ongoing cost to that, maintaining the equipment, supervision, environmental monitoring, et cetera, et cetera. There's an ongoing post-closure cost to do with the existing industrial waste cells that are there. And that's going to carry on for several decades yet.
Would you be able to entertain a question at this time?
Sure.
Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Sorry, the graph, the pie chart previous, has collections now. Is that, you're saying transfer hauling? I just want to confirm that that is taking it from our transfer sites to the landfill. No, Nordig does have some form of collection. Are we not the ones doing it? Is somebody else doing Nordig's collection? Because Nordig does have some form of collection.
Mr. Magnus, please.
So to answer your first part of that question, you're absolutely correct in regards to going to each of our transfer sites and the collection of the material there and taking it to the landfill, along with the collection of recyclables. Okay, so that's included in that. And yes, currently, to the second part of that question is Clearwater County is currently bridging the gap in regards to providing that service in Nordic. So we do go out there and collect any of the recyclables and the solid waste. We take care of that.
Okay.
So that's part of that. You're
Okay.
correct.
Perfect. Thank you.
And a question from Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Based on your experience, where would you say the most opportunity is to reduce any of these costs?
Councillor Ratcliffe, we'll go through that and we're going to actually answer that question as we work through the PowerPoint. So we'll go through the PowerPoint and that question will be addressed.
Yeah, we can come back to that for sure.
Yeah, okay.
Please continue.
Thank you. And then aside from the closure of the industrial cells, that ongoing cost, there is ongoing closure of existing landfill cells, and some of that work still has to be done to properly close off some of the cells that are still in progress. And then there's also the post-closure care for those sites. So after the landfill, after landfills are closed, there's ongoing maintenance of those areas. There's ongoing environmental monitoring and any maintenance of any caps, covers, and so on. And that's a regulated requirement. That's not something you can walk away from. The issue that Wilbert mentioned earlier was the security of revenue for the landfill. So the revenue you gain in the landfill right now comes mostly from the town of Rocky Mountain House collection and commercial collection in Rocky, some from the First Nations. You get some revenue from some industrial sources within the county. And it's important to try and maintain that revenue because that's a big part of your financial picture. We have to think about future infrastructure planning, so new landfill cells, as they current ones start to fill up, then you need to have planning in place and design construction of new landfill cells. The landfill does have a finite capacity. From the last master plan that was done, it appears there may be somewhere between 20, and Reed, you'll have to help me with this, make sure I got the number right, between 20 to 25 years capacity, I think something like that, from as best we can tell today.
Yes, that's
Correct.
And that's based on current quantity. So transfer stations, the main issues that you have out there is you have some facilities are aging, and they're going to reach a point where they need to be replaced, the structures. You've got ramps and slopes that are very steep. That's one of the things that some of the residents did talk about, particularly in winter, trying to get up those slopes on icy conditions. And that creates a safety issue. We also noticed that in some cases, the ramp up at the transfer station is a very tight space for vehicles to turn around. So there's all those kind of issues that would need to be addressed. There's constrained space at some sites. We're trying to do a lot of things at some very small sites. Leslieville's probably the best example of that. We're trying to fit a lot of things into a postage stamp sized piece of property. And there's some traffic queuing issues, again, particularly at Leslieville, where sometimes when it gets a busy day, that they start queuing up on the highway that goes by. The other thing is that we see a need to try and come up with a plan that optimizes the hauling. So part of that is the amount of sites that you travel to creates a lot of miles, and plus the materials that you haul, the ability to get efficient loads on the trailer. So we've seen that in some cases, the loads that you get from the trailers are probably not as efficient as they could be. So these are the things that we're looking for as we develop the plan. Nordeg, the collection side, again, likely be assuming the collection system in Caroline as the amalgamation takes place. Currently, they do a contract, and it may be simply taking over that contract, at least in the short term. And then in Nordeg, with more interest in having a collection in the residential areas and so on, that the one thing that I think is really important to keep in mind is that collection should be bear-proof. So you need to do animal management. We've shown some pictures up there of bear-proof containers similar to what they use in Canmore, Banff, with communal bins rather than picking up at the curb. Regulations, they evolve over time and continue to change. There's the extended producer responsibility regulation that has just come into place, and that's going to change the landscape as far as recycling programs in the province. So we have to think about how that's going to be incorporated within the system. That also includes household hazardous waste that's moving out of the current program, eventually will fall under the EPR program. There's some changes with the Alberta Recycling Management Authority. Basically, they do tires, oils, electronics, and use paint. So they are in the process of expanding the electronics program. So I know there's some areas out there that are collecting broader than just computer equipment now, to more household electronics of different types. Pesticide container program is moving back to the vendors, and my understanding is the county is the vendor out here. So it may not have much difference for you guys as it would be for other areas. There's a new compost code of practice that just came out this year, and in my view, it's much more stringent than what existed before. The landfill approval comes up for renewal in 2027, and that may seem like it's still a ways off, but that comes very rapidly. Workplace safety, there's a bigger emphasis on workplace safety than there has been for when this system first started. The whole safety issues are much more, people are much more aware of safety issues, and there's a lot more implications for poor safety practices. So that's something that we really need to focus on in new systems. So we talk about workplace safety, it's not just employees with waste systems, but it's the public. And that sometimes is the hard one, is making sure the public is safe. So it talked about regulatory changes. Other regulatory changes may be, and I'm just speculating that at some point there may be some changes to landfill regulations. I don't see anything on the horizon today, but it's something that over the next 30 years definitely could come into play. I wanted to start with this. We I think presented this to you before. This is a map showing the current transfer station network. We also show the regional landfill on this map. The original plan that was done back in about 1985 was based on a 15-kilometer radius. So you have a lot of coverage of the populated areas of the county, and you have a couple outliers with Faraway and Klein. So there's a lot of overlap in this system. It also creates a large number of transfer stations that you have to supervise, manage, and maintain and service. So when we looked at this, we thought, what would you do if you had nothing? If you started with a blank page, would you use the same plan? So we looked at this and said, today you'd probably do a 20-kilometer radius. And if you did a 20-kilometer radius, this is what it would look like. My quick estimation is it would put everybody within about 15 minutes of a transfer station of travel, something like that. Little more depending on the road system. What's different now than what you had in 1985 is you've got a better road system. Your roads have been improved. People are more mobile. The amount of waste that you're handling has changed, and the type of waste you're handling has changed. Costs have risen substantially since 1985. Believe it or not, that system in 1985 was about $2 million for the whole system. You couldn't build one of those transfer stations for $2 million now. So there's a substantial difference. So in keeping this in mind, we've said, what if we also looked at different levels of transfer station based on the amount of traffic that goes through and the type of materials? So we looked at this and said level 1 would be a full-scale facility. That would be your centerpiece facility. You'd have weigh scales, handle all the different materials, and including, household waste, pesticides, hazardous waste, used oil, bulky metals, et cetera, et cetera. Level 2 would be somewhat similar, although you might not collect everything that you would at the central site. Level 3 transfer station would simply be waste transfer, the EPR when it comes in, household hazardous waste. So very basic operation. And level 4, you would just collect waste, period. So then we looked at that and said, okay, let's go back and how you could do this in a 5-year plan to start with. So you look at level 1, and the idea is that the central transfer station, which currently is what we call the temporary site, if that was built up to a full-scale facility as a level 1 facility, that would be kind of the site that would draw people for all those services. It is the highest used site currently as it is, the highest number of people who use it. Then you look at combining Caroline and Crammond into one facility, and look at combining Leslieville Crossroads into one facility. What that is showing of a facility that's shifted up towards the hamlet itself at Leslieville. We've shown on here the Everdale and Cow Lake sites as a level 3 facility, basically leaving those as they are at same locations, at least for this period of time. Just a minute, I got that wrong. So, yeah, we left Crammond and Caroline as they were, and it's just a replacement of the Leslieville one to a central site, to a single site, and upgrades to Nordic as well. So looking at the 5 to 10 year period, or it could be 5 to 15 years, this is where you start combining these stations to reduce the number of stations. And Cow Lake and Everdale at this point are still showing locations where they are now and as level 2. If you look at the longer term, you could also combine those stations, those two stations into one site. So at this point, you've really reduced the number of stations. You create a situation where now you can be more economical in your hauling because you can have a larger storage capacity at each one of these sites that allows you to get better loading on your trailers than you currently do. We also were looking at the idea of where you do a public drop-off facility at the landfill, which would be simple grade separated transfer station with roll-off bins. And that can serve some of that west part, Ferrier, if I got the name right. Some of those residents that want to have a facility over their direction because they can go to landfill. And if you put something out there for them, that might be an attraction for them and might satisfy some of the issues out that way. Some examples of transfer stations that I wanted to show you. I thought this one on the top left would be interesting to show because that's the old station at Rocky Mountain House back in about 1986. That was just after it was built. So it was a pretty nice looking transfer station at the time. The one on the top right is a transfer station at the city of Cold Lake. There's a similar one at the town of Bonnyville, and there's one something like that out in the county of Parkland. What that one is that there's two separate floors, one's at a lifted up above the other one. That's where the public comes in. They would drop their waste over the side onto the lower floor. And then commercial trucks can come in and actually dump on that lower floor. That station in itself is actually a compactor station. So the waste is put into a compactor and hauled in a compacted load trailer. The station at the bottom is Yankee Flats in the county of Red Deer. And I'm not sure what age these ones are. I think they're fairly new that these ones have been built. The image there comes off of Google Earth, of course, and it just shows you a nice clean layout, simple route and turnaround for the trucks and so on, plus recycling areas as well. So that's one of the ones that could be used as an example for some of what we call the level 2 sites. Might be something like this. The building configuration might be a little bit different. The top two may be something you look at for the central site, something similar to that. Implementation of the system, there's a number of steps that would go into place. Public consultation, you need to make sure the public understand what changes are coming and what's going to happen down the road, plus making sure when new systems come in place that they are informed of how to use those stations, what they can do at those stations, where recyclable material, for example, is accepted and so on. There will likely be some siting and land acquisition if you're looking at these sites going to new locations. There's development permits that you would need to go through through the county. Engineering, design, then construction, and then operation or commissioning. That's a very quick overview and summary of what. Capital plan, we did a budget which Reed and Kurt have taken the budget that we put together and they've worked up a budget plan based on some of the numbers that we put together here. So we're looking at some pretty substantial costs to build the central station up to a full-scale facility. And even the other sites as they would get built would be a substantial cost. So part of the idea is that you'd stage this over a period of time. You don't try to do this all at once in 1 year at one time, because the amount of money that you would invest would be quite substantial. But spread over time, it might be easier to do, and it might have more public acceptance as you do it over time. Anything to add? No?
I guess, maybe, back to
This?
yeah, no, I think in terms of, it is, a significant budget in terms of trying to get everything up to speed and meeting certain requirements. But yeah, definitely spreading it out, having it as a line item in terms of capital upgrades is certainly the right thing to do.
So we still have a fair bit of work to do yet to to formulate this plan out in more detail. I think one of the things that would be important, at least at this stage for us, is to get some feedback from the county itself. Whether it's today or if you want to pass your thoughts on to the staff, and then they can forward that to us and some of the thoughts and what this plan is. Because it's important to have that feedback before we kind of finalize everything. So we still need to confirm, complete the plan, and then that plan, once it's done, would have to be adopted by the council. So then we'll also need to look at the resources that are needed to carry out that plan and so on in the overall system. So that's kind of where we're at today.
To wrap up the presentation, so if we could, Alana, just go back to the slide on the cost breakdown. Good, yeah. So as you can see up there, it gives council somewhat of an idea, and again, this is at the discretion of council moving forward in terms of the path, the potential path that we could proceed with, given the information that was presented to you and what we've found in regards to this study. So what we've done right now, and again, this is at council's discretion in terms of how they want to move forward and the implications to budget. And that's why we're here today. Right now, what you see up there is what we're going to have in budget for you, not only today, but come budget deliberations as well. So this provides you an overview and an opportunity to ponder over the next few months, come December, with regards to the decision or the path you want to proceed with. So again, just looking at 2023, you see their planning design, the central station. Through our study, we were able to determine that is an optimal site there. If council so chooses in 2023, we can start to do the design work in regards to that site to bring it to the, I believe, level 1, at the very least, a level 2 transfer station. And with that, along with that is Nordig. We start to look at Nordig and some planning and the design in regards to meeting the needs of that community. Some design work in regards to Klein and Faraway. We're also looking at some site upgrades. So in the meantime, these facilities still need to be functional. So that as we move down over the next number of years, looking at a 30-year plan as presented by our Tetra Tech colleagues here, regardless, we still need to account for the fact that these present transfer station sites need to be functional in the meantime, right? So there's some site upgrades there. Nordic bear bins, we start to do the purchasing of those pieces of equipment. That will be obviously a part of the design plan for Nordic to optimize the solid waste and recycling collection for that hamlet. And then, of course, public consultation. Again, this is not something we want to do overnight. It's going to be an educational component associated with it. And again, as per the direction of all of you, council, that will dictate the type of consultation and what will be involved in that consultation as we move forward in optimizing and implementing this plan. Councillor Radcliffe, hopefully that was able to answer your question in regards to where we can see some of those savings in regards to that pie chart. As we start to implement this, that'll definitely bring down those costs associated with not only collections, transfer station, recycling, etc.
Everybody, I'm going to interrupt the discussion, and we will get back to this very, very soon. As we know, today is a day of mourning. We are going to take a minute to, in memoriam of Queen Elizabeth, starting at 10 o'clock here. So if you would join with me and rise and take a minute of silence in memory of our Queen. Thank you very much. So please continue.
No, at this point in time, we'll turn it back over to council here should they have any further questions.
So I'll go to Councillor Cermak first.
Thank you for the respect to the Queen. I really do appreciate that. My question is, I know that the AEP is coming down with new regulations. They say late this year or early next year in 2023. How much of an impact do you think that will have on our plans and stuff? Because they're being very close-lipped about this, and I'm sure the regulations are already wrote. They just haven't released it because they want to have their big hullabaloo or whatever they want when they do release it. And I think it's going to be in late 23. It looks like, or in early 23, it looks like now.
Yeah, our best guess is that it could be 4 to 5 years for that system to be implemented, because once you get the regulation done, that's setting the framework, and then they have to work with the producers and the producers' agent or to set up the program and how they set the program. So it's not something that's going to happen overnight. My understanding is they were looking at, starting off with single-use plastics and building onto that. So not everything may come at the same time. If we look at what happens in BC, and Wilbert can talk more about the BC system than I can, but from what I understand in BC, that in some of the rural areas that the counties still do the collection, but they get some support funding through the EPR program from the producer side.
Yeah,
And that can vary depending on a number of factors that come into play. How that's going to be implemented here in Alberta is still, kind of up there in the air. I think from your point of view, the value of the EPR program is that my best guess is that the county would receive some kind of financial support to manage a recycling program. It may not pay 100% of the cost, but at least you might get some of that paid for. And anything is a plus over what your current cost would be, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, certainly in British Columbia, the program's been running for several years now. And what we've seen is that, they're an organization, they run like a business. So whenever they run their business, they have certain rules in terms of what they need to do. So some of the smaller communities recognize that they have to upgrade their system a little bit just to kind of meet their requirements. So there could be a little bit of cost considerations for that aspect. But generally speaking, they'll figure out what is a reasonable, I guess, compensation package in terms of being able to have other jurisdiction collected for them, and then basically they compensate you for the services that they are supposed to do.
Okay, just, can I have,
Yes, please, go ahead.
there's no sense really putting a whole bunch of money into a plan now if in 3 months it's gonna be changed.
I think there's, in terms of solid waste services, it's still gonna be a solid waste service. You're still
Yeah.
gonna require a place where people can bring the material to, it will need to go to a landfill, and then you'll need to have that, I guess, infrastructure and system where you're taking it from your transfer stations and moving it forward. So that's always gonna be there. I think with new regulations, they have those regulations for a reason, so it has some sort of environmental benefit. And when these new requirements come in, it will they don't happen instantaneously. Certainly, it'll give the communities time to absorb and figure out what does it mean for them, and it gives them time to plan ahead. So in terms of a 2023 budget, it really won't affect your 2023 budget, but certainly your 2024, 2028, you can start figuring out how do you deal with some of those requirements moving forward.
Thank you.
And I'll go to Councillor Milhoff and then Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve. What makes the central site so optimal? It was noted that the central site was seen as optimal. What makes it an optimal location?
I think one of the things about it is it's the busiest site. So certainly you want to recognize that you get a lot of traffic in there, so you want to make sure that it is designed well so that people will want to use it. And I think from a logistics point of view, it is in a fairly good location.
Well, a part of it is that the county already owns the property, right? That's a big plus. And because that would be near the future public works yard, there's some advantages of having everything into one spot. I know there's people out there that don't like the location because they have to go from that side of the town over to this side, so, when we looked at that site before, we looked at setbacks from residences and available space to be able to fit a transfer station in, and there's definitely a lot of space there to work with. The one thing that gets into the mix is the airport, because it's within the vicinity of the airport. The waste does have to be enclosed inside because of bird issues. The access in there, I guess coming from, you go north of town and across that way, is, if you don't know your way there, you might get a little confused in there, right? So, but that's probably the biggest value is that the land is there available. There's some opportunities to take advantage of that public works yard for site management and so on. I get that's how I would look at it anyway, so.
Can I have a follow-up?
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Personally, I really love that we use it for ag implications. We do, our ag department does
Yeah.
field studies, et cetera.
Right.
Considering that property in particular is in very good in comparison to our county's
yeah.
ag land in general. We
Yeah,
don't have
yeah.
Class 1 land in general, but as far as our ag land is concerned, it is a very good piece of ag land. So to have it completely ripped up and turned into a transfer site, I think would be a shame. And that's why I was okay with it being temporary. But if it's gonna be a permanent site, it's gonna take up a much bigger footprint than the footprint it has now. And I personally would like to see it moved onto less suitable ag land, considering we don't have it in huge supply anyway. Just my thoughts, unless we're gonna do like super soil building or something and use it as a, as a study for super
Yeah, I
soil
mean, if
recycling program.
The only response I have to that is, you know, that's decisions for the council. The footprint that we looked at before is not taking up the whole quarter section, right? It's taking a portion. We were looking at the area kind of in the north west corner of that area. So it's taking a portion of that. I mean, the rest of the property is still available.
I just wanted to give my
So-
thoughts.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
And Mr.
Further,
Magnus?
yeah, just further to that, sorry to interrupt, is, as just indicated here, in and of itself, its footprint wouldn't be much more than what you see now, okay? And it's in the northeast corner, it would be on county land. And, yeah, its impact or footprint as a whole is very minimal. That is our intent behind that site development as well.
I guess I would just comment that with what I found interesting in your report, there was one section where you basically looked at a blank page. What would we do if there was no existing there? And I think might take a little bit of extra work to delve into where that central station would go if we didn't have those limiting factors of something the county already owns or people have got some familiarity with. But I'll go to Councillor Graham, please.
Thank you, Eve Wahid. For the proposed 2023 budget here, the Nordic Bear bins, is that for communal or curbside bins?
That, we looked at that as communal
Okay.
bins, yeah.
And may I ask a second
Please.
question? I apologize for not knowing the correct terminology, but the gray bins that we currently have at many of the transfer stations, I know the Crossroads ones have them, are they still up to date, or are they not okay to keep using? To me,
Yeah,
these,
those are used for recycling purposes, right? So they're standard, what they call front-end loader bins,
they use them for garbage as well.
yeah?
Yep.
Okay.
I know in town they used to use them too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Are they not acceptable anymore, or?
As far as recycling materials go, but anything, like if you're in an area where it's bear country, you don't want open bins, because you know where the bears are gonna be? They're gonna be in the bin.
Okay, I don't think we're talking about the same ones.
Yeah.
Like the big,
Oh, the
Trans
trans
stores.
stores?
Yeah.
Oh, that's, okay.
Thank you.
Totally different.
okay.
No, they're fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are they not acceptable for the level 2 stations then? To me, these buildings seem like a big overbuild to me.
Well, you could go to trans stores. One of the things that we have heard is that the residents prefer the push bed floors because they can back up and, you know,
Yep.
unload off the back of a trailer. Whereas the trans stores, they literally got a hand bomb into those things. So the trans stores are designed, you can open the lid up and the whole front is open, you can back a truck in there. As soon as you do that, you have a fall protection issue. I know some of the sites I've seen in BC where they've done that, they have fall protection guardrails in front of those things, so you can't like literally trip over the side and fall into the bin. And that's a big issue these days with transfer stations. It's a huge issue.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
And Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Eve. The number one, pardon me, the number one issue that makes my phone ring about garbage is the location of the central site. So I don't know what research you did into options for that. Did you have a number 2 option?
We have not looked at a number 2 option, but
I think what I could say is that, you know, it's a temporary facility right now. And if it's a desire by the county to look at better locations, then certainly that is something that can be done. And it's just a matter of going through the whole process of, getting the public consultation, figuring out where you want to go, and locating and so forth. In those types of situations, you need to recognize that there's going to be a lot of work in terms of making sure you get voices heard of everyone, but also making sure that that property is properly zoned and has the requirement. And then, of course, the county will need to purchase that property if they don't own it already. So there's certainly a lot of different things, but that is certainly something that the county can do in terms of, if that property is not ideal for them, then certainly that's a direction the county can go.
Okay, I have a second question.
Follow up, please.
Thank you. It would be useful to know the life cycle costs. At some point, will we see a projection of the impact of these changes on operating costs?
Yeah. Yeah, we haven't got to that stage yet in our calculations, but that's part of it's part of the stuff Myron's gonna be working on, yeah.
Yeah, okay, because really by making people drive further, we're transferring some cost to them, to the users. That's my questions for now, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was gonna comment on the central site from when we went through the responses and the surveys. There was a number of comments on that. Like a lot of people like where the old one was, like the one that was in town. That's what they're used to, was where the old one. And changing locations, takes a while for people to accept the change, right? So,
Okay.
I'm sure, Reed, you get calls too.
And I'll go to Deputy Reeve Northcott for a question and then to Councillor Mello.
Excellent, thank you, Reeve. I guess I'll just comment on the central site there too. When that property was, just a quick comment on that, but I think when that property was originally purchased, was it originally purchased historically for a transfer site? And my concern is because of the surrounding residents, right? It might have been purchased for one purpose, but now it's being maybe utilized for another purpose, so I wouldn't want to see a negative impact on the residents in the area, and that was really just a comment on that. The second question is for the experts on the garbage. Any benefits for, like if, cement, steel, and appliances were removed from the garbage, but just really if garbage was mulched, for the benefits, would there be any, like for volume reduction? You'd have more dense loads. I was just wondering if there's any municipalities or counties or anything like that. For mulching garbage.
Oh, to shred it and grind
just
it?
to shred it.
Oh, get your checkbook out.
Okay, but what are the...
It's, as soon as you start grinding stuff, it gets very expensive because of the equipment maintenance to do that.
Are there any municipalities that do that or no?
No, well, they do that with wood waste generally. But any grinding equipment they're just a high maintenance piece of equipment, like your whole grinding mechanisms. There's a lot of wear and tear on those things with any garbage. So you'd have to have an extremely robust system to be able to do that. City of Edmonton does grind.
Okay.
They grind for the purpose of producing what they call a refuse-derived fuel. So they've got a series of grinders in their transfer station. I haven't been in the city for some time now, but what I recall is that it was a lot higher maintenance than they thought it was.
So the long-term cost would outweigh that?
It can be a costly undertaking to go that way, yeah.
And maybe just last...
I mean, they do grind concrete, right?
Yeah.
So there is pretty heavy-duty equipment out there. There's mines that grind rock for, but, I mean, there's equipment out there, but it's not cheap by any means.
Thanks.
Thank you, and Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Were there considerations in your plan for those reuse sheds I know a lot of people missed that with the, when the site was in town. And that's one of the biggest comments I get is they miss the reuse shed.
I'll address
And
that
Mr.
question,
Magnus,
yeah.
please.
No, we did not consider that, for the simple reason that going down that path is an enormous liability risk to the county. It would be substantial in regards to the insurance requirements associated with that. And it's for that reason that the town of Rocky Mountain House also is not considering it. It is not part of solid waste and recycling collection. And it is for that reason that we have not entertained that. And at this point in time, unless council directs us otherwise, our recommendation to council is to stay away from that. There's a huge liability risk associated with it.
Thank you.
And Councillor Swanson, please.
Thank you for the presentation thus far. I'm curious to see where the next phase will, of information will go, but I guess for myself and when Councillor Cermak and I went up to the Caros conference, my mind was going that garbage isn't going away. It's going to be an ever increasing cost to our residents. And it was really reaffirmed to me last Friday when I went to an ASHA board meeting when one of the particular, and this was on within the city of Lethbridge, this was a housing lodge where the residents are now being charged per door within the building. So if you have a 100-room lodge, for instance, that's 100 doors that are being charged for garbage on top of the garbage that is collected within the building. That's just per residence. So they pay $8 for their garbage, $8 for their recycling, and $8 for their compost per door. So for me, I would like to see, or maybe this is something in the future, is we can't have garbage systems for every municipality. We got to be working towards a regional system within central Alberta, not just with our urban partners, but within central Alberta. We got to start doing this because the volume that needs to be put in a landfill, and that's probably our greatest asset, is our landfill area, not necessarily our central transfer site. But there is an education system that has to happen as well. And the EPR system is coming, there's no denying it. People are gonna have to be re-educated about it. But to me, if we're gonna look at this in the future, we gotta look at the fact that we got, and I look at your picture here with all these transfer sites and everything else, everything's east. So we need to be going east, not coming west. And we hold a cell that's for industry or for whatever else. So as much as I like the study with what you're happening now, I think we need to keep a futuristic as far as the 30-year scope that you've talked about, Jim, is where are we going east and start amalgamating that direction.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, one of the things about the way this plan is laid out with the transfer stations, one of the advantages of going to larger facilities than what you have now and more and less facilities is it puts you in a very good position for the transfer truck to go another direction. Like the system can work to be able to haul within the county, but it'd be very easy to turn those trucks around and go a different direction. And that, in the long term, that gives you that flexibility to be able to do that. If it goes that way, right? And, you know, we can foresee that that's a possibility in some time. Like, I can't foresee what the waste business is gonna be like in 20 years, let alone 30 years. Because it's completely different now than it was in 1980 when I started this stuff. It's a totally different business. Like there's garbage in Alberta going from Calgary to Coronation, right? Like it's traveling a long ways in this province now.
Councillor Swanson, please.
Yeah, that was one thing I did learn last week too, and that, you know, and Councillor Cermak said it in his council report last week, and that, you know, waste is a resource, right? So we gotta look at it that way. And, we have a great road system like you refer to, and it's provincial highways, and so, I know it's more, if I'm gonna put it into a building versus putting it into a new truck, I'd sooner get it into a new truck and get it concentrated. And like you mentioned too, waste is evolving, technology's evolving. Waste to energy is, you know, we talked about that southern region that they're working on that multi-municipality, you know, what's that gonna look like in 5-10 years too, right? So, yeah, to me, this is we're looking at it very short term right now to solve this, but 25 years from now, I think we'll be getting people to, yeah, totally different conversation, I agree. I won't be here.
Guarantee you I won't be.
Mr. Magnus.
Just in the essence of time here, if it's all right with council, I know we have a number of other departments that need to proceed here just so that we can keep things on track. Unless there's any other pertinent questions that need to be asked, I think we're finished here.
I see none.
Okay.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us this morning and answering our questions and sharing your information. And thank you, Mr. Magnus, for bringing this all forward.
No worries. Thank you very much, council, in regards to giving us this opportunity.
With that, I think an appropriate time for a break. Let's take 10 and be back here promptly at 10:35, please. Well, welcome back, everyone. We continue on with our agenda, and I will turn the floor across to Mr. Hanson, please. Or Mr. Emmons, I'm not sure who's taking lead. Mr. Hanson, please.
Yes, good morning, council. So this is my opportunity to bring basically our draft 2023 and beyond Public Works infrastructure capital in front of you. I really want to outline the importance of, actually, this is the, in my session here, I want to hear back from council. I want to hear the questions that you guys have, because this is the opportunity that you have. So there's no surprises come budget, right? That's what the strategic planning sessions are for, is to ask those good questions, get those, if there's some direction change, if there's some adjustments need to be done, we have a small window between now and budget time to start making some of those changes. So I'm very open to questions, throughout the presentation. Don't feel bad about interrupting me. But I am going to touch on some of the highlights of 2023 and some of the challenges that we've identified. And I'm going to be looking to council for some guidance with some of these issues and recommendations. So with that, I really want to outline some of the high-level cost centers that I have in Public Works infrastructure. One being road construction admin right off the bat. So as council may recall, during budget deliberations, we outlined that as all of our capital projects are managed through a skilled team of individuals. So we have our two construction supervisors, our two construction foremans, our construction supervisor, as well as our land industry coordinator. Our team is a dedicated group that provide great service to this organization, and we're very fortunate to have them. So one of the highlights for 2023 is that Public Works is in the process of reorganizing some of the areas of responsibility to better suit our programs. So we're looking at reorganizing. All capital projects would now fall under Public Works infrastructure. So historically, some of our operating and capital are split between Public Works operations, Public Works infrastructure, in order to tidy up some of these crossovers, their area of expertise. We know that Kurt has a great skill in his area of expertise, and we just felt that it would be actually more prudent to concentrate more of the capital projects over into Public Works infrastructure. Examples of this include water and sanitary capital projects, bridge capital projects, as well as gravel pits. So with the addition of these responsibilities, combined with the ones that we currently have, so we will be looking for another position for a project technologist in Public Works infrastructure. So that would be new for the road construction admin cost center there for 2023. In essence, right now, capital projects are shared between myself and the construction supervisor with these additional responsibilities. And the looming eventual amalgamation with Caroline, we know that the capital projects as well as operations are going to see a great increase in responsibility and requirements. So we just wanted to give council a heads up that we are considering adding an additional project technologies to that Public Works infrastructure road construction admin line. So I'll even open that up for questions if there's any at this time, or we'll just keep moving on.
And I see Councillor Swanson is first.
So I'm happy to see that you're thinking about that possible amalgamation and in that extra responsibility that will be coming. This project technologist then will then kind of be under your direction, or is it going to cross over between both?
Well, we like to think of a very congruent department, between Public Works operations and infrastructure. The reporting line would be now to the Public Works Director of Infrastructure. So to answer your question, yes. Yeah.
Additional questions? Continue on, please.
Facilities capital. This is one of our larger, it's really grown in the last 10, 15 years. Of course, our objective is to improve service delivery in strategic areas of the county, associated typically with our building construction. So our historic successes, I'm going to say, is the Lesville Public Services Building, the Condor Public Services Building, the eventual design and construction of our new admin building. Highlights for 2023. So nothing new. The paving of the Condor and Leslieville Public Services Buildings front parking lot, that's gonna improve the service delivery with those facilities. This year is already scheduled to pave the front of the Nordegg Public Services Building. So another large one that's come up is Nordegg staff housing. There again, due to the inevitable end of the existing residential leases that we've talked about in Nordegg, previous councils identified the need to hold 2 lots in the existing manufactured home park. So options are under consideration how we would offer these so in the 2023 budget, we've identified 2 manufactured homes to be basically supplied and installed on those lots in the manufactured home park. And we're still working through the details of how that would be extended to staff members, either through a rental. You know, there's obviously, if the county retains ownership, that way we could ensure that those properties are there in perpetuity, so that if, in the event that the current staff members up in Nordegg there were to retire, leave us there in 20 to 30 years, that option still would be available. So the 2023 budget does include the inclusion of those 2. Looking for some feedback on that. I know it's going to tie well into additional discussion that we have about the 3rd cul-de-sac. I know that it was something we talked about at budget last year, but like I say, looking for any feedback there on the 2 manufactured home parks for staff housing in Nordegg.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. That's for the full-time staff that are out there.
That's correct. So we have we do not have a facility deficit when it comes to our seasonal staff. We have our new public works facility in the industrial area. The existing building came with 3 live-in units along the side of the main building, as well as we've added a 4-person mobile unit there a couple of years ago. So we're in good shape for our seasonal staff. We're mostly concerned about our full-time permanent staff there. One that is currently in the, in those short-term residential leases, and I use the term short-term on purpose.
And I guess my question would be the intent that this would be 1 individual or 1 employee per, this is not a group setting, it's intended to be single family basically?
Exactly that. So when we engaged the builders, there was a single family dwelling, 3-bedroom, single family dwelling on each, 1 for each lot.
Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Will these be then leased or rented out to that staff, or will it be a part of their salary, or how does that end up happening? Sorry.
No, those are exact details that we haven't ironed out yet. I do have my recommendations that we're still dealing with, because that staff member falls under a different department, working with the CAO and, you know, the input from that staff member. So we do not have the delivery model finalized yet.
Okay, can I ask a follow-up?
Yes, please.
While we're on the topic of Nordegg, have we given any more thought on how we're going to manage the short-term leases within Nordegg?
If I may,
Mr. Riaz?
Good morning, Reeve, and good morning,
Morning.
Council. Yes, we have drafted to this date a bylaw or policy. We don't know at this point what it would be like, but we have drafted some regulations to control that type of use in Nordegg or in the entire county. But we're in the process of adopting it, so it's going to be revised by.
I believe we may be talking about different things. I think you're touching on Airbnbs.
Yes,
I'm touching on the short-term leases that are just south of the museum.
So you're talking about the mobile homes.
Yes. And if you've developed a policy or bylaw around that, I'd love to hear it. We could definitely use one.
No, I don't know at this point what the future or how we're going to handle the mobile home parks. But I know we have finished or finalized some agreements, some leasing agreements this year. Some leases agreement this year, but we still have some remaining. I believe it's about 12 that we still have outstanding.
And Mr. Emmons, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed, and perhaps to help out with Councillor Melhoff's question, recognizing some of the issues around short-term leases, we have heard from some individuals in Nordegg that it was extremely hard and almost unjustifiable to invest given a short-term lease, there was no opportunity for buyback. Now, Clearwater County administration has always administered short-term leases because, as council is well aware, the philosophy of developing Nordegg is based on the marketability. Therefore, the development of Nordegg needs to pay for the future development of Nordegg. Means a lot of times we could be in a position of short-term notice, therefore short-term leases. Everywhere possible, Clearwater County administration and planning has expanded those leases. The golf course, for example, has been expanded out. They were on an annual, and now I believe they're up to a 5. Because that is intended to stay in the long-term vision anyway. So we have worked with individuals out there to expand the leases where possible.
And I'll go to Councillor Swanson for a question, please.
I know you referred to the possibility of a third mobile home cul-de-sac, but for me, this is that particular issue is an all-encompassing county issue, and that is we have a shortage of housing everywhere. It's not just in Nordegg, it's everywhere. And so looking at Caroline, looking at Leslieville, Condor, like what does that look like? You know, should we as a county be exploring a municipal corporation to have affordable housing within our county? You know, and looking at maybe a P3 at some point. But it would, to me, that would be a partnership, and that needs many years exploring and a study. So not to dilute the water, I look at these two lots in particular, although they are a short-term fix and truthfully a short-term fix. I would hope that there'd be affordable housing specifically in Nordegg, and I'm talking like a multi-unit building, not, I don't know if it's a townhouse, you know, 8, 9 apartments, whatever to be. And then maybe in the future, selling these 2 lots with everything on to accomplish that next goal. Anyways, that's just the highlight for me.
And I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
I just want to say, Councillor Swanson, that I strongly echo your concerns and your ideas there. I think it's something we need to be looking into.
Additional questions, comments? I might have one question on that projected value for putting those single-family dwellings. Is that cost incorporate the value of the lot it goes on as well, or is that over and above that number that was there? Just trying to get a value of that, how affordable this accommodation actually is.
That's a great question. I haven't actually never asked Jose what he's going to charge me for the lot. You know what we valued the cost to construct the 2 manufactured homes, which I believe all in was 400 and change there. I believe it's on my document there, but that would just include the cost of the construction of the 2 manufactured homes. We are projecting, actually, sorry, the builder was projecting that actually by spring of next year, they're hoping actually more competitive pricing. But, you know, I really, it's not lost on the point that even if we were to construct these, use these 2 manufactured homes as an interim solution for our staff, if there was an alternative housing solution, you know, these could certainly be, you know, they're already subdivided, they'd be complete, you know, we could put a for sale sign on there, and they sound, well, as we've seen, they move quite quickly. Unfortunately, I don't believe any of the existing residential leases there have bought any properties in the new manufactured home parks. There's mostly new people to the community, recreation users. So even though the primary intent of this manufactured home park was to actually entice people with the leases that were inevitably coming to an end, unfortunately that wasn't, it didn't come to fruition there. Nobody invested internally from the community back into that manufactured home park.
Thank you for that. And the reason I asked that question is I know how important it is for the overall concept of Nordegg development, for Nordegg development to contribute to paying for Nordeg development. So as we have these lots reach their ultimate use, then that will recover some of those costs that allow us to go to the next phase or the next amount of development. Mr. Emmons, please.
Thank you, Vahid, and perhaps to dig in a little bit deeper, if I may. So the answer to your question does vary. It varies on depending which phase it is. What Clearwater County Administration has historically done is, at a minimum, it recoups all overhead costs. So the construction and the creation of the development. Depending on those costs, some phases are extremely expensive. Residential phase one with curb, gutter, street, sidewalks. And what market was pretty close to donating the land. Whereas other phases, when we had assessments done, market allowed for more tolerance, and Clearwater County was able to create more of a profit margin for those phases to help offset others. So it truly does hinge on market, if that helps address your question.
Thank you very much for that.
You're welcome.
Did I see another light flashing? I guess not, so. Continue on, please.
Perfect. So another issue that's identified itself through the continued development of Nordeg with the contractors, whether it be for the residential construction or the new phase of the residential phase two, is contractor staging. So there's a bylaw in place that restricts the use of staying in recreational vehicles in the hamlet of Nordeg. So we're looking at a solution for at least temporary contractor staging for the time of the development. We've identified that we have the use of an additional lot right beside the Nordeg trailhead staging area. So back years ago, actually Public Works did buy those two lots from planning because it was part of the planning contingent of lots available. That two lots were dedicated for the Nordeg staging area there up in the industrial park, just south on the trunk road. Currently, with the use that we're seeing, 50% of that lot has been utilized as a staging area. The second half of that lot is, I'm gonna say, is underutilized. So we've identified that as a potential location for a contractor staging area. This would include a chain link fence for security, a gravel pathway there, kind of delineating, parking spots more of on a cul-de-sac style development instead of just random all over in each corner, which would probably cause some issues there, especially combining different contractors in the area. But that would really provide an opportunity to fill this void of lack of areas for contractors to stay in Nordeg. The chain link fence is more in regards to the fact that it'll likely be abandoned during the day, during the work hours, so that we'd actually have a lockable gate on there with a code on there that could be accessed and only available for contractors, knowing that this could be temporary, but as we're seeing, as we're going through the development plan of Nordeg, temporary could be 10, 15 years as that need grows, or maybe it be indefinite. But so that's what we did include a small amount in budget to actually construct this staging area in that this contractor staging in that area.
Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Is it common for municipalities to provide that type of service to their contractors?
I'm gonna say, but Nordeg is very unique in the fact that it's so isolated. The ability, really, to date, we've left it to their responsibility to try to find out alternative measures. This is, there's been other discussions that the development of a place for contractors to stay, is that the responsibility of normally the municipality? Probably not, but we're also unique in the fact that we're the developer. So a lot of this use is actually for construction of our infrastructure, and then in turn, the construction of the residential areas. So we're wearing multiple hats in Nordeg, so some of that responsibility, I would say, would fall back on us.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Please.
Would this not take business away from local entrepreneurs?
We've struggled with that as well. maybe if it was offered as a location of last resort. The contractors indicated to us that there was nothing to them. It wasn't an issue of price or it was just mostly availability in the surrounding area.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Continue on, please.
Okay, so this next item here, the Leslieville Recreation Area, this is in partnership with our Ag and Community Services Department. Just a brief update, staff are continuing to develop the work plan for the construction of the baseball diamond, soccer field, play structures, multi-use washroom facility, landscaping plan for this Leslieville Recreation Area. We are proposing that paving in the access road be deferred. So a couple of years ago, we constructed the site for the Public Services Building as well as rough graded in the fire training area. We constructed the access road into this recreation area at the same time. Understanding there would be some benefit, you know, if council wishes to move forward with paving Leslieville East. But without the recreation area being constructed, I think it would be prudent or be, you know, a little bit, it'd be better to defer the paving of that road until we actually have the final design of the recreation area. There possibly could be paved parking lots involved in that, off the end of that road. It could still be combined with another project, and that would be, like I say, deferred from 2023, you know, as far as 2024, or whichever way that recreation plan takes us. So we're also, the multi-use washroom facility is, so then becomes, you know, again, multi-department again. Ag and Community Services, the Emergency and Legislative Services, we're looking at doing a dual-purpose washroom facility that can be shared between the fire training area as well as the recreation area. We're just we're waiting for a study that was currently being completed on the recreation area to determine, you know, what its long-term visioning for that would be. You know, does it require, you know, the simplest solution would be just a pit toilet, you know, that would be shared from each side. But if the needs more lean to, you know, having water and sanitary service for decontamination on that side, does it, you know, perhaps it evolves into something larger, but still be a shared facility, you know, instead of trying to construct two. We have a common fence line between the training area as well as the recreation area, so it would be quite easy to just line that facility right up on the fence line to make it dual purpose.
Councilor Milhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. The Leslieville rec area in general, with them losing their rec facility, with the changing from it going from a elementary school to a high school, I think it's extremely important. I.e. the ball diamond or the soccer pitch or whatever ends up going on that, I think it's 8 acres, if memory is serving. I think it's great. I would love to see a playground right in the hamlet of Leslieville. Like that we're not going across a highway with little kids to get to an area. And I would really like to build like an amazing playground. I've sent some stuff to Director of Ag, some of my ideas to him. I would love to see us make Leslieville a reason to be a growth hamlet. It's supposed to be a growth hamlet. Let's give it a reason to be one.
I can help answer that.
Mr. Martinson?
Yeah, thank you. So the process that we used to kind of get to where we're at right now as far as how to handle some of the things that have come up with the new schools growing, changing, relocating, those sort of things, as we all know. We did quite a bit of community consultation in conjunction with the rec board, and we sort of had a fairly robust discussion about playgrounds. You know, it was maybe an easier discussion to talk about recreation amenities. What did we lose? Where can we put them to get them back? But for the playgrounds, it was an interesting discussion because co-location with recreation facilities was important to a significant amount of the people that we consulted, especially for, we're going to call older children, maybe envisioning in the age groups of say 9 to 14. A lot of the community, the portions of the community we consulted valued having a seniors play structure for that age group close to the recreation amenities. A considerable amount of folks that we consulted also shared the hesitance of having not only across the road like it always has been, but now tucked away behind the school, behind the, and what that means for community supervision, both from a public safety perspective for the kids using it, but also a mischief perspective. And we can all remember, you know, some of the issues in that community recently with the Elks Hall being burnt down, and how sensitive that community is to public supervision of their community assets. So we heard that loud and clear, and we understood some of those concerns, especially with the young children. We also heard some outlying things that are important, maybe not directly related to recreation, but I think Councillor Melhoff sort of touched on them. Was we want to keep the hamlet itself vibrant, and having the ability for maybe a bit of a playground area within the hamlet was desirable. And I think we heard that there was also possibly some partnership opportunity for something in the hamlet from community groups operating there. But also, you know, our partners with the school division too. So sort of where we landed after consultation was potentially two facilities, in essence, one serving the older class of kids I mentioned that was supporting the recreation amenities, and then another opportunity to do something inside the hamlet. So what Eric's sort of presenting to you for the rec ground behind the school is what I've explained, the seniors component. I'll be discussing during my presentation about our plans for the future for the younger kids' play structure into Leslieville, the hamlet itself, if the council so wishes to go that direction. So does that help sort of?
Absolutely, I'll save my questions for when you're back.
Awesome, thank you.
And I think probably council and certainly administration will probably recognize what I'm about to say again. I'd like to drive home the importance of area structure plans when we look to questions just like we're asking today, that the real value there is having those things in place. Not that the good intentions of doing this, but you know, it kind of helps meet some of those questions as we move forward. One question I'd also have with the paving. Is, since that paving is being delayed then, is that paving cost going to be associated with this recreational facility then? Or is it going to be associated with an overall public works budget?
Well, that's a very interesting question. I would assume that this road would only access that recreation area, so that cost would be associated with the development of that property. Council can choose to fund the paving from any reserve or however it's allocated as you see fit. But it's an interesting question.
So I guess I would also ask, is there access then from that road to the new David Thompson High School? Is that going to become a circular route? Is there anything in the planning part of that?
So we actually offered that up as a solution to school division during the design phase of our property as well as school division. They opted not to have any vehicular access coming onto our property, because we actually offered up even the the school bus route. You know, if it was a single access in off the highway, and then it could go out through using this access road. They opted for a design that actually has two accesses onto 761. So they do have a pedestrian access that's been constructed from the school over to the recreation area, but no vehicular access.
Okay. Yes, I just remember some of the discussion when that was being considered, and I think there was good forethought there, putting some of that logistics that would aid that facility. It's unfortunate they didn't choose to incorporate that in a design at this time, but anyway, future considerations, I suppose. But any additional questions? Continue on, please.
Okay, another one that very much includes our ag department here is ag-rec facility. I do have this earmarked for 2024 in the current 10-year capital plan. It hasn't moved much. I really wanted to bring it to council's attention as it's going to be coming up to a future council agenda, that, you know, construction of this magnitude doesn't all just happen in 1 year. You know, there needs to be preliminary engineering planning, you know, siting. If council were to want to move forward with that as for construction in 2024, the window's closing. So if there's a decision that would be made, I would recommend allocating some of that reserve that would be actually maybe moved to 2023, which we have time, from this process to budget, whatever. We just want to ensure that we have that at the front of our mind to say that coming into budget, if you want to move some engineering dollars into 2023, we could start at least preliminary engineering as early as then.
Councillor Graham and then Councillor Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve Wahid. I think this building is extremely important and it's something that the community definitely wants. I do think it would be a good idea to push it back for a couple of years though, because I don't think we have the funds available to build what we want currently. So I don't want it to be such a big hit on everything, and I would personally think it would be good to move it back a couple of years, just my opinion.
And Councillor Milhoff, please.
I echo Councillor Graham, simply because we are not prepared at this point financially to do a build of that magnitude. I think it's important that we then meet with our financial department and determine a, for lack of a better word, a savings plan to allocate funds per year to that program. If it's on councillors' vision to do this project, we need to have a realistic vision of how much it's gonna cost and how much to put away every year in order to accomplish a build of that magnitude, because we need to do it right, and therefore we need to have the funding in place to do it right. So I don't think that we're in a position right now to do it starting now, personally.
I guess I would have a comment, perhaps staff can remind me of, we do have a restricted surplus for that facility, and I believe council topped that up again with some of the surplus, I guess I should call it, from, so I'm not sure where we're at exactly with that fund. I think it is upwards of $4 million at the time, or at this time. So we certainly would have funds that could proceed with study or engineering, I would think, within the short term. But anyway, just putting that out there. Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Thank you very much. Just a rough location. Has there been a location for this project or for this agriculture recreational facility? Just general?
So we have site selection criteria, where we've built a bit of a packet of information to be used when considering potential sites. I think council's well aware of the land we own now in various locations. So really, has there been sites thought of, that could be used for potential future builds? Sure, lots of sites have been kicked around. Ultimately, we have nothing in stone motion that says council shall do a build here if we do a build. That'll all be part of process moving forward. Obviously, we can move faster and be more certain on costs if we choose land that we already own. But that doesn't necessarily mean we are absolutely restricted to using land we already own. We have the ability to suffice those options moving forward, for a new location or a different location beyond what we have right here. Could it be done in conjunction with another development or project? Absolutely. Council has a lot of opportunity here to do things the way they want to do it if they want to move forward.
Okay, no, that answers my, yeah, so the site's still unknown. So thank you very much. Yep.
Site will be a decision this council will have to make if we're going to continue to move forward. And it'll have to be a decision fairly early in the decision chain to be able to get costing and where a facility is being built, and will drive the cost of it, but also what kind of amenities, who can come, how big a trucks can come, where's the manure going, all those kind of things. So site's important and it needs to be determined as of yet.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much for the answer.
And I might just comment, I'm sure council has seen the feasibility study that was done a number of years back on this particular facility. Probably a bit dated, that material now, and certainly some energies to update that, or perhaps that study would not be a large item, or updating that study would not be a large ticket item for the upcoming budget, and would give give more information. I did understand you said there is an item coming forward to council in the near future on this particular subject.
Thanks for segueing into that. We are planning to bring an agenda item to council next meeting, which I believe is September 27th. Seeing some heads nod, so.
Super.
Yeah, it'll talk a little bit about next steps. Certainly you touched on it. We do have some opportunity, if council wishes, to do some modernization of that study you mentioned this year, if council wishes. So that'll be part of the discussion.
Super.
Next council meeting.
Well, I look forward to that discussion. Any additional questions, comments? Please continue then. Oh, sorry, Brian, go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
Do we have a private individual, a committee that's looking or acting on behalf of this ag recreation center? We had a couple people come to council and suggest one. Are they still active?
Yeah, so we've worked closely with the Ag Society of Rocky Mountain House throughout this entire process. And I'm going to suggest this process goes back to the 80s, looking at this facility on and off in different capacities with different partners. And the Ag Society's been active in doing so. Similar to how we've worked really close with the David Thompson Rec Board to consider the new recreation grounds being developed, or the Carolina Ag Society when we do something down there. The Rocky Ag Society is a close partner that we use to consult with and make sure we're meeting the service level needs. They have not at this point suggested they will be a significant funder of an ultimate build. So ultimately, some of the high level decisions of kind of where and sort of how we go about getting this service in the community will be up to this council. And certainly we, administration will always recommend that we continue to consult the Ag Society. They've provided options to us, and we've reviewed those options in the appropriate processes with council. And of course, there's at times been some need to do things in camera and stuff when it comes to private interests. So I'll be careful, here at this time of what I share about what we've done in the history. But to answer the original question, yes, we will continue to work closely with the Ag Society, no matter what direction this council chooses to send us on as far as providing these services.
And there's two eggs. Is there more than just the Rocky Egg? Are we looking at Carolina Egg too?
They were consulted through the original feasibility study. So I guess, the one of the questions is, well, can we build it down there? And we build it wherever we want. When we look at the site selection, there is some need expressed if we're going to maximize the economic development, but also the ability to host certain events. We need certain proximity to certain services, both public and private. So, public service would be, ban-free roads to get heavy trucks in with livestock. Private service would be hotels and restaurants, suitable enough to cover an event that might have 300 contestants and 500 spectators. So, considering those site selection criteria, if we want to continue to utilize them as they were written, that might eliminate certain parts of the county to have this facility, such as where we have the hotels.
Thank you, Matt.
Mr. Hanson.
So moving on from facilities capital, we go into resource roads. This is a very familiar item there that we've brought to this council numerous times. The purpose is to leverage partnerships or grants to further enhance our transportation network. Namely, our priority is the Ochese Road. During the last, when we're doing a surplus reallocation, I believe we topped up that reserve up to $6 million. Unfortunately, we have seen an increase with our Transportation materials costs, asphalt pricing, ranges anywhere from 15 to 18% increase there is what we're projecting for next year. Hopefully with a spring tender on our other paving projects, we will realize some more competitive pricing. But certainly in 2022, we've seen an increase as many times as I've came back and actually had to ask for additional money to finish the projects that we've identified for this year. So we have included that in our estimates for 2023 with the anticipation that hopefully pricing does get a little bit more competitive come spring. So really, the Ochis Road, what was approximately $18 million, we're looking at about 20, and given the current pricing, they're again subject to tender, for the procurement process there to see what kind of pricing we get out of there. We do not currently have a viable partnership, so my recommendation would still be that we leave that project in 2024 as a placeholder or be removed from budget. There's a couple options that we can consider, but if it's in budget and as a placeholder, it does, reaffirms council's commitment to that project. But maybe just kick that back to the committee here for consideration.
And I'm not sure who's first, but I'm going to go to Councillor Ratcliffe first, please.
Thank you. I'm just wondering what the status is in finding partnerships for this project. What's the likelihood, even in 2 years, of having an arrangement in place? Maybe that's a difficult question to answer.
Well, unfortunately, because there is no delineated pathway through a grant or like we put in a grant application or there's a process there, that doesn't exist with this project. It's really the will of the other partners. So I just think it's important to communicate that Clearwater County's made a bold statement there to have this $6 million allocated to their portion and ready for that partner to step up, or partners. So I believe it's, the ball's in their court to start coming as it continues to be a priority.
Great answer, thank you.
And I guess my comment would be, my understanding is there's quite a bit of engineering work already done. Is it almost a shovel-ready kind of project if there were other partners that came in?
This project could be meets that definition the best, is that the design detailed engineering has been completed, less some of the provincial permitting that has a very short lifespan. So really, if we were given the green light on a project, that permitting could be in place in a short order, and that we would have a project that we could go on.
Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I agree, we're gonna have to wait on this project until we have partnership to do so. However, I do think it's important that we continue to allocate what would be equivalent to a 1/3 portion. So if you're projecting it to be a $20 million build, we just need to continue to assure that we have that in place so that if we're given the green light from other partners, we're ready to go. We're not the holdup. So that would be my thoughts on it. So potentially pushing it is going to be needed.
And Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I would concur with Councillor Melhoff, and I'm feeling like we're moving on to the next one, so I'm gonna be recusing myself for the gravel road rehabilitation. So when we get there, I will be leaving.
Okay, thank you for that. Additional questions? Please continue.
So a gravel road rehabilitation, really nothing new to report for 2023, other than, we did have some delays due to the high water events there in the spring. Our resources were reallocated there to assist with reconstructing a lot of that James River Road, those two big washouts there, as well as the wet spring that we did have. We're able to advance some of our other projects. Really, 2023, we're anticipating the $5 million allocation there for investing in our gravel road inventory. It's been a great project. It's a great program that employs many of our local contractors there to assist with improving our network. And so really no change with that, other than we'll be providing an updated map there and come budget time.
Questions? Councillor Swanson, please.
So I take it that the construction season has been, well, good so far, so there will be no carryover into 2023 as far as the 2022 projects are concerned?
No, actually quite the opposite.
Oh.
No, it was quite the opposite, actually. Yeah, we will have some carry forwards there. Like I said, we'd had that delay from, I say, the weather, and then our resources were reallocated, so there will be some carry forwards there from 2022. 2022 rehab programs, projects to 2023, yes.
Okay, super. Please. Oh, yes, if we're moving on, then I think Councillor Graham could probably rejoin us if she's within earshot or if somebody's within paper airplane distance.
Disregard my text.
Well, we just made a motion to ban gravel trucks within Clearwater. Please continue.
So, moving on, beyond gravel road rehabilitation, we get our grading projects. The only highlight for 2023 would be the continuation of the Beaver Flat Road from 2022. As council may recall, brought this project back a few weeks ago, required a budget adjustment as well as a tender award to Howard Construction. They do anticipate commencing clearing operations, culvert installs this year. And then projected to be completed in fall of 2023. So it's the contractor's eager to get moving. As council may recall, as part of our trying to promote competitive pricing with that, we actually, it's any work that they do in 2022, it doesn't go toward their site occupancy on the entire project. So they're anxious to get a lot of work done this year, but we're hoping for a long, drawn-out fall, dry, and not rain till December, please. So yeah, so that's our grading projects, nothing new for next year, just a continuation of that project that was awarded this year. Asphalt overlay, there again, nothing new other than it is very prudent to report, like I say, an 18 to 20% increase there with our asphalt prices. Again, hoping for competitive pricing. We have a lot of tonnage come out there next year between Lesaville East, River Road, Carolina North-South. Carolina's North-South, compared to last year's estimate, was at $3.7 million. I believe we're just over $6 million, which is a huge difference. That was, I'm going to tell you, it was underestimated to start with. It was a high-level estimate to start. The Caroline North Road has a lot of side slope improvement on that's required around, particularly around Butte Hill. Back in 2009, when that road was paved, side slope improvement wasn't a huge priority at the time. We started 2010, 2011. Actually, side slope improvement became part of our asphalt overlay projects in order to try to better enhance that surface road network there to ensure safer slopes. Try to squeeze out as much width as we can in order to try to, because as we know, as we overlay, where you go up in elevation, it tends to narrow up. So I say when we started doing our side slope improvements there, we'd also actually beef up the shoulders there to try to carry some of that, try to squeeze that extra couple foot or so per side there to try to keep our surface roadways a little bit wider. Another note, I guess, we do say that like our asphalt structures typically have a 15-year lifespan. This one's about 14 years because we did double up our program in 2009, so we are getting right back into the rotation. It's a year prior, but it's not in horrible shape, but it does need to be improved. as well as, you know, really the focus of this next stage of our overlays is to get these, the majority of our roads back up to band-free. You know, to increase the weight carrying capabilities of our roads, reduces the limitation for industry to be hindered in the spring. You know, they'll be able to run legal loads. Economic development, that's always been one of our biggest driving forces there in getting these structures up to the weight carrying capabilities that they have. Of course, we have to protect our infrastructure, so if it's below that standard, we have to ban them in order to ensure that we don't lose that investment. But really, it's a combination next year of increasing that weight carrying capabilities of Caroline North South have then become band-free, improve those side slopes there, particularly around Butte Hill. Unfortunately, asphalt prices are higher this year. The other asphalt overlay project, we kind of kicked this can down the road is the Bunch Road, just straight north off of 598. It's a small 650 meter section of road there that accesses the Bunch facility. It was a cost share for it to be constructed in the early 2000s, I believe, and we've really just only provided maintenance since, but that road has definitely come to a point where it needs to be overlaid.
Is that road a band-free status then, or is it an upgrade to do an overlay?
We will be up to a band-free status when it's done. Currently, it's a reduced standard. We do not ban it because it was constructed for a single-use purpose. It really doesn't provide a benefit for the balance of the ratepayers. This was actually to provide a 650 meter road up to that industry user, which, like I said, they did contribute to, so they are not restricted on their weight. The nice part about what they've done is that the majority of their heavy loads come out on 598 when they're on a different access. This is really mostly used for their admin traffic as well as access to the other portions of their site. Yeah.
Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. When we partner with people to do paving projects, do we make it contingent that when it needs to be upgraded, et cetera, it will be partnered with again? Judging that it would probably never have been done had there not been a partner in this project.
Yeah, there's very few examples of us partnering with a private individual for paving. This is one of the few that I can think of. It wasn't a condition in the original agreement. Most of the time, it's just assumed that the Clearwater County would take over the maintenance in perpetuity. So it was never an arrangement that was made at the beginning.
Okay, thank you.
I guess the question I would have, I know some of those roads we have kind of, I believe it's endeavor to assist type. This one wouldn't have been, and the time frame is already further than, so there would be nothing like that in place there that a partner could recover some of their costs in the future if there was another industry that went in beside them or something. Just a question, comment. And I'm seeing nods or shaking heads, so I know that doesn't exist here, so thank you for that. Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. For pavement, it's roughly $1 million a kilometer, correct? Just, I don't know, rough. Is an overlay very similar?
No, about 200,000 a kilometer is the estimate that we're using right now.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
But yeah, we have, like I said, we have seen probably between a 15 to 18% increase in asphalt prices and in our estimates there but I've applied that to our overlay going down the schedule. So it does definitely have a huge impact there on the long term of the surface roads are expensive to maintain. Their overlays are, and we are looking at other methods, you know. Unfortunately, chip seal and microsurfacing, you know, it does enhance the life for a short term. You might be able to buy 5 years, but it does not increase any of your weight carrying capability, and it's basically a lost investment. So it's really hard to come with a recommendation for those types of maintenance surfacing, you know, when we haven't achieved our goal of, you know, say, being a band-free road. Once it's band-free, you know, then I think we really need to look into those other type of long-term, like those short-term maintenance, the cost-benefit analysis of these other types of maintenance systems that we can use. But until we get them up to band free, I wouldn't recommend throwing money, I guess, away like that.
Great, continue on, please.
Okay, so base course pavement, so we have two projects that have been identified into council before. Of course, the Leslieville East Road, which was reconstructed under the use of the municipal stimulus grant a couple years ago. So that's be scheduled to be paved in 2023, combined with the additional paving in the area that Mr. Magnus there identified earlier with Condor, Leslieville, as well as the front parking lot of the Leslieville Public Services Building. And the River Road, hopefully that gravel road reconstruction will get completed this year. I'm gonna say that the contractor struggled in the last 4.5 weeks. The bore source was quite wet. The progress has been very limited. They're done basically hauling out of that bore source. The material on site seems to be quite a bit better. So we've approved basically completion of road there, so we have about 1.2 kilometers completed. They're not quite half done yet, and here we are in end of September. But we're hoping that, say, with the improvement of the material, the familiarity of the contractor, and be able to, it will get done faster. But I wouldn't be surprised if there isn't a carry forward into next year, given the rates, or again, depending on the weather, what we have for weather there for the balance of the fall. But those two projects are scheduled for a base pay for next year.
So, I guess a question I would have is then, when these roads are gonna be going out to an RFP, they are going out as a lump, or are they going out as a series of individual ones? How do you tie multiple projects together to hope to get that economy in creating more work within the area and hopefully lower bids? I just wonder how that process works.
Yeah, we really work closely with our engineers and consultants there on trying to capitalize on the best delivery method for that. So a lot of the similar projects would be lumped as different schedules within one tender. We wouldn't likely put these two projects together, maybe having the larger project tendered first to get a big fish, and then which makes them more competitive for the next one. So so there's some method to our madness there, but I'm just, maybe we haven't finalized how that the delivery method's gonna be done, but we're going to try to optimize.
I don't wanna let the caramel secret out.
No, that's all good. It's a little bit efficient.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Regarding River Road, if a reasonable portion of that is carried forward to next year, would we proceed with the paving next year as well, or do you want to defer the paving as well?
My preference is not to defer the paving, but it's too early to tell. It depends on what's left in the project, the amount of fill that needs to be removed. The majority of the borrow material that was used is all in the north end, so that component, that risk is gone. The rest of it is mostly common material, so we can construct and pave in the same year. That all depends on how much is left, how long the grading contract would extend it next year to know, is it feasible to have that paving project next year? Again, it's too early to make that prediction, because there's benefits to, of course, the ultimate benefit would be able to get it done as quickly as possible, have it paved next year, but really it depends on the amount of outstanding work that's left after this year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving on, West Country Roads, a little bit more bad news. So this program is designed to it's focused on our West Country roads to enhance that transportation network. Typically utilized by industry, our oil industry, our logging industry. recently has been our pipeline industry, has been abusing our roads. This program, through policy, is funded $300,000 a year annually. We've earmarked the North Fork Road as our improvement area. We've done 2 different projects over the past 6 years. We did 5 kilometers off the end of the pavement there in 2018. And then the following year, we did another 5 kilometers. So the next stretch would be from the TC Energy pipeline up to the Ram River Bridge. Unfortunately, at the end of 2022 into 2023, we'll have $1.5 million in that reserve to pay for that project. But the cost of that project is approximately $3 million. So we're about $1.5 million underfunded to finish that piece of road there. Again, the cost due to transportation and materials. So there's a couple options. Either we just keep deferring that project there until we let the $300,000 annual investment catch up so they can pay for that project. Or we could fund it through tax levy or another fund of council's choosing. But yeah, it's like I say, it's identified as being underfunded. So it would be a decision of this council how much of a priority that would be.
Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Couple of questions. First being, you're saying that the pipeline is putting a lot of tear on our roads. Do we have road bonds in place that we can seek to potentially gain back to fix the road that they have destroyed?
I may have misspoke. Two candidates on our live version of this presentation today. They're not destroying our roads by any means. They are. We do see wear and tear. The amount of volume that we do not use bonds on any of our roads. We manage them through road use. So we will limit traffic. We can eliminate the ability to get road use permits. So that has more. So for them not to be able to use a road is a bigger hammer than a road bond. What other municipalities found with the use of road bonds is that it becomes a free-for-all use of the road, and then just say, well, because the cost to construct a road could be anywhere from $500,000, it depends on how much road is actually destroyed. So we manage our roads through road use permitting. If we feel that the contractor or the industry user is abusing that privilege to use our roads, and then we will just actually deny them access to the road.
I'm sorry, I thought that when we brought up the idea of a aggregate levy, we were told that it would not be required due to the road bonds that we put on the roads. We get more benefit from that than if we were to put on a tax levy. I thought that that's what was told to us at the time when I suggested a aggregate levy.
Yeah, I'm not familiar. We do not currently use road bonds.
Okay.
That's what I do know.
Okay.
The aggregate levy there would provide, I think it's a great idea. It provides, it's a established system that's in place in many other municipalities that provides funding that we know that the aggregate resource extraction, does have a large impact on our roads. But in some municipalities, I'm going to say like Lacombe, that's one of the biggest users outside of their ag user of the industry that really beats up their roads. We have such a diverse industry in Clearwater County between logging and oil and gas and aggregate extraction. The historic conversation has been, it's almost like picking on one industry and not getting it from another. So that's what's always, I think, been the trend, the balance in the conversations we've been having historically, and that's why we didn't choose to have a levy historically. There again, but that's, many other municipalities use it. It is a revenue stream that can be utilized.
With the fact that we get 92% of our taxes from industry, I think it'd be appropriate for us to keep our industry roads up to date. However, this being funded $300,000 a year, when was that determined that would be an appropriate amount in order to maintain that road? What made it 300 and not 500 with the increased inflation, et cetera?
I'm not sure the date on that policy. when it was, I believe that's been in place since the policy's inception. So it was just I believe it was just a very ballparkish figure that, you know, at $1.5 million, you know, after a 5-year investment would provide a ample time, I guess, 5 years of basically no activity to then in a 5-year period. Unfortunately, I think that price is probably just outdated. How it was determined at the time, I wasn't here when that actually came into the policy effect. So I'm not sure what they were using, other than the fact that $1.5 million is a significant amount of money. That's actually what we constructed those first, that first 5 kilometers, I believe, and the second one was really close to that 1.5, 1.6 million for those 5 kilometers. This next stretch, unfortunately, it's there's more material to move. It's and we're in a day and age where these costs have increased, so that's just underfunded for this particular project.
Personally, I am comfortable pushing this off until the fund is in a position that it can pay for it. However, potentially we need to look at whether 300,000 annually is an appropriate number, or if that number needs to be increased. And having said that, only if the road for the chunk that you're going to do is safe enough to put off.
Yeah, the nice part about it is that we don't have any unsafe roads in Clearwater County, so that's a good place to start. Now, this is improvement.
We'll go to Councillor Swanson, please.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask, when the TC Energy Pipeline has done their construction and done their portion of it, all the improvements out there, that maybe then that would be an opportune time then for us to do the construction, because to me, to do construction when there's the high volume of users on it is not a good idea. So I agree with Councillor Melhoff, postpone it. I'm okay with a detailed design next year, but I mean, if we're not gonna construct the year after, it might be better off. And I'm gonna say that construction is going till 2025 or another 2 years. So that might be when we do the final construction. So that's just my suggestion.
Yeah, I would recommend if we're not gonna be doing it for the next 2 years, that we hold off on that detailed design until we, so if we're gonna revisit the amount of funding in the policy, and that's one component, you know, that could be something that could be done next year. And then we'll reestablish that priority and just make sure it's designed a year in advance. Okay, yeah, Nordic Capital. This is, I guess, the last leg of the conversation here today, but there's lots to talk about. So of course, our objective is to continue to develop Hamlet Nordegg as per the Nordegg Development Plan, promote economic growth, and it's important to really to continue to evaluate the rate of development as per demand, which we have seen a great uptake there. So it really opens up the floor for conversation for the rate of development and where our priorities should be moving to. I guess in a perfect world, you know, as we talked earlier about Clearwater County's role in there as the municipality as well as the developer, wouldn't it be great if we could actually step back from the developer because another developer actually stepped in, you know, and actually it starts to self-perpetuate. You know, a developer would take over the next phase of the residential phase 3 and say, well, here's the chunk of land, here's the guideline, developer, go take it on. I don't believe we're there yet. I think as we're continuing to improve and advance and see more development in Nordegg, maybe that comes to fruition. So maybe a lot of these long-term development plans that we've actually have in our budget could actually be transferred over to a private developer to help, you know, create a different business model, I guess. Historic core, there's gonna be some conversation with Jose and his team around the streetlights, so that's still an outstanding item there on the historic core. The cost of those traditional light standards there that we do use in Nordegg, last estimate I had was $17,000 a pole. So there's become cost prohibitive to try to install that type of lighting system throughout the entire hamlet. We do already have a significant investment all the way from Highway 11 up Stewart Street, up over into Elizabeth, which, there again, Jose will be speaking to, is we've kind of identified as the historic trail through Nordegg. Is like, so that actually does fit well to staying with that historic design through there. But council should consider looking at an alternative lighting method there for the outlying areas, you know, even up into the historic core, down into the new residential area, as a bit more cost-effective approach for lighting, you know, maintaining the integrity of the historic pathway as the main street through that entire hamlet, and then look at other options for the balance. As well as the historic core, little bit of, we're likely, the paving contractor isn't scheduled to come to beginning of October. So we know for a fact that line painting and the surface texturing of the Center Street Hill heading up to the church will likely be carried forward into next year. You need warmer temperatures to apply those products. Let alone, we're hoping that the paving actually gets done. You know, we got a lot of work to do on Quarry Road with the base pave. The overlays tend to go quite a bit quicker because there's, you know, already established space, but unfortunately, the contractor was delayed partly due to the Pope visit, which was new to me, that apparently the contractor was requisitioned by the province there to go do some paving in front of the Pope, which they lost about 4 weeks out of their summer schedule. So you learn something new all the time. Like it's, apparently he had some really nice roads to drive on, which is great. So yeah, just some additional landscaping around the church. That kind of summarizes the historic core. The South Town Site Access Road, which has caused lots of conversations. Construction to commence in 2023. It is a complex project with the bridge and try to get that road in. We're hoping to try to get it done in 2023. We'll budget as per, but that project may just carry forward into 2024. Depends on the fish window for the bridge, of course, and how it lines up with the road construction. A big point of conversation, of course, is the recreation trail that's currently existing in that area. We are, as part of the plan, is to preserve that trail, realign a portion of it. The bridge will remain in place, and it's going to parallel the new road bridge, of course. And then there will have to be a crossing at the north end of the new access road. There will be a crossing for that trail to go from the east side to the west side, and then subsequently crossing the highway. So, say preservation of the trails is a priority. And we've earmarked the balance of the blast pile in the north subdivision to go against the construction of this new access road. Phil's expensive. It's expensive to obtain there in Nordegg, you know, whether it be having to get it from the quarry or open up a new borrow source. So Clearwater County has the balance of that rock pile there, which was left over from the phase 6 in the residential. So we're hoping to utilize a portion of that to try to, there again, reduce our costs on the construction of that portion of road. Yeah, so
Sorry, Councilor Melham.
Thank you. South Town Site Road Access Road, that has gotten a lot of public attention. We get a lot, or I get, maybe not everybody, I get a lot of phone calls on this in particular. Have we given any further thought to going to the south of the Nordegg site to actually give an egress point? Because if we're sending everybody the same direction, just different roads, it's not actually an emergency egress. Appropriate emergency egress would then be the other direction out onto, towards the industrial area. And that would give good spot for the fact that we're looking at cemetery there and the new industrial lots, and would be sit much better with the public, I think, than this particular road. Thoughts?
So it's not currently in the plan for, it wasn't in any of the long-term planning for a southbound access out of the hamlet of Nordegg. The two accesses, of course, right now there's a single, Stewart Street is a single access point, and I do understand that, you know, then the intersection would be close to the north end. It really negates the huge benefit of a second egress. But the long-term development plan of Nordegg, of course, includes a more robust internal road system that would provide more separation for those accesses. So, I guess it's not a lost investment by any means. You know, we know that the Quarry Road traffic there needs to be redirected outside of the hamlet, you know, instead of coming into the main part of our hamlet. We could add it as another portion of our, you know, if we really want to look at the plan again. I know Rick's got his light on there. He's probably gonna do it more justice than I. It's not currently in the plan, but it's a plan, and plans can be changed if need be.
Thank you.
He turned his light off, didn't he?
He turned his light off. He turned his light off. I feel alone, yeah.
All right.
Sway.
Help, I'm drowning. No, I was kidding. So phase 2 residential subdivision, great progress out there.
I'm sorry, Councillor Ratcliffe has a question as well.
Yeah, along the same line, because as Councillor Melhoff's topic, is that something I hear a lot about as well. I can see where the Quarry Road could take a lot of the RV traffic past the sanitary dump there out another road through town. So, you know, I see that as being multi-use, but I also think consideration should be given to another road connecting the industrial park with the town site to provide that extra egress and kind of bringing those areas together.
You know, and it's currently an access trail. It was utilized during the fire in 2013. I drove that road many times. I constructed that, the Nordic Trail from, in the industrial area, and they're utilizing industry roads as well as the back access to the mine site. There is actually a transversable trail there today, you know, in the event of an emergency. It wouldn't take much actually to, there again, emergency access doesn't need to be a high-grade road. It needs to provide an access. And it's actually fair to say that less the concrete barriers that are there currently, keeping vehicular traffic out of the backside of the mine site. You know, if those went, maybe switched over to the removable bollards, you know, in the event of an emergency there, that the fire department has access to remove those knockdown bollards or whatever the terminology is for those. There is an access trail currently. So it's not that there isn't a way out of there, because they say fire utilized the Nordic Trail as well as those industry roads in the backside of Nordic to access actually up into that area. So it's not as large of an undertaking as what one might think.
Okay, that was the other part of my question, is if there are any serious engineering or financial challenges to even expand that trail.
Well, unfortunately, some of it's not ours. That's the biggest challenge. You know, if it was all road allowance there, but some of them are actually industry LOCs. But certainly, you know, more of a cooperative emergency access, I would find it hard to believe that there would, you know, unless there was a reclamation plan or something like that underneath that LOC. But it's something that can be looked into with our planning department there, as well as you know, talking to our industry partners.
Great, thank you.
Okay, moving on. Phase 2 residential subdivision. There again, great advancement of that project there. They were the last time I was out there, curb and gutter was all in place. They were getting ready to start excavating and putting in the steel for sidewalks. So the next phase would include shallow utilities, which we're getting a price on the shallow utility design this fall, as well as we'll get that out to tender early in the spring, as well as a landscaping plan. Basically we're hoping to have that subdivision completed by early summer 2023. So those 23 lots. Or, sorry, 27 residential lots, 4 commercial lots. Moving on, more question?
Yes, please.
Counselor Melham?
Sorry, thank you, Reeve. Is that the one that we sped up, phase two's? So I just wanted to say thank you, because this was not scheduled to be completed until what, 2026?
Yeah.
So well done on getting this legitimately sped up enough that this will be potentially ready for next summer. So kudos to your team.
Thank you very much. No, it is greatly appreciated, and that, I will kind of go into the next part of the conversation after we get past the industrial subdivision is there a desire to expedite anything else? And if we can start having those conversations now, instead of budget time, that would be great, because then it just gives us a little bit more time to get ready. Industrial subdivision, detailed design's ongoing. We have to do stormwater management. There is some issues with the existing from the old subdivision there that has to be addressed as well. But yeah, I still do not have a draft plan for the industrial subdivision in Nordegg, there down in the industrial area. I know that, I believe there was, the last council meeting, there was some questions brought up about the layout of the lots. The only thing I would add is that that is a very draft layout. So that's gonna be completely revisited through, after the site's been graded, the subdivision plan will be revisited. So that was a very historic subdivision plan that was from the original construction, so. Yeah, that's really, so the plan is to have the detailed design done this year and ready for construction for next year. I did want to bring attention back to the Phase 2 Manufactured Home Park, third cul-de-sac. So during budget deliberations there last year, council, you know, and it's a great point to make, you know, is that the best use of that property for a manufactured home park? So a little bit more background on that specific piece of property there. That is the old lagoon site for the hotel. We are working with the hotel owner and our engineering team there to try to get the reclamation certificate on that piece of property. There's still some additional environmental testing required, likely for the next 2 years. But as part of the development restrictions, because that was on top of an old lagoon site, that no basements will be allowed to be constructed in that area. So that will limit the ability for, you know, if council had other ideas for types of construction there, you know, thinking that it all have to be either slab on grade or it really lends itself to a manufactured home park. I guess what my point was I'm trying to make. But there again, it's something that was removed from budget last year, but I really wanted to bring those other 2 points back to this group there for consideration. So it hasn't been included in the budget, but if it were to, then this is where I guess the opportunity to have that discussion.
And Councillor Ratcliffe, and then I'll go to Councillor Melham.
She was faster on the button.
Oh,
But,
I'm slower on the eyeballs.
so, how large is that, that plot there under where that lagoon sits for the mobile home park? How much of an area are we looking at?
Is it 4 acres?
Okay.
So I'm not sure.
That's,
3 to 4 acres, maybe?
okay, thank you.
And Councillor Melham.
Thank you, Reeve. I believe that during budget, we discussed that it wasn't necessarily the aesthetic that this particular council was looking for Nordegg. And the team had such good success in selling the other lots that that's why we had moved up those builds. We're doing 8-acre green space in Leslieville, right?
Yes.
How much green space do we have in Nordegg?
If I could add to that, if I could try to answer your question, by law, we're required to have about 10% of any green space within that area. But I'm not 100% sure as to how much we got right now, but I believe it's maybe about 2%, 3%. But then we have to take into account that we are surrounded by Crown land. So we do have access and we do have amenity areas in close proximity to the hamlet.
Okay, so if we have 2%, but by law we have to have 10%. We probably need to be looking at that and some of that green space then. And if we're not allowed to build basements and if reclamation can be an issue potentially on that site, Maybe there's an opportunity, considering it is a RV dumping spot and therefore people will be waiting in line, et cetera. Maybe a green space area would be a potential. Because I would much rather see us continue to work towards the sites that, like the residential subdivisions that we had moved up previously, personally. Because since we've had good success with those particular sales.
Additional comments, questions?
Sounds like a great option.
Are there any restrictions with a former lagoon site being used for playground or those kind of considerations? You know, we quite often have a different focus when we think of our children and what they're putting in their mouths and playing on and those kinds of things exposure to. So I just don't know if there's any feedback on that being a suitable use of that particular lagoon site. Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Eve Lahid. And I think these are the important conversations, especially when council does their tour out there. The thought process for this location, for the mobile home, was one compatible use, placing one up against the other. It is outside the architectural controls. It's beyond that. So this was some of the justification, and given the fact that this is a reclaimed site, there was no opportunity for anything outside of a piling type or blocking setup, and gave an alternative, yet again, another council giving existing leaseholders an opportunity to go somewhere. So it all fell in, but I think these are the important conversations for council's tour prior to budget and having those conversations.
Thank you for that. Additional comments, questions? Please continue.
You know, I think that really lends itself well, like, you know, we have our Nordic tour scheduled for beginning of October. You know, some of these maybe, you know, a little bit premature there to have that group tour of Nordic there, start getting a feel of that, you know, having these things maybe fresh in your mind to go out there and having a look to see, you know, how does it really fit in council's vision. There's gonna be lots of information that's shared that day. So this is maybe just some things we'll start with the conversation with these and then, you know, continue that conversation when we do the tour. So moving on to Stewart Street, that's the cemetery to Elizabeth Ave. So the work includes regrading deep and shallow undergrounds for that section of road. So the detailed design, we do have scheduled for 2023, with construction to commence in 2024. We really need to finish that link in between the paved section of Stewart Street up to Elizabeth, you know, and unfortunately, it's not as easy as that because there are actually, you know, it all ties in with the development of the adjacent properties, so, but we really need to get moving on creating that connection until, because there will become a point where if we get a dense population up there in the residential area, and then we're having to close an entire section of road and create detours for multiple residential users there. So we need to be, I think, a little bit more aggressive on the you know, finishing that link in between the new residential areas and, you know, back to the common town center. The Nordic community features, so this is in the Nordic development plan. It outlines every 3 years. We budget approximately $155,000 a year. So we've identified as the church as a real focal point of, you know, that we own, of course, the church. We're looking at setting up, doing some additional landscaping around there, kiosks, interpretive signage. So the plan hasn't been finalized for what we're going to do in 2023, but that would be that allocation every 3 years for that community features. So then other projects for consideration, and this is really, you know, back to if this council wanted to move forward faster on projects, or are we status quo? You know, something that again doesn't need to be answered today. We can wait till the tour. You know, really should be based on consumption of these available sites, which we don't have for sale yet. So it's really hard to put this council in the position to say, okay, well, do you want to move forward on the next historic commercial core area without, we haven't even finalized the subdivision on the original and actually have a single lot sold. So I have it itemized here to show where it's at, but, that's a question that could be asked and then maybe answered in the short-term future. Same with residential phase 3. We've seen a rapid consumption of phase 1, lots of great interest in phase 2, but nothing for sure, so, really not fair to ask you about residential phase 3, other than the fact that it is the continuation of phase 2, just keep coming around the corner up to Cherry Ave. So phase 2 is, it's another good block of sites, but if council wants to move forward and a little bit more aggressive in that timeline, is that we, start on that planning, could even have detailed design done as early as next year to be ready for construction for 2024. So, and that one, residential phase 3 wasn't even in our 10-year plan because of there, again, it was it was prioritized by consumption. So if we are seeing a high amount of consumption in those residential lots in 1, 2, then, does that lead to the recommendation for phase 3?
And Councillor Melhoff for a question.
Thank you, Reeve. Personally, I know we're gonna be doing that tour, which will be great to see it on the ground, but I am a strike while the iron is hot type person. And we've seen great growth in Nordegg, and if we do not continue that momentum, then that may not continue to happen. So it'll be great to do the tour, but personally, I'm a strike while the iron is hot.
So with that, that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments? Oh, Councillor Swanson, please.
Just going back to your historical commercial core streetlights in that conversation. I like a dark sky, and I guess for me, having more lights is I know it's for to deter crime and that kind of thing, but when I look at Town of Rocky Mountain's House Main Street, and they've got the twinkle lights on the trees down Main Street, and when the street lights are off, it is actually quite stunning. Exactly, very stunning. So I would be more inclined to do maybe street lights at the end of the each of the street, either and then along the whole corridor, have the opportunity to put some trees and put those particular lights in, or an opportunity, whether they be real or metal or whatever else, whatever our heart's desire, I guess, or the artisans in the area would like to design, I don't know. But I guess going forward, that would be a cost savings of $17,000 a post, as you have said. But just something to keep in mind, I guess, when we go on our tour, I would like to have a look at that, where those posts would be, so.
Thank you, and I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe and then to Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I just wanted to comment on the foresight to bring these two options forward to be accelerated. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Welcome. And Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. How do we get projects added to the schedule or put on administration's radar? Like if we have things that we've considered that would be great for our divisions, how do we get those put on admin's radar?
I think the strategic planning meeting is a great place. And really, that's what this is. And as we go through this list, this is us bringing forward, highlights, but if there's something to be added, it's much better to do it in a setting like the strategic planning, which that is, than a budget. So,
And I might comment, you're already doing much of that, right?
We're commenting
Just
on
like,
administration's requests of us, not giving our requests to
But
administration.
there is that
So-
exchange, and I think that gives staff, just like I mention, I forget what it is I mention all the time, what is it?
Area structure
Area
plans?
structure plans, I mention that, and that's gaining, I sense it's gaining traction. And I think, ultimately, I think the comments that we all bring forward, I think help administration as they work. I'll give it to Mr.
So thank you, Reeve Lahi. And even though council's never mentioned area structure plans, administration currently is in the process of putting out RFPs in obtaining those. And yes, Councillor Melhoff, absolutely. I would concur with Mr. Hanson that this is a great format for that, and we look for that exchange, and that is, this isn't intended as a format where we dictate to council, but quite the opposite. We're looking for confirmation. So that confirmation includes new ideas or new priorities so that we have the opportunity to adjust, whether that's this upcoming budget or the next. But absolutely. So for administration, bringing out in this format each councillor's individual ideas and getting this committee to make a recommendation to a future council would land it on the appropriate agenda and bring forward.
Okay, so like I can say a couple of mine then, or where does this fall in the agenda? Like,
I don't
Division
see,
one
I don't
is-
see, I certainly have allowed as many questions as
Okay.
I think humanly possible, and I would love comments anywhere
Okay.
along the line.
Division 1 is very much an island, and I would like to see that not be an island anymore. With the potential twinning of Highway 11, there's gonna be a lot of road movement issues potentially. And I would really love to see, more access into that division. There's been some road right-of-ways that are already exist that just no roads have been built. It'd be awesome to take a look at those potentials. And some of the communities and subdivisions within Division 1 only have one access egress point. It'd be great to sit down and look at creating secondary access egress points in some of those subdivisions. Just as a couple of starter points. I have more, can go through the list. Just as a couple of suggestions, and we can talk offline about them as well if you prefer.
And I think some of those upcoming events where we're getting a further orientation of some of the needs within our community and stuff like that, kind of spark those exchanges of information that hopefully can give direction to administration to come back with items within our strategic planning as well. So I see
Excellent. Thank you.
great value in these exchanges. Additional comments, questions? Gee, we're letting them off the hook too easy here. Oh, sorry, Councillor Ratcliffe, and I'd saying all that and there your light's on.
Okay, well, and I was considering whether to bring this up or not, but I do like Councillor Melhoff's suggestion or question that, you know, we have some advance notice of what might be coming up in strategic planning instead of 270 pages on Friday afternoon. But, you know, to be able to formulate some suggestions or get them onto the agenda. Not that we don't have a full day. Anyway, that's my comment. Thank you.
Great, and then the more difficult question comes further on. We do have great aspirations of doing many things here, but we do have to balance that off with the reality of it costs something to do that. So we're gonna have to set priorities as we have and as previous councils have all the way along the line of balancing those great ideas, those great things that are out there, those needs within our community, and how to pay for them without extracting it from their lifeblood. So. Thanks for the discussion. I think with that, we will take a recess. Back here in half an hour, please. Welcome back, everyone, after our recess. I missed a couple points of order here. I should probably have a motion from council to accept item 4.2 as information. Could I have that? Councillor Swanson? All those in favor? That's carried. And also similarly, item 4.1, which was the Public Works Operations, that presentation, I think Councillor Cermak? And all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Takes us down the list to Agriculture and Community Services, item 4.3. And that's the 10-year capital plan and 2023 capital budget review. And I think we're joined by Mr. Martinson, and I shall turn the floor across to him.
Thank you, Reid Laffey, and welcome, or good afternoon, Council. I will start my capital presentation with maybe picking up some discussion that started earlier from Eric's presentation around the Leslieville Playground. Within construction infrastructure budget, they talked a little bit earlier about the Leslieville Playground area behind the school. And I shared that, you know, in current plans, that's being proposed to include more of a older child playground component. And as Councillor Melhoff sort of pointed out, there still is a desire in the community to see some sort of a playground or park amenity closer, if not within the hamlet of Leslieville. And so what Eric talked about being proposed to be built potentially next year's budget, what I'm proposing would be something that we would do a little more planning. We would look for some partnerships. There's a few opportunities for partnerships with community groups or groups that have operated in Leslieville and area. And so we'd like to further investigate that. That was difficult when the project that we initially envisioned included things like baseball diamonds and soccer fields, stuff that maybe gets outside of community group involvement like the Kinsmen or the Elks. But now that maybe the playground or components of the playground have been separated out a little bit, that would be more of appropriate discussion. And I think some sort of very early indications that I have is that some of these groups may be willing to discuss that. And a strategic partnership would be very valuable for maintenance and upkeep and supervision. Some of those groups have more of a presence on a day-to-day basis in the hamlet than we do. And certainly doing things like routine checks of safety and, you know, that may be easier for community group to do. So that is the plan, or would be the plan we propose moving forward in the budget, would be another opportunity with an associated budget item to do some consultation and ultimately some design and concept work for that project within the hamlet, and also seeking partnerships and opportunities in that direction.
I might just comment as well at this time that it's not unique to Leslieville, however, with those two new school builds. There is some relocation, redevelopment challenges within Condor as well. So I think that may be something that is brought forward at some point of time as well. So just so council's aware that there is some challenges with relocating what were existing community recreation facilities as well. So there will be probably asks coming sometime in the near future.
And maybe just to add to that, to what adding, not just recreational opportunities, certainly had some discussions with key members in that community around that, but also, you know, this council may remember I believe early in the term, had to do a bit of a last minute move of the play school off of the grounds there, and that's been put into the community hall property, and that was a short to medium term solution and a more a more feasible long-term solution will have to come up there. I don't think the community hall's going to be, they certainly didn't agree to allow the sort of the ATCO type facility that they're in to be there forever as a valuable component of the community hall, who's sitting on one of the smaller properties of all community halls. So another thing coming down the pipe from Condor in this sort of ballpark that we're talking about.
Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. In knowing sometimes it can take a little while for some of these projects to gain some momentum, you need a year to study it, a year to plan it, a year to build it, et cetera. Is there any way to kind of shorten that time frame up? Because a community without a playground they don't want to wait 4 years for a playground, Condor or Leslieville. And I would look to Ms. Serhan or Mr. Hagan to tell us, but I believe we have some municipal dollars sitting there specifically for community improvements like playgrounds. And it would be great for us to actually do some of these projects. It gives the community the opportunity to literally see what their tax dollars, aside from roads, et cetera. It's one of the benefits of property tax and or municipal reserves that get removed for subdivision.
I think from a sketch perspective, can certainly appreciate that, that this community's, been playgroundless now for almost 2 years. Priority for the short term was to try to get amenities together for support of the phys ed programming at the high school. So to get at least a soccer pitch or some sort of area open for use during phys ed, and so we are, for the most part on pace there. Part of the need for a little bit longer timeline is for that consultation. We are seeing these as 30 to 50 year builds, and we're taking that very seriously to make sure that what we do put in there is going to last a long time and is going to meet the needs of the community. And I think, as far as what we would propose timeline for this younger children's playground with closer to the hamlet would be sort of design and consultation next year with the build the year after. So it is, a year too late, and we're already a year and a half too late today if we started today. And that is unfortunate. Childhood's short. And so having to see these kids, go a year or two without these amenities is unfortunate, but we do balance that with making sure we get what that community needs, where it needs it, and get it done, in a way that's supportive. And so I think if we wanted to shorten up consultation, we could certainly do these things faster. I would caution against that because there is certainly downside to that. But, you guys can certainly time things and we can, share if we're prepared to deliver on those timelines.
Not to put pressure on you, but he moved up the whole subdivision by 2 years.
If I could be as effective as Eric, I would be, I'd be there. And maybe one day I will. I strive to be as effective as Eric for sure.
Thank you.
Councillor Swanson, please. And then I'll go to Councillor Green.
Yes, I like the fact of exploring the partnership because that gives us access to different kind of grants available, and that could help maybe expedite that project too at that time. Through SIP grant is what I'm specifically thinking of. Yeah.
And Councillor Graham, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lockheed. I definitely appreciate Councillor Melhoff's want to speed it up, and I know those guys are kind of hurting out there, but I also think it deserves its due diligence and consultation. I know I was at the town hall for for that, and it was a low turnout, but even in the low turnout, they were very torn on which way to go and the location, what kind of a playground they wanted. So I think definitely the due diligence for that project is is necessary.
Awesome.
Thumbs up.
Thank you. The next project on my list was the Twin Lakes to National Historic Site Interconnection Trail. I think maybe a little bit of history on this was, it was last discussed here at budget time. And that really precipitated out of discussion around the River Road paving project that Eric always, or is also doing a great job of looking after. And so we sort of put a bit of a pin in it as at that time it was new again, discussion, but that has been discussed in my time, 15 years here. It's been discussed several times around different projects. The last time I can recall was at the North Saskatchewan River Park Committee meetings when we used to sort of have a joint town-county committee around developing there, and that was one of many amenities that were proposed, and ultimately plans changed around the development there. And so it kind of went to the back burner then, but certainly discussions around the paving and Councillor Ratcliffe hearing from his constituents about it has sort of brought it back up. Eric and I did sort of take that discussion as, a little bit of a signal to kick some early tires. There was no budget allocated, so we haven't done a whole bunch of work, but we can certainly have meetings with partners and discuss things at a high level, and we've done that for the most part. We've had good feedback, I would say, from key, as this is an interconnection, that means connecting two or more trails to one. So the two key trail managers that would make or break a potential project, being the federal historic park infrastructure and the provincial parks, Twin Lake and Crimson Lake infrastructure. We have had some good discussions with them. Obviously, like us, they did not have any higher authorization to say, yes, we absolutely will do this, but there was some good discussion about good feasibility, good potential. If we were able to do something like that, then we'd need, to look at X, Y, and Z. So with that, we're back here now saying could be feasible, could be possible, if it's something that council wants to move forward on. There's also a third component to this project where we could connect into the town's infrastructure in one or more places and make it a trail that connects three existing trail networks. We're not talking a huge distance. That's why it does make a bit of sense. And in a lot of ways, sort of 1 + 1 = 3 here. And those are good projects to look at. And so that's sort of where we're at with it today. Still a lot of work left to do for design and be construction ready next year, and then construction in a future year, or could be as early as 2024 if council wished for that. So what I'm proposing in budget this year is just a smaller amount to continue on doing design. Looking at, we're gonna need some traffic studies. It's a lot of moving parts, but it could be certainly a project that could add a lot of value to recreation and connect in a project that included all three levels of government is a pretty desirable partnership. I think, anytime provincial and federal agencies, are open to partner with us, that's something council's always been interested in. So that's sort of what we know to date about this possible project. So I'll leave it with council if they want to ask questions.
Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
I don't really have a question. There was a lot of enthusiasm for this project in the community. So I'm pleased to see that it's moving forward, and feel that we should continue with it.
Thank you for that feedback. Great. Seeing no questions about that one, we'll just move into the last one that I had included in my capital list. Just bathrooms at Upper Shunda Campground. It's coming to its life's end. It's just a latrine style with a tank underneath of it, and we have done several of these over the last little while in other campgrounds, so we got a pretty good handle on them, and yeah, I think Upper Shunda Campground has been, very busy, as a lot of campgrounds have been, but certainly, campgrounds in the Nordic area. Several years ago now, 2 or 3 years ago, more, council approved some budget to build more sites there. That's significantly increased their revenue, and, we will be also looking sometime in the future to probably add additional unserviced sites in Upper Shunda as well, to continue, inflation. You have to, any business, you gotta make more revenue next year than you did this year, to cover costs. And so when you're capped at how many sites you have, it's really, really hard to make more revenue when you're pretty much busy throughout the whole camping season. So that's one thing we'll be looking at with campground, our campground operator is, when we sort of propose, 3 to 5 more sites in that place.
Councillor Swanson, please.
I don't have questions about that, but I do have a question in regards to an item on your itemized list, if I could ask.
That's great, yeah.
Okay. You have identified the Nordig Cemetery, and you have talked about in your comments that potential sites have been assessed. Will you point them out when we do our Nordig tour?
That's why we're not talking about today.
Perfect.
Yeah, we need to have a robust discussion about Nordig Cemetery.
Okay.
We felt in discussions with the other directors and our CAO that would be the best time to talk about some of those key things we need for Nordig Cemetery, and so we'll be doing it then.
Okay. And, sorry, follow up.
Go ahead, please.
That to add to your list of projects, as Councillor Malhoff has opened that can of worms, we're going. I have brought it up before, and we do need to talk to AAP in regards to expanding the quarter to the west of the Nordic Golf Course at some point in time. We do need to discuss that quarter.
Great. Was there any other questions from our list? I know a lot of it's capital equipment, a lot of those things we replace, every year, every 3 years. We've talked, a fair bit about, 900-hour mowers and stuff like that. So I never, put too much of that in my background, but certainly if there was anything that caught your eye while you're going through the capital list, this would be a great time to talk about it.
I might have one item just to break the ice. I noticed $110,000 per year for skid steer. We must have a fleet of those, I take it, that we're changing out, because my understanding, unless they've got extremely more expensive, it'd be, that's kind of a price of a machine or more.
Yeah, so what you're seeing there is just the replacement of the existing, but we have we've been tried to be a little more clear on how we're funding these. And of course, council have seen, now within our capital budgets, council will see sort of funding source, and it might be out of restricted surplus, it might be out of tax levy. In this instance, we're funding that machine with a trade-in. And so that 110,000 reflects the entire cost of that machine. But I believe the actual cost, once we trade the existing machine in, is somewhere around $6,500 that we pay for a machine with a year's worth of hours on it. As a trade-in, we get a new one. So yeah, it was just a sort of new way of how, and you'll see us move into doing more and more of that with all equipment that has significant residual value when it's time to turn it over. And you won't see a lot of that with, say, mowers. There's not a lot left in them when we're done. So our trade-in value is pretty small, and it's not consistent. We don't know what we're gonna get. Those go to auction. But when we have something like a year-old Bobcat, that has significant residual trade-in value, and so we're reflecting how we're funding that through the residual value of the trade-in machine. And if I didn't quite hit that right, I would sort of get nods from Murray, so I must have been close there.
So it's captured somewhere within your budget then, or in a more general budget?
It's captured in mine, yeah, if you just kind of follow down to the bottom, you'll see funding source, and you'll see that trade-ins worth 93,000 and total values, you know, 100 and some, and the difference is what we're actually paying. And so when it all sort of comes out of the wash, and there is a lot of refining to do in this capital budget. So if we've missed that, I've made a note to just double check on it. It'll certainly be fixed by the second time we do it. This is the dress rehearsal. So yeah, that's to answer the question, it is absolutely reflected elsewhere. And when I go through this again, I'll make sure to draw council's attention to that, just so we can all learn together, because it is a bit of a new process that Murray and Rhonda are training us to go through, is to better reflect and be more transparent about what the funding source for each project is, whether it's grants, trade-ins, restricted surpluses, tax revenue, bottle money, whatever our revenues are, we can better reflect that.
Thank you very much, understood. Any additional questions? I guess that takes us, does that take us to the end of what you wanted to share with us?
That's all I wanted to share, and if council has nothing else for me, I'll turn it over to my next colleague.
See a couple of lights on. I'll go Councillor Milhoff and then Councillor Graham.
Awesome, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I pointed out that your different rec groups are doing a great job. I had the privilege of going out to the Cal Lake Public Beach, and that work is all done there, and it looks fabulous. And I understand that was one of your rec teams that approved that project. So I just wanted to make sure that you passed on to them that they're doing a great job.
I will do that. Thank you for that feedback.
Any further questions? If not, I believe we'd be looking for a motion to accept this report for information. And Councillor Graham I'll go to, even though, any further discussion? All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Takes us down the list, and I think we'll be moving into 4.4, which is emergency and legislative services, and the 10-year capital plan, as well as the 2023 capital budget review. And I welcome the team to present that. Christine, if you would like to go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Good afternoon, members of council. The Strategic Planning Committee. As you're well familiar, the Emergency and Legislative Services Department is made up of 4 broader subcategories. That's our Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Services, our Community Peace Officer Program, emergency management components, and of course, legislative services. So speaking about the overall budget, the service level decisions provide administration the direction for preparation of both the operating and capital budgets. And in the case of regional fire and emergency management, those service levels are determined based on a regional partnership and are budgeted for in accordance with those regional service agreements. The 2023 Emergency and Ledge Services capital budget includes estimated expenditures needed to pay for equipment assets for both regional fire and for the Peace Officer program. In part, some of the Peace Officer fleet vehicles would be included under fleet operations, which you'll see with Kurt's budget. So when it comes to Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Services, the county's portion of that capital budget for 2023 is $1.878 million. And as per the Intermunicipal Regional Fire Rescue Services Agreement, to provide those services for our communities collectively, the annual budget for fire was presented to the ICC. It's required to be presented prior to October 1st, so that's why it's already gone to that committee. They met on September 8th and endorsed the capital budget expenditures for 2023 and the 10-year capital plan forecast, along with their operational budget for 2023. So that's been endorsed by the 3 municipalities to be brought back to their respective budget processes. And that was as presented. And again, the plans are based on a 10-year plan, which this committee would be familiar because you would have seen a very similar plan in the previous year. And similar to previous budget cycles, there was no service level change because it's a 5-year agreement for fire. And so between 2022 and 2023, those were outlined in that service agreement, and as well that capital cost share is outlined in the agreement. And if there's a diagram that has the allocation proportions right out of the agreement to tell you which municipality pays for what portion, depending on what location the equipment asset is in. And in 2022, that changed to the new percentage that we're at, which is 77% county and 23% town. Talking a little bit more about capital equipment, much like all of our other departments, so they're all capital equipment vehicles or apparatus are placed on a scheduled life cycle. And the equipment that was within our ICC's budget that was presented in September were all within the county's fleet and equipment management plan, as well as the replacement schedules that are set out by using NFPA standards and also identified within our fire services master plan, which was completed in 2020. I do hope to have that refreshed just from internally for 2023, so we could put some new pictures and just update the replacement cycles so that we can get that back out into the public realm. So within the agenda item as well, you'll see the schedule list that just shows asset by asset what's being replaced, and then the budget summaries follow that finance provides with each of the descriptions for those pieces of equipment and what their life cycle is and what their usage is. And wanted to note on there, again, those percentages are based on the location. So you'll see within each apparatus may be funded differently. As the committee is also aware, there is a fire apparatus restricted reserve fund. That funds the county's portion of each of those pieces of capital equipment that are listed within the 10-year plan and for 2023. These reserves have been historically set aside by council in doing their advanced planning and rainy day saving for these things as a part of a restricted reserve plan contribution. As of 2022, council's decision was to put aside $800,000 for that on an annual basis. And this annual contribution from the county from municipal taxes to those reserves is an amount reflective of both the 10-year capital plan and the apparatus life cycle replacement schedules that vary between 7 and 20 years. So we did replace quite a few larger capital equipment in the last few years. Then there'll be like a little bit of a lull where there won't be a lot of large capital. And then in 20 years' time again, when those come to their life cycle, there might be an uptake again. So the effort to put into reserves is more to manage that fluctuation in municipal tax draw year over year to fund a specific piece of equipment. So that's prudent planning in my opinion, so thank you for that. Any questions before I move on? I'm going to move into the next portion, which is the peace officer capital. Again, this one is a general capital amount in that $25,000. That is because certain objects that we would have had in our operational budget exceed the threshold for capitalization. They have a longer lifespan or over $5,000. So we have things that get replaced on a life cycle schedule or as they may fail. And that's a little bit of a budget there that's set aside for those items that we used to not capitalize. They were in our operating budget previously as materials and supplies. Now they're being accounted for under capital budget, just in a general capital. And if we don't need to replace something, it doesn't necessarily get expended either.
I believe we have a question from Division 1.
Sorry, yes, mine was back in the fire capital budget.
Sure.
We replaced the WUI trailer in 2022, correct?
No, we didn't, and maybe I'll let Chief speak to that one.
Yeah, just to clarify on that one, so 2022, we had numbers budgeted from the years before, and then with the cost of inflation and everything else, we were unable to purchase that trailer this year due to the price going, if I'm not mistaken, almost 25% higher than previously anticipated in years past. So we deferred that to 2023 and added some additional funding for the exact same trailer just to meet today's price tag.
Okay, we had got a grant for the WUI program and capital equipment is not included in that grant, correct?
You bet.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Please.
Heavy rescue for Condor. Would it be more prudent, and I know this is operational, so you can tell me that it's operational, to put that in a more centralized location like Rocky Mountain House rather than in Condor? Since it's being budgeted for Condor, I figured I'd ask the question.
So to follow up, that's a great question. So on the heavy rescue section there, when we look at our based on call volume, based on types of incidents and stuff like that. Because of Condor's geographical location and Rocky's location, with the major parts of the highway where we've historically seen the most motor vehicle collisions and accidents at a higher speed, where they would request heavy rescue as well as the farm rescue and everything like that. From the way the department's explained it to me in the short time that I've been here, that's the most tactical place to place that apparatus there and support the county in its best needs based on historical data and forecasted data going forward.
Can I ask another one?
Sure.
Sorry, is that a trailer heavy rescue at 85, or is that just the deposit on the truck? Because 85 is not a lot for a piece of apparatus. So is that a trailer-based heavy rescue or a apparatus-based?
I do believe that is for the deposit.
Okay.
You bet. And we didn't include the collective 10-year capital plan into the agenda item because it went to the ICC.
Yeah,
Finance
it's in
had
the
asked me
master
to
plan.
take it out just because we had a different structure and format that we present the capital budget through our Questica system for the county specifically. But if the committee wishes, I would be happy to share the ICC package. It's got like a summary and you'd be able to clearly see that the budget was 85 for 2023, and then for 2024 it's 765. And I do apologize that just summary for 2023's cost was just for the percentage that was included. So I feel like this package would be easier to look from, but I'll send that to you by email after the fact, if that makes sense. It would have also explained the WUI trailer because it was 2020 there and it's purple there, which means it's an adjustment from previous year's capital plan.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. So we're good on the fire. Any other questions? All right. I pretty much was wrapping up.
I think.
Oh, sorry,
we
go
have
ahead.
another
Sorry,
question.
if we're leaving fire entirely, I'd like to ask a question with regards to staffing for fire, if that is appropriate. I'm gonna look across the table.
So I think that would be the operational one in the service level refresher.
Okay, then we'll do
Totally
that.
up to this
I
committee
thought
to
we were leaving
decide.
fire entirely, but we're gonna.
No, just for
okay.
capital. Yeah, you bet.
Cool, then I'll
We'll
ask
be back.
then. Thanks.
And then the or bulk of the peace officer program, like I said, was that 25,000 for the miscellaneous materials and supplies. And again, once you look at the fleet package under the equipment management plan, those life cycles are the same based on industry standard and our plan. And overall, other than inflationary increases for select 2023 capital items, there are no significant changes to the emergency and legislative services capital budget for 2023 from what you would have seen last year in the 10-year capital forecast. So there was a few inflationary adjustments to some of the capital items in the fire column, but that's it in terms of changes. There's no new adds to the plan for 2023.
Additional questions? Okay, I think that takes us to the end. Thank you very much. I'd be looking for a motion to accept the report for information. Councillor Cermak, all those in favor? That's carried. So taking us down the agenda, that puts us into item 4.5, corporate services, 10-year capital plan, and 2023 capital budget review. And I look across the room to Mr. Hagan and Ms. Serhan.
I was just gonna point out that in the agenda packages, each of the projects, or in the case of fire, their fleet, their each of the equipment that they're replacing has a page, and it shows for 203 specifically shows 2023 is 85,000, and then 2024 is 765. Thanks.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Reeve. So we've come to corporate services, capital budget for 2023 and the 10-year capital plan. It'll be notably shorter than the other departments you've listened to today, given the
You've
nature.
got 45 minutes, so stretch.
Just
kidding.
Public Works.
I already sold some time to the other departments. Given that we're a support department, largely focused on supporting the rest of the organization, IT is our main focus when it comes to capital equipment. So note as well that we won't be discussing broadband today. That'll be discussed at the broadband committee meeting tomorrow with respect to capital. So capital for the information technology department, each year we've been putting $20,000 in the capital request in order to fund any software that is recommended by the IT steering committee. So the purpose of this committee is to get together on a regular basis and look at how well our current systems are meeting service needs and where there might be identification of some new systems that fill the gaps that currently exist. And so the intent was to have money available, so we wouldn't need to come back to council and request for smaller items. Looking at our spending over the past few years, we felt it prudent to reduce this budget from 20,000 down to 10,000. We believe that's still adequate to provide for any of those small software packages that we might need on an ongoing basis. Drones, we have 3 drones that are coming to end of life. We have our main drone that was the more expensive unit that we previously bought. That one's working fine. There's nothing we need to do on that one in the near future. We were estimating about $100,000 for 2023 when we developed the 10-year capital plan last year. We've re-examined that and estimated the replacement of those 3 end-of-life units, the smaller ones, will be down about $42,000. And so then we estimated about $50,000 potentially in 2025, either to add additional drones or to replace any coming along. So we've been able to draw that budget down quite a bit. And those are the highlights of the corporate services capital budget.
And we'll be going to Division 1 for a question.
Thank you, Reeve. I know we do those aerial shots for the planning department every couple of years. I believe we budget for it. Can these drones help us accomplish that goal? Because I know most of those aerials are very, very dated, and they're using that to make subdivision decisions on. So it'd be great if we could update those.
Sure.
Mr. McDonald?
Thank you. So we've put forward for this year, we're actually flying and adding to those new aerial photos. So we should have that. I believe they're actually done, the aerial photos as of now. It takes quite a while to process them. They're not a overnight thing, so I'm hoping sooner than later because we do have outdated ones. In the future, yes, we are actually looking at the capabilities of the drones to do that. It's probably more ad hoc things like say planning or economic development or ag for trails or something wants to fly those. They could do those. For now, it seems this year 2022 that the flights, the aerials will be significant or good enough for that, but it's the sort of the hybrid stuff that really needs to be addressed a little bit more with that. And with the drones, what we're planning on doing is doing more training of other staff than just fire department and stuff. I know my staff are actually taking some training, and we'd like to push that out, to 2023 and beyond, and train more people so we can fly everything, every drone, and do those ad hoc things. That's me.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Yes, please.
Not regarding drones, but you had mentioned in last year's budget deliberations that you were hoping to bring forward a IT program surrounding work hours, payroll, in order to make that a lot easier so it's no longer paper. I was expecting to see that in this budget round. Is that not necessarily the case?
You're correct. We were at the potential replacement of our enterprise resource planning module, or basically our financial system. We did put out an RFP 2 years ago, and we got 0 responses on it, which was very disheartening. So given that, Ms. Serhan put some money in her budget for 2022 to engage our current software vendor to optimize our current system and explore opportunities that potentially we have capacity within our existing system we weren't tapping into. So that study is ongoing right now, and we're also looking at our business processes where we can realign those to better make use of the current system. So we'll be going through that process and evaluating where our gaps are after that. If that meets the majority of our issues, we'll continue on that road. If we've got significant shortfalls after that process, then we'll be re-examining, considering potentially replacement of the system in a future year. So we just don't have the information yet to be able to project whether we need that in 23 or not. It would be beyond 2023.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
And Councillor Ratcliffe.
Yes, thank you. Regarding these drones, I understand you said that it's the fire department that use them and have licensed people to operate them. Why isn't this in the fire department budget?
Mr. Hagan, please.
Thank you. Perhaps I can address that issue. It originally was within fire services. And what we saw collectively as a leadership team was the potential for other departments, as Mr. McDonald's touched on, to benefit from that technology. And so I think it was 2 years ago, we shifted it over to corporate services, recognizing that it would be better served as a organizational resource as opposed to one department. And in addition, with respect to the training, we have trained pilots in other departments. Mr. Magnus himself is trained to fly drones, for instance. So we want to spread that out, continue growing that as a corporate resource for the whole organization.
Thank you.
I might just comment that I'm very pleased to see that the drone program, the drones have reached the scheduled end of life and not an unscheduled end of life. So that's very pleasing that they've been able to provide that functionality. Additional questions? Seeing none, I shall look for a motion to accept the report for information. Deputy Reeve Northcott, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Takes us down to item 4.6, and that would be planning and development, 10-year capital plan and 2023 capital budget review. So again, item 4.6. I think probably using the experience up to this point, we've went a little long on most of our sessions, so I can understand if somebody is not quite queued up for the next. So we welcome Mr. Riaz, and I'll turn the floor across to you to present your findings or present what you're presenting.
Thank you, Reeve. Good afternoon, Council. So in 2020, Council approved approximately $398,000 to create a new exhibition display for the Nortec Discovery Center. Due to COVID-19, the budget couldn't be used in 2021, so there is a carryover for 2022 and 2023. So we haven't used all the money that was assigned for the Discovery Center. As a result, we are carrying over part of the budget to next year to finalize that project.
Any questions for Mr. Riaz? Again, one chance for questions. Oh, sorry, Division 1, I should just assume.
Yeah, sorry, thank you. Will this be open in the 2023 season for people to see?
Yes, so we are anticipating the big opening for May of 2023.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Any additional questions? Councillor Swanson, please.
Yes, I'm excited to see this. I've been part of the process, Heritage Board, so this is partly tied into that, and I excited with what our consultants are putting together. And so yes, I'm happy to see that we're gonna have an opening next year. And I'm looking forward to those results at that particular point in time. I know it's important. We have a lot of important artifacts to share, and I think that's what, and along with the history, and I think that's the biggest thing that we want to make sure that's happening out in Nordegg is that people are enjoying the history and the artifacts of the mine there as well, so.
Thank you. And Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you. I believe we had a consultant working on that project. I haven't seen anything for some time. Can we expect a report or some conclusion from that consultant's work?
Absolutely, I believe that's part of their proposal. And as Councillor Swanson was saying, they've been working steady on this project, and they are finalizing the plan. And then the next step will be the implementation of the plan. So yeah, eventually you will be seeing once we got the plan finalized.
Okay. Yeah, because I think the last meeting I was involved in was December. So, okay, thank you.
And we'll go back to Division 1.
Sorry, thank you. Most of the other capital summary project sheets that have been attached show the funding source. What's the funding source of this? Was there a grant or a surplus account or?
Originally it came from tax revenue, but because it's been a carry forward, it will come from restricted surplus because the original year that it was, the tax revenue is collected, then it just goes into restricted surplus to be carried forward.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Well, thank you for joining us and answering our questions. I would look for a motion to accept for information. Again, Division 1. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Takes us down our agenda. We burst into item number 5. And I see Mr. Magnus has joined us again. So this would be Public Works Operations Service Level Refresher and key issues for the 2023 operating budget. And again, I shall shift the floor across to Mr. Magnus.
Okay, thank you very much, the Strategic Planning Committee of the Whole. So in this part of it now, in much the same way as we tackled capital budget items to bring to council's or the committee members as a whole's attention, those anomalies, exceptions, new projects that they would see for 2023 that may or may not have been touched upon during the 2021 budget deliberations. So in much the same way, now we're going to look at the operational side of things, in particular the programs that each department oversees on a yearly basis, and the what we're seeing in terms of potential budgetary impacts coming up for the 2023 year, and as a result what council would need to keep in mind and consider, particularly as it pertains to the service level. So in regards to our department, or Public Works Operations Department, what I've done is, rather than touch on every single program itself, I touched on the, I guess, variables that have a substantial impact to the programs themselves. And I think it's safe to say that for you as members of the committee, that these are rhetorical in the sense that you've probably already guessed it in regards to where we would see some of these increases, and that has probably come to your forefront of your mind as well as we get closer to budget deliberations. So having said that, I will just go through each of those and provide us a summary as to the various variables that potentially have implications to each of our programs. So the very first one, an obvious one, is fuel and electricity. I know all of you see this at the pumps, and it's been quite the ride this year in regards to what we saw in both diesel and gasoline, but also at the same time, our electricity. I know from a personal perspective, I was taken aback as to my electrical costs at home. And that's also plays a part in what it is that we do and the services we offer. So we're doing our best to come up with a number that best covers us off for the new year 2023 in regards to diesel and gasoline, what that price would be per liter. And what we're anticipating is, as I indicated there, a budget adjustment increase of approximately 20% to adequately reflect these unstable fuel prices for both diesel and gasoline. Also electricity. We're going to do an adjustment there as this has a direct impact on our Hamlet street lights and the paying for those, for the energization of those street lights, along with Clearwater County's water and wastewater systems.
Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Just in regard to the Hamlet street lights, have we done any research into switching to solar street lights? You see lots of them on the market.
Yeah, that's currently work in progress, and we hopefully will have something that we'll look into for potentially the 2023 budget. So it is work in progress if that is indeed something we can pursue. So
great, thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Councillor Milhoff, please.
Sorry.
Sorry, thank you. Us having several buildings within town, and therefore electricity bills for several buildings, heating bills for several buildings, what kind of impact is that having on the bottom line?
That is an area that Eric oversees. He takes care of all the buildings and facilities and the costs associated with maintaining and any bills associated with each of these buildings. So he would be much better to answer that, and I believe he will address that when he's up after me.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, moving on to materials, parts, and supplies. Again, this is, I believe even the committee as a whole is seeing this. Supply chain issues, we're seeing it all the time, and this has a direct impact on our public works shop, fleet and equipment, airport operations, the purchasing of culverts, grader blades, and signs. So we're definitely going to see an increase there as well. And our estimation is 20% or more in regards to that. Okay. Maintenance and repairs. Although the majority of Clearwater County's vehicles and equipment are repaired in-house, any third party required to assist in repairs will see an increase in cost of at least 10%, if not more.
Sorry, Councillor Graham.
If there aren't any questions on that, I'm just gonna be recusing myself for the contracted services, so just preemptively, I'll get that in there.
Okay, okay, thank you for that. Mr. Hagan? Ghost. Ghost has been silent today until now.
All right.
Must be tiring out.
So yes, moving on to contracted services.
All right.
Okay. Now, with this one, please keep in mind that Clearwater County has the set hourly rate for contracts in terms of equipment used, right, for certain pieces of equipment. Nonetheless, there's a number of our programs whereby Let's take, for example, bridge repairs. We have to seek outside contractors, not only in terms of inspecting these bridges, but any type of repairs that are required. So we bring in the experts, subject matter experts that pertain to specifically dealing with bridge repairs. So those are those types of contractors. Line painting as well. We put that out to tender every year. But we are seeing it going up, and we anticipated it actually for this year, and we were $47 in some sense under. So it was really good in regards to budgeting for that. But we're going to see that going up. Solid waste and recycling, just some of the hauling that may be occurring there. We are going into contract with a supplier. I won't at this time name any names, but in regards to assisting us with any hauling requirements, landfill, etc. Contract grader operations, when a contract comes up for renewal in any one of our beats, of course, the opportunities then for any number of contractors to submit a bid. But we're seeing that the pricing on an hourly basis has gone up significantly. And to that extent, we're seeing an 18% increase in essence to what it was in the past. And finally, personnel.
Maybe we'll take a second and bring the rest of council back in.
I have a question on contracted service in regards to your increase. So it will be reflected in their personal costs, I'm going to assume on fuel, insurance, those kind of things which we can't assist with. Now, when we went over that, those day rates or whatever, do they, with Eric, we redid that policy, or we overlooked that policy. Do these particular contractors, they have input into that provincial document, correct? So we should be seeing an 18% increase on our day rate as well? I'm just saying, you know, if they are part of the process of consulting at the provincial level, would they not increase that way versus this way? And I'm just want to see if there's a correlation between the two.
I'll turn it
If
over
that makes
to
sense.
Mr. Hansen.
Yes, Mr. Hansen.
Yes, hello again. So, in discussions with contracted services, so council recently reviewed our contractor rates, you know, given the inflationary increase that we've seen. We compared it to the most recent publication of the Alberta Road Builders book, which is a peer-reviewed book. They do have input into that, and annually that book is revisited and readjusted as per what that peer group or lobby group there feels is an appropriate compensation for those types of equipment. What you're looking at with Mr. Magnus's project delivery is a combination of different, some of them are paid through our day labor program, others are not, some are tendered, some are actually just hired as per, you know, what is available for those, especially for specialized types of services like bridge repairs, for example, is not typically a service that we have a line item for. It would be basically at the discretion of the contractor. But recognizing that there was an increase with when council reviewed the equipment rates, there was a significant increase over top of what it was the previous year. And then I believe council did well to compensate for that. You know, the fuel adjustment is going to have to be revisited again, as we've seen a reduction in fuel costs. So that'll be revisited, you know, for the construction season next year. But yeah, it's not inaccurate to assume that it'd be an 18% increase there amongst the other items that are not specifically controlled by ours. But like I say, there was a significant increase even with our rates.
Super. Additional questions? Sounds good. Thank you very much. I think we can probably bring the remainder of council back in. Always nice to not bounce off the edges of quorum. I think maybe, why don't we take a 5-minute break here, everybody? Refill your coffee cups.
Welcome back. We're continuing onward and upward, and I'll turn the floor back across to Mr. Magnus, please.
Okay, thank you. Just a few more items to touch on before I hand it over to my colleague, Mr. Hansen. So the fifth item that I would like to just bring to the committee's attention is personnel. As the committee is well aware of, as per the direction of Clearwater County Council, is that certain paving projects proceed in 2023, in particular the Lesaville East and Riverside Road. We did Spate last year, and as we move forward with this additional asphalt services, that of course has a direct impact on what we can do in terms of continuing to provide a level of service as demanded by ratepayers and therefore as put forward by council. So with these additional surface roads that will require, if council so chooses, to continue to meet the level of service that in regards to removing the snow and ice from our surface road surfaces, an additional plow truck, and along with that, 2 additional drivers. So we did put it into budget and brought to council's attention during budget deliberations in 2021 that look for an increase in the salaries, i.e. 2 additional drivers to account for that additional plow truck. So this is just as a reminder to the committee as a whole that there will be some increase associated with bringing on additional personnel. And of course, this also has a direct effect on with the increase in asphalt services, asphalt service repairs, spray patching, and of course, snowplow operations. So these personnel will be utilized in this manner with respect to these work programs.
Division 1, please.
Thank you, Reeve. With the increased need of these drivers, I know that it's not just the 2 additional, but we're going to potentially need to replace some other drivers. Would it not be beneficial to run a course? I know that when we switched to a Class 3 fire truck that we hadn't previously had, we put a course on at the time to bring staff up to that level. Would it not be beneficial to do that with our staff and look internal and bring in people up through? Training people that want to be drivers?
Now, all the individuals that we do have on staff are currently Class 3 and Class 1 drivers.
Everybody?
Everyone, yes. Every single one of our drivers.
Every driver would be, but I mean other people that may are looking for job change or summer staff that would like to become permanent staff, et cetera.
That's definitely something we can potentially look at in terms of incorporating a training program in-house. That would be a discussion we would have then with upper management in regards to that.
Yeah. This, like, the whole world seems to be short drivers, so if we can build them ourselves and maybe hire the personality and train them to what we need them to have, that might be beneficial. Just a thought.
Sure, and I'd kind of concur with that thought. I think it'd be beneficial to find those individuals with some experience within our organization and good a track record with providing service to the community if they have a desire to shift their career in a different path, that maybe we can find ways of accommodating that as well and create those efficiencies. A lot of what we do is trying to feel if somebody is a good fit to the organization, and if they're missing one aspect of that, perhaps it's something we can find a way to build that capacity within our own group. So I like that suggestion. Deputy Reeve Northcott, please.
Thank you very much for reading that. Just on the topic of Class 1 drivers, rather than, I've thought in the past that maybe, I don't know if that'll ever happen or not, but turn it, if it could be more of an apprenticeship style program. I think there would be much higher levels of government that would have to get involved, but maybe it could start here as a lobby level type position. But right now, currently, to to acquire a class 1 or a class 3 license, a lot of individuals have to get they'll take on a lot of debt, right? $10,000, $15,000, $20,000, and really you do come out of school with, you may have the license, but you're really not qualified. But if it was more of an apprenticeship style program, you'd actually have skilled people that would be able to maintain and earn an income while gaining and acquiring their license. But there is a shortage of not just class 1 drivers, but actually skilled individuals who can actually do the task in a safe manner. Anyways, thanks.
And Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I agree. And I think that not just lobbying the government, I think that we could be a great place to try it out. If we've got a summer student that wants to stay with the county and we feel that they're a good fit for personality, et cetera, we can run them through our own apprenticeship version to drive a snowplow or whatever other positions we might have available. So perhaps we can be the test driver for it, and then we can go back to the province and go, we're doing it, it's working, our safety standard is this because we're putting them in the same cab as somebody who is experienced similar to a apprenticeship program. I do have one other question, if you don't mind.
Sure.
With regards to several people have brought up the potential amalgamation with the village. Is there a budget line or I don't want to call it a ghost budget or shadow budget of what it may look like if that was to go through, or can one be built? So we have a really good understanding of if this was to go through for 2024, what that is going to look like.
Mr. Emmons, please.
Thank you. And maybe to wind it back for the committee, on Councillor Melhoff's first question in 5.7, I'll be glad to dig into that a little bit deeper. Have a proposal for this committee's consideration for succession, for growth, for that will be presented at that time. On the amalgamation, truly, there is nothing that administration can prepare for, not our infrastructure, not our municipality. So once we go through the process of picking the consultant, part of that mandate is to create those reports, to give deficits, reserves, current state of infrastructure, and bring all that forward, because part of the requirement of municipal affairs is to ensure that both municipalities are well educated going through the process, as well as bringing through both public from the Village of Caroline and Clearwater County, ensuring they understand the process and are amiable. So that information isn't available to administration at this time, so we can't prepare council, but truly council will go through the process in conjunction with administration. We'll learn together.
Perfect, thank you.
You're welcome.
So that brings to conclusion. I'd like to thank Councillor Melhoff. She actually just touched on my last item that I wanted to speak to, and to our CEO, Mr. Emmons, in addressing that issue as well.
Any further comments, questions? Does that provide enough direction for you moving forward? In that case, I'd be looking for a motion to accept for information. Councillor Melhoff, all those in favor? And that is carried. Thanks again. And we continue on with the festivities, bringing us to item 5.2, Public Works Infrastructure, and I'll go across to Mr. Hansen.
Yes, well, thank you again. I'm going to pick up on a couple of the items there that were discussed. Great conversation here today. So the two small Public Works operating components or operation components here that I have are basically internal support. One being just Public Works general administration as well as facilities. I will touch on the facility comment there when I get into that portion there about the utilities, et cetera. Another two about the Caroline amalgamation. I guess one place for council to start, you know, if the published 2022 Caroline budget, I'm sure, is available. That would be a good place to start. You know, be a very small start, but I'm sure, you know, that would maybe give you a basis of what you're looking at to inherit from a very high level. But with that, anyway, so of course, the Public Works Admin support, this is the cost center that provides administration needs for operations and both infrastructure, revenues associated with industry permitting, application fees. Industry permits are trending up from 2020, which is great. Therefore, the budget will reflect a slight increase in that optimistic gross revenue. Highlights for 2023. So in regards to some of our staffing issues there, Public Works eliminated the senior administrator in our staff contingent and replaced it with just an admin assistant. So it was a reorganization between Public Works operations and infrastructure. Instead of having one administrator that was a supervisor over the others, it just, there's admin support now for operations as well as admin support as well as the permit clerk reports to Public Works Infrastructure. So we just thought with the reporting lines, it was a little bit more efficient, and there will be a small salary reduction in the 2023 budget in regards to salaries with them. We're also reviewing the permitting fee, which has been longstanding, I guess, standing for a while there with our Travis multi-jurisdictional permitting system, which is a provincial permitting system, which we are a part of. Back in its inception, we were part of the pilot program. So it was a one-stop shop for industry users to get overloads, heavy haul permitting, all went through the province. The county was required to create a bylaw which had the permitting fee, which was part of the fixed fee or the municipal fee that was associated with the permit, as well as there's other fees involved. We'll go in more detail on that when we actually bring the bylaw back for council's consideration early October.
And a question, if you could, from Councillor Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Earlier in the day, you talked about a project technologist, so therefore there would be an increase in Public Works but administrative budget, or is that not, is that a different line item and I'm mixing the two up?
Different line item. So that would be reflected in the capital budget. So under the road construction admin, so this would just be the two Public Works directors and the admin support staff as well as the engineering intern.
Okay.
In this budget line.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem. So yeah, so the current fixed fee is $15. We'll be providing you some comparables there to our other neighbors. So 2021, we had approximately 4,600 permits. Our permit revenue last year was like $144,000. So we would see an increase in that line there as early as next year. We do have a 6-month waiting period that the province requires, that once we establish the new fee, it can't be implemented for 6 months as a part of their notification process. But that will be coming. Really no more other highlights for the Public Works admin support. Facilities general, this cost center includes facility operations, maintenance of all county-owned facilities throughout the municipality. Of course, as we continue to add more facilities, our operating costs are going to continually increase. So revenues, just as a reminder, includes 50% of the Rocky Medical Clinic as revenue from the Nordic Ambulance. And it's also, well, the revenue for facilities generally going to be staying status quo for the next 3 years, I believe is where it's projected to be. Staffing and service levels remain unchanged. I want to pick up there again, you know, where we talked about training our staff. We do have a facilities laborer that's actually, we're proud to say he's currently enrolled into an apprenticeship program to be a electrician. So we have a master electrician on staff. He's our facility supervisor. So we created the environment, and he grabbed on to that trade as something that he's going to pursue. And hopefully that works out with our succession plan or something that would happen in the future. But, you know, it's, so some of those, you know, that in-house training we are implementing. And like I say, we're excited to see him off to school there as early as January, February for a couple months, and then he'll be back with us. So some of the highlights for 2023, a little bit of a bad news story in regards to the site was the Leslieville Public Works building. It's been a site that's been owned by the county since early 2000s. So The unfortunate history was that it was actually an old Alberta transportation site in the 50s. It had underground fuel tanks. There was a treatment fence post there. It was a laydown yard for all different types of things, transportation. So title has transferred. The Clearwater County does own this property. Some remediation work was done in the early 2000s. Some excavation of some hydrocarbon materials were hauled out. So a recent correspondence with Alberta Environments included that additional testing and reporting is required with some possible remediation, but we don't know what that remediation would look like until the testing and the reporting has been created. So we did put in the facilities budget line a contingency for that additional testing and maybe the start of some remediation, but really scale and scope, we don't know until we don't know what we don't know. And as soon as we start getting some groundwater monitoring, soil monitoring, we'll be able to see what that's gonna look like. And hopefully we'll get that property to conclusion so we have a clean rec cert to either to do additional development there or whatever that future for that site holds. Also, another larger project would be the shakes on the Nordic Church. We've had them assessed by a roofer came out. They've basically come to end of life. So we're looking at options for the replacement of those shakes or a viable alternative. Still trying to stay with the nature and the historic value of that church. You know, there's options right from tin to shingles back to shakes, but we need to look at, you know, what would be the most viable and still to preserve the essence of that church in its current state. Another one is the public services building, the exterior concrete. That building was constructed, I believe, in 2012. We've seen some significant settling around the perimeter of the public services building. The concrete's dropped and cracked, so we're investigating options for mud jacking or just an excavation and a re-pour of those sidewalks. Heritage Center renovations, it seems it's just an ongoing project there. That every year we invest a significant amount of dollars into improving that Heritage Center, so it's going to be the best Heritage Center ever. Yeah, it's unfortunate when you start with a building that old. It's like reconstructing from the ground up, right? We haven't even got into the boiler system or anything like that yet. This is still more of the interior improvements.
And we'll go to Councillor Melhoff for a question.
Thank you. With regards to the church, it was previously run by New Hope. It's my understanding they are no longer running the church services there. Is there a way that we can bring in a new group to do so that that community still has access to that service, or is that being done?
Yes, so we received correspondence from New Hope saying that they weren't going to renew their lease and that they were hoping that lease would roll in to be extended to another service provider. So we're currently revisiting the lease agreement. We're going to extend that off to this new provider to be, you know, a little bit more modern to encapsulate what our needs and wants are up there out of that facility. But yes, so there's a very interested service provider that's looking to come in, and we're happy to work with them to see if we can come to some type of resolution.
Thank you.
So would it be safe to say currently we went from New Hope to No Hope at the moment?
No, we're back to hope
Maybe I'm
again.
getting punched drunk too.
If I could provide you a name, Riv,
Sure.
it's Canada Ministries, who's interested in taking over that church and services.
Okay, super, thank you so much. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm just going to ask the question that I had previously asked Director Magnus. We have several buildings within town. Is the fact that we then pay for heating and power and distribution fees and all the things associated with having multiple buildings have a big impact on our bottom line?
The best part about what we've done historically is that we have aggregated that service through the RMA. So it was tendered through 8760, which was the power, natural gas provider. So that has really protected us from a lot of the ebbs and flows of the current market. We'll likely get next time, I don't recall when the next tender comes out, but, then we'll have to be revisited again. So we're still anticipating inflationary price increase, but nothing to the great extent because of the foresight to have those utilities aggregated with the RMA, larger buying power there. And that was the intent, was to actually protect the organization against these big fluctuations.
Thank you.
Mr. Emmons, please.
Thank you. And thank you for the question, Councilor Malhaf. Just to add to Mr. Hansen's explanation, there's many costs with the multiple buildings we do have right now, not only the breakdown in communication, because we are geographically siloed, making communication extremely difficult, but the maintenance itself on multiple facilities. Past council deferred the new administration building for 10 years. And it's amazing how quickly that clock ticks. Speaking with the leadership team here, we really need to start setting up future councils and administration for success and starting that communication with our public, educating them in it, what these multiple buildings do cost, not only in directly related to the service we provide them, but the cost of maintaining them. It's amazing how 10 years clicks by.
Yeah, and I might just comment, it would be really good to define that timeline. So if we were starting at 10 years and we're now at year 8, then we can, really solidify that timeline and make sure we have appropriate funds and we're starting to voice the advantages and, I don't want to say sell, but make the community aware of the benefits they would have in efficiency with their service delivery by accommodating things under one roof. And so I think it's a good process, but I think we should perhaps nail down that timeline more accurately. And it does give that certainty to future councils that this is an upcoming project. Really, that's part of our asset management plan, that we're looking into the future and being prepared so we don't have those big ticket items coming without a certain level of preparation and planning work done behind it. So thank you for that. Mr. Hansen?
Yeah, no, just to finish off with some miscellaneous items, the acreage out there in the northeast of 3, the north quarter, it served us well. It recently housed our fire chief there, and he transitioned from Ontario till he found a spot here. So we had our former CAO, he spent some time in there, as well as some other, we have an assessor in there as well as IT services. So it's done well to provide that, to bridge that gap in between, for drawing in staff into the area there, providing them a place that they could stay until they found something more permanent. But unfortunately, it's like having another house. We have to continue to invest in the exterior deck needs to be replaced. The roofing needs to be done there as well. So, and we still plan on this year to actually, because it has an old traditional lagoon system for the sanitary, which has cost us dearly there with between 2 freeze-ups. So we're looking to have that updated this year, but we need to continue to invest in our property to make sure it's there and available there for for those needs. So with that, it basically rolls up my small Public Works infrastructure operating summary.
Additional questions? Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Cost versus benefit of actually having that acreage at the north quarter?
Well, some immeasurables, I guess, are gonna be the ones that really come into play. If I was gonna provide you the fiscal analysis, we'd be better off to sell it, but the idea would be that when we bought that quarter section, we actually consolidated that acreage into the quarter. Now, that was twofold. That was one, that we didn't, the acreage owner that was there wasn't a big fan of the overarching plan of the joint development area. It doesn't fit well with acreage life. So there was going to be a huge increased cost to try to make them an island, as say, to try to put in engineering controls and barriers to try to keep them away from what, some of the planning was being proposed for that area. So the council of the day determined that, for basically employee attraction and retention, providing that acreage there to provide that service, as well as security housing for when in the event that, that area does get developed into some degree, that may be an option for that as well. So if it was straight dollars and cents, it wouldn't make sense to have a house for the county to own it, but that can't be the only part of the equation.
Thank you.
Additional comments, questions? Seeing none, do you have enough information enough direction from council to move forward?
Absolutely.
Okay, super. With that, then I guess we'd be looking for a motion to accept for information. Councillor Graham this time. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much.
Last item, actually, I was just
Oh,
going to
sorry.
identify, sorry, my bad.
Sorry.
I did not, I wanted to give you
Too bad,
more
you gotta
information.
shut up now.
I wanted
You
to give
can't
you
say
more
anything.
information. Sorry. No, it was the PowerPoint that was provided in your documents was a previous one. It doesn't show the updates for 2022, and Alana has the updated version there. She'll be circulating that to council. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Sorry.
Good, buddy.
So that takes us down to item 5.3, and I know we're joined by Mr. Martinson now, and I guess I will shuffle the floor across to Agriculture and Community Services for a service level refresher and key issues.
Thanks again for having me. And just like my colleagues, I'm not going to go through the PowerPoint, but I'd be happy to discuss anything that you guys might have had questions about coming out of there, or anything you want to discuss. But there was three things I did want to dive a little bit deeper on, and that first one is if we the Rocky Mountain House Agricultural Society grant for historic school recognition project. So if we think way back when, to March, as fast as this year's went, we may remember that the Rocky Ag Society came to council to discuss the school recognition project a little bit through their attendance as a delegation. And of course, at that time, council accepted their information, their presentation as information, as you do for almost all presentations to council. And so we wanted to take this opportunity to discuss a little bit more in depth about what they had proposed and what council's interested in being a part of, if anything. And so council may recall that the project does include installing signs adjacent or near to historic locations within the county where signage does not currently exist. The Ag Society has identified up to 60 locations that could potentially be candidates for sign installation. The Ag Society discussed their desire to apply for an Alberta Awareness Grant that could provide up to $15,000 to the Ag Society for this project, but it does need to be matched. The Ag Society proposed several areas where the county could choose to partner, providing matching funding, installing the signs, GIS and IT support, as well as historical education awareness, digital and physical material management. Also, the Rocky Ag Society did discuss in their presentation that this could be a phased project over 3 years or approximately over 3 years. What administration is recommending that should council want to partner, that we provide some matching funding to provide the catalyst and the ability for the Ag Society to provide submit an application for the grant. It's our understanding that the grant deadline is in February, so this would be complementary timelines should we approve budget during our typical process. That would give plenty of time for us to sit down with the Ag Society and discuss and support a grant project. We also recommend that council supports and empowers us to put some criteria around the grant just to ensure that signs are installed while maintaining traffic safety and ground disturbance standards and regulations, as well as respecting the private property rights and usage that are adjacent to the signs. So, any questions about that particular project before we kind of chug along here?
Councillor Graham, please.
Thank you, Eva. I don't have any questions. I just want to voice my support for this. I think not only is this an important project, but I think it's a really cool one, and the history is really important to maintain. We see history being destroyed every day, so I support moving forward with this.
I would comment, I certainly see value in creating an opportunity for a homecoming, if you would, for many, many people that have had a historical basis here, and it gives those little benchmarks where we can show our family this is where what used to be and what, and even if there's an opportunity for some education on the history of what's made our region as great as it is, it's nice to maybe celebrate those little points of time. So I appreciate the efforts behind this project.
I would also add, I think administration, we did quite a few different options based on their sort of open-netted ask for support, and we certainly did consider the possibility that we could help installing the signs or doing some of the other work. 60 signs is a big project. That's a lot of work to be done with our equipment, but it's a bit of like an iceberg, putting the sign in. A lot of the work is down below the water line. The administration for managing the surveyors, the ground disturbance first call, and we don't have a lot of excess capacity necessarily in those realms. And at first blush, it would look, like we could probably tack on some efficiencies because we're rolling around the county everywhere. Signs that we install are typically to a larger standard, and so it may not be as much efficiency. So I think it's, after discussing this with the other departments that, could or potentially be involved in this, providing the funding might be the best opportunity, because the Ag Society could leverage that even beyond, maybe by negotiating. There's a lot of contractors in this county that could do a great job of putting a sign in, providing that we had the specs there for them. And so nobody wants to give the county a reduced rate because this is a great project and it would benefit the community, but there could very much be a lot of contractors willing to give the Ag Society a reduced rate because this is a very excellent project. So we think for those reasons that providing the monetary funding would be best for us, rather than offering in-kind support through GIS or sign installation. I'm not suggesting that we don't have some technical knowledge that we could share, with, say the supervisors in charge of the sign installs, or maybe a couple-hour meeting with our GIS guru to share some points. But even on that front, it's a really basic technical set of skills to do this type of mapping and management on a very small scale. So I think there would be a young gal or guy out there that might lend their support to the Ag Society and also help them get a new member too, because there's something now cool that the kids can do, GIS mapping and website development and things. So that would be our recommendation as far as how we support this project, kind of maybe monetarily and maybe on the technical advisory side.
And Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. You actually touched on one of the questions I was going to ask you, which was capacity. One of our strategic pillars is community and social growth. And if we're going to be a community building council, we need to ensure that you have the capacity in your department in order to do so. Do you feel that you have enough capacity in ag and community services in order to fulfill that pillar to the best that we would like it to be, as far as community being super important?
Oh, I'd like to think so, but if you disagree, I'd love to know that. I think we want to be conservative with staffing. I don't think that should shock anybody here that is a strategy that's distilled right from the CAO down through the department heads into staff. And so if someone was presenting me with with a long-term, this is gonna happen every year, I'd have to look at staffing, you know, and that's actually an easier decision to make, you know, where we have a really intensive but short period project, that's really hard to staff. And so, yeah, I think, you know, you're sort of shining a spotlight on one of the most challenging aspects of trying to budget and put resources in the field is sort of one-off stuff that comes and doesn't, you know, unfortunately, not all great ideas come around budget time. And, you know, I certainly can't expect our community to keep all their desires and needs to a very narrow band of time while we're thinking about resourcing. So one-offs are really challenging for I think my department for sure, but I think I could probably speak for all of departments when I say that. And so that's why I think back to this project, it was nice to see that they sort of maybe left different opportunities for us to fill in, because it's a lot, 60 signs, but it's not forever. And so for us to staff up for a year or two or three to do 60 signs, then what? You know, and so better off for us to provide the funding, help with the technical support, and then we don't need to try to figure out how we're gonna get, you know, staffing resources for something that's only gonna take us 3 years. But to answer the question as a broader sense, you won't be seeing me making an ask for staff this year. I do believe we have the resources we need. I did ask for a new position last year related to some of the growth we've seen in Waste Authority and Community Services. I think that's provided us that capacity we need to move forward for the next 2-3 years, unless you guys have something much beyond what I've already considered and budgeted for, and then absolutely, you know, I'm willing to listen to what you guys need done and match the right resourcing to it. But I believe I have that today for what we've done in the past and what I'm proposing to do in the future based on what I've heard council share with me.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Additional questions?
Awesome. Next project is Caroline Recreation Board Community Group grants. You know, I think, you know, council, both this council and the one that preceded it, had a very new view on how we want to see recreation administered in this county. And, you know, I think that the direction given to my group and myself when we took over here was we want to see more equitable opportunities for recreation throughout the county. And we put a lot of work into developing and supporting the newly minted Raven and North Saskatchewan Recreation Boards. They've been very successful, in my opinion, over the last 2 years at advertising for and receiving new grant applications from community groups that we've never interfaced with before, provided funding opportunities into projects, programs we've never supported in the past, and obviously continue on to do all the things we did in the future. With the mandate that I was given, that council wants to see equitable opportunity throughout the entire county where we have responsibility for recreation. There is still a small gap, and if the gap, you know, this is surprising to us. We identified this earlier on, but this is sort of the last place for rec funding in an equitable manner, which is within the village of Caroline. Of course, we are responsible for all recreation in the village. We took that on back in the mid-2000s when we took over the full operating responsibility of the arena, developed the hub, and made arrangements with our strategic partner, the Ag Society, to operate on our behalf on a contract basis. And so they have had a long, as per the bylaw, they've had a long serving process for grant funding. That process is certainly very sound, but it is very much geared towards anchor tenant type groups. So great, you know, good example would be Dance West, anchor tenant for the dance area. They receive grant funding from the Ag Society. That's very similar to how we do things here as well. An anchor tenant of the county would be the Golf Association. They operate on one of our facilities and ground, and so we support them directly in our budget. It's not really the same as what we see in the rec board type area, where these are sort of more at-large groups of recreation groups, and they're not necessarily occupying and operating out of a Keystone facility. You know, they may be, you know, just operating out of a ball diamond that 10 other ball groups operate out of, or they might operate out of 2 or 3 ball diamonds throughout the county. Maybe they play at Alhambra and Leslieville, and so it's a little bit different funding. It's what we're proposing is a modest amount of funding that council could set aside, and that would empower administration to offer. And I say offer. The Ag Society is not my department. You know, they are an independent group that the county has an agreement with to operate our facility. So I don't get to dictate to them what they do, and to a certain extent, neither does council. Now, as we know, council has folks on the board, and we make up part of the Ag Society, but we do not treat them like staff where I can give direction. You know, so we would be looking for the opportunity to have a little bit of budget set aside, and we would, you know, negotiate an opportunity with the Ag Society to provide this. Certainly we have had some preliminary discussions with the Ag Society administration. You know, every time we interface with the Ag Society, it's pretty straightforward. They're really driven to provide service to their community, whatever opportunities they can to improve their community. They've always told me yes. But I want to caveat this, that the Ag Society Board has to weigh in on this. There needs to be a terms of reference developed. There needs to be an agreement inked. And, you know, that would come after council approved a pool of money. I can't really go negotiate before we have something to negotiate over. So that's why the process starts here. And like I say, I'm very confident that the Ag Society will be very happy to get more, potentially more funding to invest in their community, because they're very much passionate about doing that. So that would, in my opinion, plug the last hole in recreation funding that the county is responsible for. It would not likely be the same level of funding that we see in the North Saskatchewan or the Raven Rec areas, because those are such large areas that have such high volumes of rec amenities. And this would not be any funding that is already existing through the Ag Society budget. But what it would do would be allow, instead of a community group having to wait over a year for funding, because the process now is apply to the Ag Society. If the Ag Society approves that, they would put it in their budget. I would bring that budget to this council. This council would approve that budget. Then that money would be distributed to the community group. Depending on when your ask lined up, you could wait a full year or more to be able to get. That serves the process well if we're talking big infrastructure upgrades or expensive tooling or equipment, because you should be planning well out for that. But if, you know, we're talking about a small, you know, maybe we're doing, you know, some steel cladding on an outhouse, you know, that blew off in a windstorm, we'd like to see that funding maybe sooner than later. And there's no reason why the Ag Society, like the Raven Rec Board, couldn't distribute $2,000 to a baseball diamond or a rec facility within the village to do something like that. So also it provides an opportunity and a pathway for new community groups that may want to form, or things of that nature.
Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I like it. I don't necessarily know that a new terms of reference or new policy needs to be done. Could they not just use the same as the rec boards? They already have that built, don't need to reinvent the wheel?
Yes, so you're spot on. A lot of the criteria that we have within our policy now, it would have to be terms of reference rather than policy. Policy works for a committee of council, not necessarily, the Ag Society is not a committee of council, it's a standalone, but you're spot on. We would like to see the same criteria that is being utilized not only by the Raven and North Saskatchewan, but we really built those programming off of the David Thompson Rec Board and their successes over a long time. So it would be my desire to have all 4 of those functioning rec groups operating and distributing money based on very much similar processes. And so potato, whether it's a terms of reference or policy, it's all the same. Their bylaw is, they do have a bylaw, and their bylaw is dated, and we would like to update that as well and make some opportunities there for parity with the existing bylaws as well. So it's a great point, and definitely would be something we'd be interested in moving towards with the Ag Society.
Nice follow-up.
Yes, please, and then I'll go to Division 5.
With surplus funding at the end of the year, if they have not utilized all of their funding along with the Raven, Saskatchewan, all of the different rec groups. Personally, rather than see that go back into restricted surplus, I would love to see us as a council look at building, I don't want to call it a pool or a big pot or something, but for lack of a better word, that for a bigger community project than just the 2,000 project, the 1,000 project. Some of these community projects are significantly larger. And if we can use some of the unused rec funding for a pot for bigger projects, maybe that's something we can start building. I don't know what everybody else's thoughts are on that, but it was already allocated to rec. So to have it go back in and end up on a highway, I would rather have it stay in the community since it was already budgeted for that.
I think that's some great feedback that I think we can take note of, and certainly discussions we can have with corporate services in the future as we plan the restricted surplus and things of that nature. Kind of in line with that, I think once, our next step, now that we've created these new rec entities that will cover the entire county, we don't want to let them operate in silos. We want to try to bring them together, and that would be our next steps. Beyond this would be some sort of function, association of Clearwater rec boards. Maybe there would be a little committee set up, umbrella committee, that had one representative from each rec board, have a yearly meeting, talk about county-wide projects, talk about areas of efficiency, talk about challenges, talk about maybe lobby at ARPA, those types of things, and funding for large projects, county-wide projects, or programming. Even things like, a high-level train the trainer for baseball, that all, various things. But what I think I'm hearing you saying is an opportunity for that next level that's maybe beyond a single rec board's ability, but could be within 4 rec boards' ability or the county umbrella. And I agree, that's next steps, and we need to think about how we fund it, but we also think about how we organize it, manage it, and certainly I'll be making some notes for that, and I expect we can have more for council on that in the next year.
Thank you.
And Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I like what you were just saying about promoting recreation. My question is, what amount of funding were you thinking to recommend for this, for Caroline?
I don't have that specific number in front of me. There is a bit of a formula we've used based on David Thompson's allocations in the past towards amenities, whether it be a playground or I do know it would be less than what the North Saskatchewan and Raven are currently getting, but I don't have the exact number that Annie and I had sort of considered using that formula. It's always a hard number to land on when we're just creating something new. We want to consult with the Ag Society a little bit too, and get their impression from them at how many community groups might access this if the funding was available and streamlined so they could receive it maybe in a 2 or 3 month process from application to final approval. It would likely be less than the 20,000 we're providing to the rec boards now. Maybe half of that possibly.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Cermak, please.
Yes, being on the rec board at Caroline, they would open arm accept that and would love to talk and visit with you, because there is lots of users out there that are being shortfalled. And this county does look after the southeast end, and that's kind of where the Ag Society down there looks after all the rec in that area. I can name a few right now that could use some extra shot in the arm to get going again.
And I
Thank
do
you.
think this sets us up well for amalgamation. We do things differently in the county as far as how we often manage rec amenities. We use community groups. Often the urban way is to do it specifically through often a public works department. So I think if we, as we build more rec capacity with the Ag Society, they will be better positioned to potentially be a partner that plays a larger role in managing recreation, not only within that site that we've authorized or given responsibility to, but potentially for others in what may be a future hamlet. And I'm thinking parks, you know, there's lots of beautiful parks in Caroline. You know, I don't think, maybe in my opinion, that's one of the least known things about Caroline is the parks they have and how, whether it's the outdoor rink, whether it's the Evergreen Park on the way in next to our road. Very nice parks for the size of the community. You compare it to others, Eckville and things, they do very well. So I'm thinking about that. That's going to be in my wheelhouse, and in my opinion, the Ag Society will play some kind of a significant role, be it advisory as the community experts or supporting us with boots on the ground on the other extreme. And certainly that's all part of the process that council will have to go through, but administration's thinking about that now, and I think this sets them up well, potentially to have extra capacity to do that if this council wishes to go that direction.
I certainly hope they wish to go that direction. I think it's great. Thanks.
Looking good for that project, and then just, you know, just one last little project that we're proposing would be the replacement of the fish cleaning station at Burnstick Lake Campground. It's one of the few requirements we have in our agreement with the province to operate that campground on their behalf. You know, the contract's pretty simple. It says must follow Bear Smart principles. That's pretty much it. And so this is an important asset to that day use area. That is the fish, you know, the fish cleaning station. People often recreate on Burnstick Lake with the purpose of fishing. We want to provide a safe place for them to come back, clean that fish, and we don't want to attract bears into that area because we have residents around there, Summer Village residents around there, and we have campers around there. So the fish replacement station, though not a significantly huge budgetary item, it will be important to move that facility forward, and you can expect that in the operating budget. It's in the operating budget. Just as a reminder again, you might wonder why the bathroom in Upper Shunda was in the capital budget, whereas this for a different campground is in the operating. I'll just remind you, Upper Shunda is owned by the county. We own that as private land. Burnstick is a public recreation lease, so that the land is actually Crown land, and we have a public recreation lease, and so that's the differences there in why it's in operating and capital. Not seeing any head shakes or glares from finance, so I might have hit that one correct as well. But just wanted to clarify that, because I know it does get confuses me sometimes, and I see it almost every day. If there's no questions about anything I talked to.
The member from Division 1 has a question.
Always me, always me. Question with regards to community hall upgrades. I know we were talking about, we were putting so much money into the budget. One, to increase community hall's general budget grant that we allot, but also I believe it was a $50,000 pot to go towards bringing the different community halls up to code. I was just looking for an update on how that was going and if that was being well received or not.
So yes, you're gonna see a lot of me at the next council meeting, because I have that coming down as well. So as I mentioned earlier, you're gonna see some, you know, there's some big projects not here today. not ignoring them. You're gonna see them next council meeting. That includes seniors housing for Caroline, ag rec facility, as well as what you just mentioned here right now, which is the emergency funding for community halls, to provide that assistance for, building code and fire code, improvements and upgrades. And this is a bit of a legacy coming out of COVID and occupancy loading and maybe a previous hands-off approach to how community halls are managed from the county's perspective. And so, stay tuned for that next council meeting.
Be prepared.
I'm looking forward.
Awesome, thanks.
Okay, additional questions? Does that give you enough direction to move forward?
That's great, thank you so much.
Okay, with that, I'm not seeing any additional questions. We look for a motion to accept for information. Councillor Ratcliffe, I believe, was first this time. We'll get you on the books here. You weren't? Okay, well, we're not gonna fight about that one. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thanks very much. Let's take 5 here. Let's do a quick 5 and then we'll continue on. Welcome back, everyone. We continue forward after our recess, and that brings us to item 5.4, and that's emergency and legislative services. And it's a service level refresher and key issues for 2023. And I'll turn the floor across to Ms. Haggard, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed, and good afternoon again, Council. Strategic Planning Committee. Thank you for having me, and I brought some subject matter experts with me from the fire operational side, just in case there's questions there. I won't go through the same information that would have been included in the capital agenda item from earlier, but as we did the refresher after the election in October, we did talk about legislation that is specific to the different services within our department. Much like many other departments within Clearwater County, the Municipal Government Act is one of the overarching pieces of legislation that impacts how and what we do and the timeframes for doing it. We also, under the emergency management side, have the Emergency Management Act and the local authorities emergency management regulation, the LEMUR. And from the peace officer side, we have the Peace Officers Act. From the Fire and Safety Code side, we have the Safety Codes Act, and then of course we have the Local Authorities Election Act as well. So those are just some of the pieces of legislation that prescribe specific types of certifications, training, that sort of thing within our department. I'm going to skip over a little bit. For 2023, Emergency and Legislative Services Department service levels remain constant. There's no recommendation for significant changes departmentally to come in December, other than those inflationary ones. And I think my colleagues, directors before me, have all spoke to inflationary considerations from, fuel, materials, and supply, and all the supply chain issues that we're dealing with as an organization. Consistent with our department, that would be the only area where things will change a little bit. And from a fire services side, Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Services also presented their operating budget to the ICC on September 8th. And endorsed the budget that was presented with a 1.55% increase year over year. And the ICC and the agreement for fire services prescribes that municipal price index is the forecast for the future year for fire services budget only, just so you're aware. And I did, when I met with the ICC, talk about some of the challenges with municipal price index as being the indicator, because we don't go back and adjust our budgets in a year's time when we have the actual municipal price index. So my example that I used was 2020. In 2020, the municipal price index was 0.6% for 2020, and that's what fire held the line on the budget to. So we had to, trim as much fat as we could to get down to that 0.6% increase, because of course that's year over year with inflationary costs, that's a difficult to achieve. And then we use City of Edmonton for the MPI, and they retro adjust, and it was 3.26, and it was for the 2021 year. So from 0.6 to 3.26%, that's about $80,000 for over the fire services budget in difference. So I just wanted to make that known now. It's nothing we can change because that's what the agreement says. I just wanted council and the ICC committee to be aware that MPI is a challenge administratively to hold the line on the budget. The other consideration as well is the City of Edmonton has economists that do that forecasting, and what they're including in there is inflationary costs, of course, but they're also including the capital programs they're doing, what their borrowing is. So it's very specific to that municipality, and we just we're a smaller rural municipality, and maybe it doesn't necessarily make sense to use that for future agreements. So I just want to plant that seed for now, that we'll stick to it as much as we can, or have a different discussion at ICC next year if we run into any trouble holding the line on the budget for future years. But it is something that I wanted this committee and council and ICC to be aware of for future budgets. So getting into the county's portion of the fire operating budget for 2023, just over $2 million is $2,018,881. This is 77% of the total fire services operating budget. So the total expenditures are approximately $2.8 million. Net of the revenues, which we have, which is $180,000, that comes from invoicing that we do for fire service provision. And if you recall, the fire services bylaw allows us to invoice for motor vehicle collisions. And the reason, the history behind that is because people's houses stay where they are, and those are taxpayers within our municipality. Motor vehicle collisions, and we have lots of transient and tourist users of our road systems here. Those can be invoiced to the insurance company, and that was the history behind why we only invoice for motor vehicle collisions. So we do recover a little bit of the expense of response for those specific incident types. And then, of course, the other revenue received to fire services would be the cost share revenue we're getting from our municipal partner in the service. So again, counties nets out just over $2 million. What the ICC didn't have included in their budget, but this committee and council will see when it comes to December's budget time, is the Wildland Urban Interface Program. And we talked about that in April of this year when we brought the budget adjustment item to the council and discussed that 3-year provincially grant-funded program. So that will be included in the budget that the ICC wouldn't have had, and that is the cost, 100% cost of operational recovery for that program. So that's 4 full-time staff that do deploy interprovincially or provincially, and they also do training across municipalities within the province of Alberta, and built the curriculum for the WUI program. Next on the list, and stop me anytime if you have questions. Next on the list in terms of what's new or changes, under legislative services, when you take a look at the budget, just a reminder that the expenditures for the municipal intern that we had grant funding for come over 2022 and 23, but we got the grant revenue in 2022. So there may not be revenue in 2023, but there was a portion of offsetting cost that we would have received in 2022. And at the initial, we thought it would be easier for tracking to have the costs spread out across all the areas of my department. And then for grant reporting, I've decided that that's not a good look. So there's a couple of spots where you'll see decrease in salaries and wages in the other areas that might not make sense if I'm talking about inflationary costs, but it's because we've shifted the pieces of that one person's salary into the legislative services budget. So that one I just wanted to bring your attention to. Other than that, the budget area remains consistent with previous years. We're not budgeting for an election. We don't have one required in 2023, not for a couple years yet. And SDAB remains the same. We kind of average at 8 SDAB hearings a year, and that's what we include in our budget. We had 0 so far this year, so it just goes unexpended if we don't use those funds for that purpose. And we do need to carry a little bit of budget anyway for training, because training requirements are every 3 years for SDAB members at large or council members, even clerks, all the clerks that we have trained within the office. So those costs, we do expend a little bit of money for SDAB year over year, whether we have appeals or not. All right, next one, I have Community and Peace Officer Program. That, again, service levels remain consistent. And if you recall, they do a 3-year strategic plan. We talked about that in the orientation as well when we went through the PowerPoint, and that's submitted to the Solicitor General. So we have a 3-year plan in place and service levels set by this council and previous councils. And so no material changes to the operating budget expected for community peace officers other than those inflationary adjustments we talked about. Lastly, within our department area, emergency management and services, I kind of group those two together, even though they're probably separate categories, just for ease of not having more programs. But emergency management is the arm which plans, prepares, and exercises or works during a municipal emergency. And then the emergency services is what we're essentially transferring to other types of emergency service organizations where we're a funder per se. So the only real change to this area of the budget that I can predict for 2023 is that spike again in police funding model costs. So that's currently in this year it's $675,000. Next year it'll be $900,000. So that budget area will go up again sharply, and that is almost wholly the reason for it, other than the inflationary that we talked about a little bit already. And that tops out at $1.35 million the year following, and then stays that same amount for 2025. So it'll kind of level out, and then who knows, because it's a 5-year regulation, and whether the funding stays at that level, whether it increases, whether it disappears altogether, that coupled with what they're doing with provincial policing and how that rolls out will be anybody's guess. So if I had a crystal ball, I could tell you, but I don't know. So I would say that it's likely not to ever disappear. if I was a betting person.
And a question from
Oh, sorry,
Councillor
I missed
Ratcliffe, and
the lights
then,
blinking.
Councillor Mill.
Yeah.
Okay, I have two questions. As we're transitioning to AFRACs, our VHF frequencies could become vacant. From my background in oil and gas communications, VHF frequencies would be extremely useful in an emergency, that the ability to put up temporary communications if needed, or backup for whatever. What would it cost to retain those frequencies?
You know, that is outside of my scope of knowledge, so I'd have to follow up with that answer. I think that would be something that we'd have to get from our IT services that helps us manage those costs. We do have a maintenance agreement to keep them running until we have a decommissioning plan put in place, which I don't think we're there yet, as far as I know. But maybe, is there anything from either chief, like VHF versus AFRACs operationally? Like, I know that some of the AFRAC system is a 99.7% solution, so maybe, and if DC Stewart's willing to speak to that, that'd be great.
Go ahead, please.
Reeve and Council, just to clarify the question, are you asking for like Clearwater Regional Fire to maintain this service to interoperate with the oil and gas industry, or to?
No.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, no, VHF frequencies are in high demand because of the coverage and the penetration they have. So if we give them up, we'll likely never get them back. There will be a waiting list of people wanting those frequencies. So that it's a resource I think we should keep.
And yeah, maybe I'll go back to my original comment then in terms of that decommissioning plan. I think that is something that hasn't been fully explored yet. We're kind of getting into the stage where we're set up where we can, AFRACs went live the week before last week. So we're utilizing the new system that we're on, and we haven't gotten rid of anything as of yet. So I imagine that there'll be a decommissioning operational plan that will come forward, whether that's through strategic planning or budget process, I'm not sure. Because there likely would be cost associated with that as well, to take towers down if we were going to do that. And if we determine at that point that we need to keep a frequency for what have you, that would certainly be something that I think should be held at this council table.
Yes, the frequencies could even be kept in a desk drawer. You know, we have the right to use them.
Okay.
What I could answer to that one, Councillor, is right now we do pay an annual fee to Industry Canada to maintain control of those specific frequencies. That, like Director Haggard said, when we get to the decommissioning phase of the old VHF system, which we're not there yet, purposefully because search and rescue is still operating that old system, we do still maintain control of those frequencies in Industry Canada right now. For us to lose those frequencies, we would have to stop paying that Industry Canada, and then they would reissue them out to somebody else, the next applicant, essentially. So that, agreed, it could be a discussion at this table if there's a need to maintain those frequencies. That would be the cost, is whatever we're paying Industry Canada to maintain those frequencies, and that's based on how many radios we have it. My understanding, I should say right now, is based on how many radios we have it programmed into annually is a fee, but I don't have that number with me right now. I'm sure IT services could provide that invoice.
Okay, thank you.
And Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Since we're having kind of a service level conversation, or at least that's what the agenda item said, I'm curious, has our service level changed at all, in particularly Station 50? They had a big going away party for people in Nordegg, and that involved residents that were firemen. So do we have permanent residents on the fire service in Nordegg currently, or?
Well, I'll start and then I'm pass it off to the chiefs to answer that question. In terms of service levels, no, they haven't changed because that's set by the regional agreement. When it comes to Nordegg in particular, being a remote community, that's somewhere where we've seen that around 10 firefighters that we've had staff there historically. And people do come and go from the community and all 5 of our fire stations. So the service level itself hasn't changed, but the number of people within a station may change from year to year or month to month, depending on availability of crews or staff. So that, to me, like personnel and service level don't necessarily go hand in hand, because we know that staffing for the Nordegg station in particular, if we're looking at an average response of perhaps 4 people coming out of the Nordegg station, that isn't necessarily the specific number of people we require for a specific response, like a structure fire, that station would be backed up by the Rocky station, and they're toned out at the same time for all the calls going to the Rocky station. So in terms of the actual staff coming and going currently, I'll pass it off to the chief, and maybe one of you could speak to that.
Go ahead, Chief. Sure, I'll address that as well. So just to back up what Director Haggard said, with the tiered response levels and that, and being the fact that it is a paid-on-call department in a kind of a remote part of our community and stuff like that, we always have the redundancy in place with having another station backing it up. And because the remote and not all the amenities are there that permanent resident would need, obviously there's going to be people coming and going. There's times where we've had 1 or 2 members for calls there right off the bat, and then we've had times where there's 7 or 8 or even almost a full complement, which is even rare for a town like Rocky to have in the same context. So I know we do have a couple new applicants that Deputy Chief Stewart and I have looked at for adding on to our team to kind of hopefully backfill and hopefully surpass the members that we've had move to a different location in the county to keep those numbers up. But it's definitely something on our radar that we're always actively looking to see if we can fast track if someone has a prior history in the fire service as well, or continue to keep that staffing model up there as well.
And just I apologize.
Go ahead.
I was just going to add to that too, and previous councils have been privy to workshops and orientations related to the fire service to ask those types of questions. And when it comes to Nordegg in particular, this is not a new challenge. It's certainly something that we've been talking about as long as I've been in this position. And there's a few options. And previously, when we had a regional fire committee, and as well with previous discussions with council, the number of calls, the call volume per year doesn't preclude having a full-time service out there. So with a paid-on-call service, that is one of the challenges. We can't control when people are available. Even if we had 40 people who worked in Nordegg and all lived in Nordegg, they could all be out of town that weekend or at Costco in Red Deer and unable to respond in a timely fashion. So with a paid-on-call service and full-time fire chiefs that work out of the Rocky Mountain House office, that's our backstop. Is after hours, it's the one duty officer that's paid full-time, and then they muster enough resources to get to that response, whether that's Nordegg or Caroline or Leslieville, if there's a challenge getting paid-on-call firefighters through the door. It is a very, there were quite decent in terms of depth of firefighters within our regional service, so I think that we've never had a call where we're not able to muster people to attend. And if we're in an area like a periphery area like towards south of Caroline, we may be calling in mutual aid from a different municipality if there was lack of that paid-on-call capacity to answer a call. Similarly, I said Rocky responds into Nordegg on a regular basis for calls just because of the staffing complement in a rural, remote community like Nordegg.
Follow-up?
Go ahead, please, and then I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Paid-on-call services across the province and really the country are experiencing this exact same problem. A community like Nordegg, however, has it that much more on a spotlight because their nearest mutual aid is an hour away. And therefore, I can't think how that wouldn't affect their service level and or fuss rating, et cetera, if they're waiting an hour for an engine to not 8 minutes or 12 minutes or whatever you're saying that community's response time is. I can't imagine how that wouldn't affect that service level. And with the way that the paid-on-call services across the country are having this problem, I'm just curious, what are some of our plans, your team's plans to hopefully make that better?
Yeah,
and
you bet. And
solve that problem.
Yeah, my apologies. I look at service level like we provide fire suppression for structures, and we will provide that service, but you're talking about timing of the service as opposed to the type of service provided. So my apologies, I misinterpreted the question. When it comes to that, again, this isn't something we discussed with council in 2020. And for Nordegg, it's not a new challenge. And there's other areas within Clearwater County that aren't Nordegg that have a longer response time. We're definitely not a 10-minute response time to most areas within Clearwater County. We're serving a rural environment with a paid-on-call service and offset with full-time staff for those, daytime business hours when most people may or may not be able to leave work to be able to respond for a paid-on-call service. So I don't think anything has changed recently when it comes to Nordegg, but I do understand the question, and it is a challenge. I know we were just talking about, actually, before we came to the table about coming forward with ideas for things like work experience programs or staffing during seasonal positions, all things which have been talked about with previous councils and the Regional Fire Committee and the ICC, and haven't been successfully implemented at this point. So my recommendation is if we wanted to get a little deeper into that, we probably should go through some sort of orientation or workshop related to fire services, and we can kind of get into the nitty-gritty of what we've done to date and how that's worked. But if we want to go into that now, we certainly can too. That's totally up to the chair.
I just don't want to be digging into it after something bad has happened. I want to try to be proactive.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Milhoff, for bringing up that issue. The other question I had is regarding the school resource officer. I just have a few fragments of memory that the cost for that is going to go up significantly. Am I mistaken for the RCMP?
I haven't received any updated numbers. I think what was in budget last year was with the 20% increase, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. So I haven't heard of any other increases yet. So that would be news to me if it's the case.
All right, and I was just...
But I will look into it.
I was just coming at this from the perspective of, is that something we might consider doing in the CPO program?
And that would totally be up to a council decision. That is a program that is offered in partnership with the Town of Rocky Mountain House and the Wild Rose School Division. And the agreement has a 12-month clause for notification, so we wouldn't be able to make any changes to that unless it was done with notice or all parties agreed, I guess would be the other option. I have an annual budget of approximately $140,000 for the SRO program, which is equivalent of one full-time person, but it's 1/3 of one position and 2/3 of the other position. So it's actually two people we're talking about that we're funding salaries for that work for the RCMP. But I do know that previous councils and administratively, we've talked about that with our partners, and I don't know if any changes have landed. So it certainly is something that I'll turn back to the committee to determine. Other municipalities do provide an SRO program through their peace officer program. Lacombe County is one that does it successfully. So it could be used as perhaps a model if we chose to go that path. We just haven't really got into that discussion in terms of, so for budgeting purposes, I've left it status quo, knowing that we've got at least a 12-month clause to continue to pay for those employees that the RCMP has. We actually pay the town, and the town pays that through their municipal contract. But certainly if this committee wishes, we could have a more in-depth conversation. I didn't bring an agenda item for that specifically though, so if you need any more information, I may have to defer to another day.
Okay, that's acceptable. Thank you very much.
And Councillor Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. My other question was around community peace officers, particularly on a planning enforcement officer. Would that fall in that department or in the planning department? I should have, I guess, asked Jose when he was here then. I just think enforcement officer and immediately go CPO. So.
Well, we definitely work, and he's not in the room. We definitely work hand in hand in terms of enforcement currently. If planners, as the enforcement entity for planning related matters, are going out and they need support of a peace officer, we'll send staff together just for that two-person safety risk factor. In terms of which department that staff would be housed in, I'm not certain. I think the way Jose proposed it as part of his presentation was that it would be a planning compliance officer, not a bylaw enforcement officer. So their regular job would be planning related and compliance related to those complaints coming through the door, as I understood it. But I think I would leave that for him to speak to. I certainly didn't have any expectation of them joining our department, other than working, of course, very closely together, as we do in all departments.
Follow up?
Please.
Awesome, thank you. if it was to be a planning compliance officer, that would free up your officers to then be doing their duties, not necessarily working hand in hand with planning department, and free them up for more road.
I don't know. I don't think so, because I don't think they'd be a uniformed officer. So if we're setting them for the safety component, I don't think that would change much. It actually might increase their workload if there's more compliance follow-up, if that makes sense. Because I understand that to be like more of a plainclothes employee, as opposed to a uniformed officer with a unit to go out to do enforcement.
So then would it make more sense for us to have it be a uniformed officer, so that we're not taking away from our CPOs continually for planning issues?
I think the level of training would be equivalent. I think I know there are rules around who can have lights and sirens, who can have a uniform for a specific function as a peace officer in Alberta, based on the Act. So we would be talking about another peace officer that would be assigned to do bylaw. Versus maybe that would be a certain appointment that they'd have on their designation, as opposed to everything, or maybe they would have everything and they would just focus on that. Just like they could focus on, we could have a peace officer that focuses on school resource officer. But if they're uniformed and they're gonna drive a patrol unit, they have to be trained to a certain standard at level 1 CPO in a province of Alberta. Yeah, so bylaw compliance from an administrative position, that would be more of a paper process, if that makes sense.
Mr. Emmons, please.
Thank you, Reeve. And maybe if I can add to that a little bit, it's the importance of council, in this case strategic planning, but later council, really given the expectation of service and what council would like that to look like. There are many different options, as Christine has illustrated very well. If it was a peace officer, they'd have to be trained in municipal land use, and that would have to be the passion for enforcement. When I was active in researching out this position, I learned that actually having a CPO entrusted in this position was a fail, because their passion is out on the road, Maylong Task Force, and join the other enforcement officers out there doing that, whereas land use planning, for whatever reason, just wasn't as exciting. So that kind of failed at that level. The other part, so it was always my thought that it would be in planning, because you need somebody that's passionate for planning, knows land use planning bylaws, the policies, the municipal development plan, able to apply it in a reasonable and consistent manner. Behind that is the conversation of, is it enforcement or under a reactive, which is very important, because if we had a bylaw officer, we truly go hunting for violators, because the courts would require that. We wouldn't want to be perceived as biased or malicious against one individual, so we'd have to prove out an inspection cycle, and they would be looking for violators. Right now, we are under the philosophy of written complaint, and that way we meet the court's mandate that we can easily prove we are not being malicious, we're not being biased, we have a written complaint from an individual and we acted on that. So if we had some type of enforcement, enforcement could be part of their DO's job duties, and they could be the compliance individual, and still keep us under that written philosophy. Or the next level up would be a bylaw enforcement officer, where we start looking for violators. And I think that's the importance and definition for council to decide, what is your expectation? Are we going from predator to prey, or and how we're going to enact that? Does that help?
Yep, absolutely. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any additional questions? Did we finish, or I think we may have another point or two to make.
Yeah, you bet. You know, I went through any of the changes to the operational budget that'll come, that this committee will see in their committee meetings in early December. So I guess I'll turn it back to the Reeve or the chair for the committee meeting and ask if there's any other operational questions.
Sure, well, thank you. Any additional questions? I might make I don't have a question, but I have a comment, or maybe a commendation. With your CRFRS budget, I really appreciate you being able to offer a budget within that municipal price index. That's a very low number. I might suggest that the City of Edmonton might be looking for a new forecaster sometime in the future. But, you know, back here in the real world, we see 10 to 50% as common when we put something out. It comes back much more expensive than what we anticipate.
And I will couch that with, I agree. And also, when Edmonton sent it to me, they're like, yeah, but we do this forecast a year out, and this was before the Ukraine-Russia conflict. This was before the inflationary supply chain issues that we've seen in the last year. So they even said, you don't really want to use this as your number. And I said, well, we're kind of hand-tied by the agreement that we have. It says we're going to use you as a reference and use this municipal price index, and perhaps we'll change that in future years or at a future budget discussion when we get to the point where we know we've trimmed as much as we can from the budget, and we're canceling conferences and things like that to get within that threshold. So certainly it was a challenge. So thank you for that.
Well,
and again, I leave that to my team because they were able to pull that together.
I can't overemphasize my appreciation. This is a very important thing to our regional service, and it's anytime we can find that middle ground and really go above and beyond, I appreciate it. Additional questions? Do you have everything you need to move forward? So I guess in that case, I'd be looking for a motion to, sorry, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you very much. I do have just, I guess, one comment. And it was sort of mentioned already in item 5.3 a little bit with community halls and stuff like that. But I know there's a lot of organizers and stuff that they're trying to put on events and things like that. And I know the last couple of years with COVID was not very good, so it is nice to have the community events and be able to go to it. But sometimes when the organizers are trying to obtain their proper permits and stuff to have their events, they get, they sometimes are restricted on the number of people that they can have in their events and stuff like that due to deficiencies in the buildings that would meet fire code. And I know that there's codes and legislation that changes all the time. But rather, it does create a little bit of a disappointment, and it's disheartening to some of the organizers and the residents sometimes. But if there was more of maybe a list of deficiencies, then maybe a budget that could remedy, those deficiencies so that they don't get sort of, put up to a wall and then, and that's just my comment.
Yeah, no, and thank you for that, Councilor Northcott. And I fully understand it. It's kind of the challenge of buildings that are aging. We've had COVID, so we haven't had anybody out inspecting things for occupancy loads in the last few years until events started to kick back up. And as they find deficiencies that maybe were deficient 10 plus years ago perhaps, and it's deferred maintenance even in some cases. I know that is a tough pill to swallow for those community groups that have worked hard to build those facilities and try and maintain them to their best standard. As my colleague Matt mentioned earlier, there is a plan in place to try and get ahead of that so that we're not continuing to see this every time we go into a community hall. We're the holder of the insurance. They are all additional named insured under Clearwater County's policy. So the insurance is our liability, as well as some of the costs that we've been putting into those operating grants. We've been providing year over year those flat rates. So, you don't want to necessarily throw good money after bad if there is something that needs to be brought up to a certain standard. So I think it's a good process, but I do understand that it is a tough one for some community groups to work through. And as safety codes officer, I have a couple sitting beside me as well. They can speak to how numbers are determined, but essentially it's based on ability to get out of the facility in an emergency. So if you have one door, it's a certain number of people. If you have two doors of a certain size, it's a certain number of people. So that's how they do a measurement of the facility and the doors and the door widths. And then they determine how many people can safely get out of there in a short period of time if there was something that was catastrophic that was going on that people needed to exit in a hurry. So I don't know if you need more technical details than my door to number ratio, but I can certainly pass the microphone off to the subject matter experts and they can give you more details related to occupancy loads and how they're determined. But at the end of the day, I think between community services and emergency and legislative services departments, we have devised a plan that's going to come to the next council meeting in terms of how to get them onto a cycle of inspection, make that part of their grant funding criteria annually so that once they're up to code and up to speed, then future forward, this shouldn't be a problem. But it will take time to get all the community halls up to that standard just because of like the nature of development and how long those buildings have been in our community after all the community's hard work making it happen.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
There are generalized checklists and things that are on our website that community halls could look towards to see what they would need to check on a regular basis within a community hall. But, you know, things like panic hardware or you know, different types of alarm systems for a gathering location might be something that's outside of what they've done in their hall. So, do you want any comments? Did I nail it or did I?
If I may, Reeve and Deputy Reeve, just to back up what Director Haggard said, me being new to the team here and learning the dynamics of the community here and some of the struggles that CRFRS has been facing with some of the topics of discussion coming up within the community halls and stuff. Our team's been working very hard at looking at finding a strategy on how we can work alongside them to help them bounce back from the revenue losses and stuff they've had over the COVID times and everything else. So it is on our radar. It's one of the things we're working with now. Like Director Haggard said, with Mr. Martinson and the program that they were looking at working towards and stuff to help add additional funding in and get these buildings up to where they need to be. Obviously, the safety of the community members is our main priority, and being safety codes officers, that puts us in a position where we are obligated with our license and on the Queen's Bench and stuff like that when it comes to enforcing and educating and being able to provide that service. We're trying to find a happy median on working alongside them without stepping into like the illegal realm, if you will, of falsifying documents and stuff like that. We want to try to find that happy median, but have some leniency where it's possible as well.
And so just to end on that one as well, if we needed to go in and do an inspection and there was an immediate life safety risk, they would be obligated to say, we can't serve the public in that facility. But things that could be done over time, we've only done one enforcement action in the last 4 years that I've been in the department, which is an order through the provincial safety codes to change something. It wasn't in Clearwater County, it was actually in a different municipality that we serve as part of our regional service. The rest of it has been on the consultation and kind of like the checklist of things that needs to be done and time given to do it. So, but I do know that it does impact occupancies for those one-off liquor license permitted events, and that can be a challenge, especially if they don't have time to remedy what they're looking for. Like if they're coming in the events next week, it is going to be tough if it is a life safety issue. But I haven't seen any that have been turned away. Perhaps the occupancy is less than what they would have expected or done in previous years if they weren't asking for that permitting. So hopefully that helps, but I know it doesn't help when they want to get back and recovered from COVID. So we do have empathy for that part of the process. And like I said, on the 27th, I believe an agenda item is coming that has the policy for funding and the strategy to go forward with that and get those inspections done sooner than later, all at once or over the next couple of years, however the council so chooses as part of the funding model, and then make a plan to how to upgrade those buildings as appropriate.
I would just comment that I recognize how heavy of a burden it is to wear that safety codes officer designation, and I can also say that it was one of the happiest days of my life when mine finally expired, and I didn't have those worries over my head anymore. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I think it also speaks to the gap in planning, development permitting, and safety codes permitting. Because we're not accredited in the building permitting, we rely on the builder to then go out and do that piece, and then if they don't, we're relying on our fire service to be a heavy hammer to say, no, that's not okay, you need to sprinkler your arena, that's a thing, right? Like, so, and we're gonna shut you down until you do. So it's hard because we're not accredited in that middle piece. So perhaps in order to make it so that this is not an issue going forward, maybe we need to look at those as solutions, look at every solution possible. So this, I know it's not gonna work for our older buildings, that it is what it is, but so that this isn't a problem in new builds, that may be something that we need to look at, just because it makes you guys the heavy, and that you're just trying to help.
If I may, Chair, thank you. And I've turned my light on because I was going to say in new builds, but you answered that already. You're bang on when it comes to that, and the history of how development occurred in every rural environment in Alberta and every other province, I'm sure as well, is process changed over time, and the process and maybe hasn't caught up in all areas. And we do bookend the process. We're at the beginning and the end. And then if you find out at the end, once you've already constructed, that you don't meet fire or building code, that is a hard message to deliver to any person who's invested their hard-earned money into building a business or whatever facility it is. So no, I totally get that. And accreditation is something that may assist in the process. I think it would. I don't disagree with that. And it's a reason why our team meets with the planning department quarterly now to kind of get ahead of the ones that are new coming through the door in terms of permitting. But we do still see, you know, the ones, the development permits of note, we call them, are the ones that perhaps developed under an ag land use and an ag not requiring development permit, or everything requires a building permit, but maybe didn't get a building permit, and maybe didn't require a development permit, and then it's been transitioned into something else, and then when it's identified when that parcel's up for sale, or they come to make it compliant as part of our assessment process that we've noted with that small business licensing. So it is one of those challenges of being a community that's developed over a period of time, and certainly I'm sure I'd leave it up to the CAO to decide how we would talk about that process of accreditation, because it wouldn't necessarily be in our department. That would be something that would happen in coordination with planning and development. But yeah, if we could all be in one building and have people even, you know, injected right into the planning department from all of the safety codes aspects, that would be my ideal world. But that would be a few more staff members in a different building perhaps as well, and a different budget, absolutely. And I think it's much like the, you know, the education versus the enforcement, it's quite the same in terms of philosophy. As administration, we've been working with that education-based philosophy, trying to best educate people, whether they like the message or not. It's, you know, it is what it is. We're trying to do an education process to say this is what the legislation says, this is what we deem to be safe, or the province or the feds deem to be safe, and this is how we can help you get there, and here's the amount of time you have to get this up to speed. So again, if we weren't bookending the process, I don't disagree that it might make new things easier, but you know, the 4,000 parcels we've got in the county, you know, I don't know how many businesses we have, but say, you know, a few hundred to 500. I don't think that issue, it's not going to go away anytime soon, because we're going to continue to see these come up as they sell or as they transition types of businesses into those parcels that are already constructed.
Great. Do you have enough of everything for direction to move forward?
Our budget in our department is fairly status quo. Again, with inflationary, most of it's been looked at by the ICC, so I'm comfortable as long as you don't tell me you want me to hire other folks. I have no new staff coming as part of the process. Again, we're status quo in terms of service levels and staffing and materials and supplies expenses.
Well, super. I'd be looking for a motion to accept for information. Councillor Cermak this time. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Takes us down to item 5.5, corporate services service level refresher and key issues for 2023 operating budget. And I'll go across the room to Mr. Hagan, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Corporate services is not anticipating any changes to our service levels for 2023. However, we have a couple of areas that we're seeing significant challenges just maintaining our current service levels. The first of those is Geographic Information Systems, or GIS. Over the last couple of years in particular, demand within and outside the organization for GIS services has increased dramatically, and this is actually a good thing. Internally, it leads to more efficiency, it leads to better information overall, but we want to continue to support that, and we don't want anybody waiting too long to get that information. The current GIS team is a coordinator supported by a half-time administrative support position, and we are anticipating a vacancy at the end of this calendar year due to retirement in that support position. So what we're looking at and recommending is that we recruit instead back into an administrative support position. Rather, we change that job description to a technician and increase it to a full-time FTE and recruit into that position overall going forward. And our estimate is an increase to the annual budget of just below $51,000 per year. Any questions on that before I go on?
Councillor Melham, I believe. Oh, yes, she does have a question.
It's a good assumption, thanks, Reeve. So we're changing it from a 0.5 admin to a tech, a 1.0 tech position?
Correct, that's what we're recommending.
What does that change to your service in general? Because admin to tech, that seems like a pretty big leap.
Right now, the administrative support is doing very general clerical duties, that sort of thing. What we'd be looking at is somebody that is trained and experienced in using the system. So it gives the coordinator greater ability to delegate responsibility and manage the requests that are coming in for map production, but as well special projects, that sort of thing. To give you an example, I think council members are probably aware that this taxation year, we were able to make available to the community, to our ratepayers, a map online that they can click on and see the assessed value for any property in the county. If we'd had these resources earlier, we probably could have been a year earlier on the delivery of that. But it's really a matter of managing that workload. So this will give the coordinator greater ability to delegate, manage that workload, and respond to questions on a timely basis.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Sure.
In losing the admin portion of this, will then in 2024 there be a admin line item request for a staff for admin?
I don't anticipate. I think the technician also handle what administrative duties have been there already as well.
Dual purpose individual?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you.
And Councillor Radcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Could you give me an idea of the number of requests you're getting in for mapping services on a regular basis?
I'm not sure we've tracked that. Mr. McDonald?
Mr. McDonald.
Not so much this year because we just did hire the new GIS coordinator last year, and he's really been, overwhelmed, quite frankly, to do that. So he hasn't had that, but very busy, especially with, for example, when we did have the Emergency Operations Center up and running, he was running. He went into overtime, quite frankly, Saturdays and Sundays and stuff like that. And it would have been nice to have somebody else to sort of fill his shoes, to spell him off, that had that same level of education or skills to do that. So there's those things, but we can certainly start keeping track. If we do get another person, we'll be able to have that. We did put them in this year to a help desk scenario. So we can easily get those numbers probably in the January, February timeline to show you, whereas we don't really have a full year of data yet, but we have put them into a help desk ticketing system, whereas previously didn't. So you submit a ticket, you want your map plotted or something like that, you can do that. So we can start to actually see the numbers coming up and the ebb and tide and whatever. Is that okay?
Yeah. I have a follow-on question though.
Sure, follow along.
Do I? It's a long day. Do I understand then that we have a GIS coordinator and now a GIS technician?
We don't yet, that's what we're recommending.
Yes, is what we want to add to the GIS coordinator.
Correct, but we're not looking at an additional position per se. We're looking at taking the existing half-time position, increasing that to full-time, and raising the job description requirements.
And in addition to that technician, we'll still have the GIS coordinator?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it'll be a coordinator and a technician to support them.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. No other questions? I'll carry on to financial services. Let Mrs. Serhan jump in and expand on anything I may touch on here, but generally, we've got a couple of vacancies. One is a temporary due to a leave, as well as one was a vacancy created when we transferred an employee over to support broadband operations within information technology. We've had some challenges recruiting to that position, and at the same time, we've reallocated some of the workload so that we can continue to provide service along the way despite that vacancy. And Ms. Serhan is exploring some different options in terms of a bit of a restructuring within the department that may involve a redrafting of that job description for the permanent vacancy and raising it up somewhat in terms of technical ability requirements and that sort of thing to better be able to manage these kind of situations going forward. As well, it'll put us in a stronger position in terms of increased requirements around asset management. Accounting requirements are changing for reporting year 2023, and there's going to be additional requirements that we're going to put into place there. So we are potentially looking at somebody with a higher level of education and experience to fill that. So right now, the work is preliminary in terms of a potential redrafting of that job description. So we're really not sure what kind of budget implication it could have, but we wanted to give the committee a heads up that if we have those numbers worked out by budget time, you may see some increases there. Any questions on that?
Seeing none.
Okay. So the only other thing I will mention that is not in this item is that the committee may recall that we currently have 2 contracts in place for assessment services. Designated industrial property assessments moved over to the province a few years back. Responsibility for them did. And with that, we entered into a hybrid model with municipal affairs whereby we contract service organization to do those designated industrial property assessments. And in turn, the government has a contract with us to provide us funding to cover that. Both of those contracts are set to expire at the end of March of 2023. And if that continues according to plan, then what the committee will see when we get to budget time is a reduction in contracted services within assessment and also a corresponding reduction in revenue from the provincial government. So right now, that's just a heads up. These plans have changed a couple of times over the last few years. So if it doesn't change, that's what you can expect. If it does change, we'll certainly let you know when we get into that section of the budget, the newest information that we're looking at.
Okay, any questions? Did you get enough indication that you move forward with what you've heard?
Absolutely, thank you very much.
All right, I'll be looking for a motion to accept for information. And Councillor Graham, all those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Brings us to item 5.6, and that would be planning and development service level refresher and key issues for 2023. And I welcome back Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Riv. Hello, Council. Yes, I wanted to go over what I'm thinking and the projections we're thinking for the next year, for 2023. So based on current development trends, as well as anticipated planning projects, we're proposing to do some rearrangements within the planning and development department. And I'm going to go over that in more depth. But first, I wanted to give you a refresher regarding the planning functions. And if I can go to the slideshow, if that's okay, Alana. So that will be the second slideshow. The second slideshow, I got two in there. This is the previous one that, yeah. That's the one. Yes, so going again back to the planning functions. The planning department currently deals with inquiries, real property reports, land use bylaw amendments, development permits, subdivisions, communication towers, long-term policy documents such as the intermunicipal development plans, infrastructure plans, municipal development plan, and outline plans. We also deal with the West Country heritage, economic development, Nordic leases, Nordic planning and lot sales, and land use enforcement. And next one is an overview of the current organizational chart. As you can see here in this slide, there is a director. And then on the planning side, we got two senior planners. One of these positions is vacant. We also have a community planner and 3 development officers. We have a planning intern that is actually currently working very closely with the senior planners. We also have a heritage coordinator, an economic development officer, and an administrative assistant. So we are planning or proposing to do some sort of a rearrangement internally. So we have developed some sort of 2 scenarios that we wanted to present to council today. I just wanted to mention before I go into these charts that we're not anticipating any new people being hired. We're just looking at some internal rearrangements with the existing staff that is currently being employed by the county. So in the first scenario, we have a director and a manager, a planning manager in this case. And then we have another new position being a senior development officer. This, and I'll go over the advantages of having this rearrangement taking place. We are also anticipating to apply for a municipal intern. We did last year, but unfortunately, we couldn't get an intern in place. So this position will be basically shared with the province and we'll get some funding. From then, half of the cost will be provided by the province and half from the county. Earlier this year, we talked also about a development compliance officer, which I will be bringing over during budget. So that position, I will work on bringing that over for budget. But the new ones that I'm proposing to you today will be the manager position and the senior development officer. As I understand, in the past, we used to have a manager, a planning manager, but that position ceased to exist, and a new senior planner position was created at that time. So going back to the second option or scenario, in this scenario, we're just looking at 2 or 1, basically 1 new position, being the senior development officer. Now that we're incorporating development compliance officer, we believe that there is a need for some restructuring or some sort of like creating some levels for reports, and that will help the director to open up to some other strategic thinking and being part of more integrated more with the rest of the county, basically with the rest of the staff. So again, we're looking at a planning intern, which we're expecting to apply this month. And in this case, we will retain the 2 senior planner positions, and they will report again directly to the director.
Councillor Melhoff, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you. I'm a little bit confused. Initially you said you won't be coming looking for new staff, and then you said you're gonna have a budget line item. I'm curious.
Okay.
Are we getting new staff? Or we want new staff? Are we not want new staff? I don't quite know what.
We are asking, or I'm asking for 2 positions or 1, but then we believe, 1 if we go for the first scenario, being a manager and a senior development officer. Then they are they are in red.
Okay, I thought you said initially you were shuffling staff, not
Yes.
looking for new staff.
Yes, we're shuffling staff, but we're creating new titles.
Okay, so you don't need new staff budgeted.
If we change the titles, we will need some staff, some budget adjustments.
Okay, so no new people though.
I'm thinking no new people. I believe that these new positions that we're thinking could be filled internally.
Okay.
I hope that clarifies.
Yeah, on one hand, you said you were gonna be coming to budget with staff stuff, and one hand you said you're not hiring new staff, so I was just trying to figure out where we were going.
Yeah, okay,
Thanks.
no problem. So basically, those are the 2 scenarios that we're thinking. I have highlighted in the next slide some of the functions that I foresee for these positions. And for the manager function, I see that this position will help me or help the department with overall supervision and control of county municipal land use planning and subdivision processes, including the management of county-owned lands, and I'm referring here basically to Nordec. This person will also help in coaching and mentoring planning staff. It will be responsible for major projects and difficult or contentious applications and files, and also this person will assist in budget preparation. And now moving on to the senior development officer, I foresee this position ensuring development regulations are properly administered in all county development projects. This person also will ensure the efficient and effective workflow for permit processes and other related customer services. This person will also provide advice and recommendations for permits by providing true, high quality and timely responses to stakeholders. So this person basically will be responsible for the development permit function. This person will also serve as a liaison between the Municipal Planning Commission and staff. It will also provide coaching and mentoring to new staff, as well as more input into possible conditions for development permits. And now going into the advantages of having these possible 2 positions, or maybe 1, will be to streamline file assignment, and workload management. Right now, we are basically doing this on an ad hoc basis, depending on who has the knowledge and the time. That's how we're assigning files. But if we have somebody who is monitoring what files are coming in and going out and assigning people to those files will be really relevant. These positions will also enhance the enforcement function, and there will be a direct contact between administration and MPC. It will improve staff coaching and mentoring. It will be a big asset for me during budget preparation, and it will also allow the director, in this case being me, to focus more on county-wide goals and strategic policies. So those are my asks for today, and I just wanted to get some feedback from you.
And we'll start with Division 1.
Thank you, Reeve. What's the budget implications for chart 1 versus chart 2?
That's a very good question, and I don't have solid numbers with me right now, but we have a base budget. So in one case, we will have 2 increases on that position, some budget increases, and in the second option, we'll have 1 increase. And I don't foresee like a major budget impact because we already have a base budget. So these positions, new positions will basically will be pumped into a new grid.
Okay, next follow-up?
Sure.
Awesome, thank you. With chart number 2, there not being a manager in between there, is the span of control for that director still seen, or do you need that management spot in there in order to maintain span of control of that department?
Personally, I would prefer to have a manager. But if the budget is too broad, then it would, then I wouldn't, I can live with having 2 senior planners instead.
Okay. So I'm just trying to figure out what the benefit versus reward will be with either one of these charts, or in general, just keeping it the way that it is.
Yes, in the past, we used to have a manager of planning, but as I mentioned, that position was eliminated and replaced by a senior planner.
Okay. So why would we go back to it if we removed it?
Because to allow more time for strategic thinking, and also to have more direct contact with boards and different departments.
Okay, thank you.
And Councillor Graham, please.
Thank you, Reeve Wahid. I guess, I don't really know how to phrase this question, but did you bring this forward to us just to kind of like FYI, or, because it's kind of up to you to decide which way to go, isn't it? As long as we approve it, it's administrative, isn't it?
Yes, I did, and that's basically just to have some input from you, as you know, to see where, if we're going in the right direction.
Okay.
Mr. Emmons?
So, thank you for that, Councillor Graham. The exact structure would be administrative. What is well within council's purview is budget, and perhaps Mr. Reyes can expand for council how one position versus 2 can be accomplished under the current staffing load, so therefore meet current budget lines. That, and then the discussion of what enforcement looks like, which is directly related to service. I believe there needs to be definition brought in around that. And is that a standalone position and an added position, or can it be managed in current staffing numbers? Myself, I think that discussion is very important for council, because some of the concerns I've heard, quite frankly, from council, if it was a standalone position and it was tasks assigned to an individual, I personally don't believe it would expedite the enforcement process, which is one of the concerns. Clearwater County enforces at the rate of speed because we can justify that to the court system. We have to prove out reasonableness, and all of that takes time. You send a letter advising, and then you need reasonable response for them to respond to that letter. They don't, you send another letter. Whether you have that task to one individual or not, it's still an enforcement time to show reasonableness. Part of that falls into the wrong time of year. You know, you get a written complaint and you're coming into, beginning of October, end of October, and can you do cleanup when snow is pending? You give a couple of months to react, and now you got snow on the ground. Not reasonable. Now you're waiting till next year. And that frustration from the person that wrote the complaint is mounting. But whether that was assigned to an individual or not, I don't believe that would, and I'm not trying to spread negativity to council. I truly want you to understand, when we're talking staffing, what it would accomplish and what I believe it wouldn't. And unless we changed our process, one idea I had that might address that is perhaps if the Director of Planning wrote a policy that defined from letter 1 to letter 2, here's the time frame and expectation of response. And that might give some structure to the process, rather than right now, kind of looking at a situation and going, you know what, we're gonna give this much time. While they're dealing with other files, it might drop off of the wayside and might be a little longer between letters. That's one thought. Again, the other conversation for council is, you know, are we going to be proactive and look for violators versus the current process? I think those definitions would also assist the Director of Planning in implementing and what to do, if that helps.
Thank you, and Mr. Hagan, your light's been on for a bit too.
Thank you, Reeve. Just wanted to address a couple of Councillor Melheff's questions and as well look for some clarification from Mr. Reyes. I believe I understand that a potential change either to Chart 1 or Chart 2 with respect to either the manager position or the senior development officer position would not involve new staff being hired necessarily. It would involve promotion, and there will be a cost to that. That will be the budgetary impact that this committee will need to consider. So it'll either be budgetary impact of one position or affecting two positions, depending which of these scenarios. But Mr. Reyes, am I correct that if a development compliance officer position is created, that's going to be something that needs to be recruited to? So that would be a new cost.
That is correct, Director Hagan. That will be a new position, and most likely we're looking at an external candidate.
Okay, thank you.
I guess my question would be, is the vacant senior planner position within the budget now, or is that outside the budget?
It is within the budget, Reeve.
Additional questions? Councillor Cermak, please.
I guess I need some more clarification on this compliance officer. Because I think that there's lots of acreages and lots of farming operations that are way out of compliance in our county from years gone by. Is this one for just the new developments that's going on? Or would he be looking at old compliance issues that are pretty obvious?
Again, I don't think we're looking at changing the philosophy, and that goes back to the CEO's comments.
Yeah.
That we're operating right now on a complaint basis, and I don't think we're going to be like going out there and targeting people, which might set us into an unfair process. Right now, this position that we're thinking of will be a combination of a development officer and a compliance officer. So this person we're anticipating will be dealing with development files in the low complaint season, and it will be mostly working on complaints in the high complaint season, being spring, summer. And this person we're anticipating to be located within the planning department, and again, we're not looking at additional costs such as vehicles and equipment. This will be basically another development officer, but his or her focus will be on enforcement based on complaints.
So that would be written complaints brought from landowners?
That's correct. We're maintaining that philosophy unless council directs us otherwise.
Yeah, you wouldn't go out looking for complaints or that, but if something's obvious, then that compliance officer would take care of it.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
If I would, I might just share a little bit of feedback on our complaint process. Ultimately, I think those people that we're dealing with a written complaint. However, there is the, I guess, when somebody has an issue with something that somebody is doing on somebody else's property and they give a written complaint, there is a hesitation to do that because your name will be presented to that person that is being complained with, in all fairness. But that's one of the limitations that I think has created frustration within the community, in that you may have a complaint about somebody,
But if you're not willing to put your name out there and take the hits in the community, that complaint may never be made, and the correction or the compliance may never actually come to pass. So that's just a bit of feedback that I've got I'd like to share as well. And I don't know if there's a way to improve that process, create some an anonymity within that process yet, bring the awareness level to planning that there can be problems out there that really are a compliance issue and a fairness issue, but it almost puts the community, in the forefront of it, almost self-enforcement in many ways. So I just thought I'd bring that up.
If I may comment on that,
Sure,
just
absolutely.
for your benefit, in most enforcements, we do need a name in case we end up in court. And that's the reason why we do it. It's really hard for us to go to court having somebody like who's anonymous. We need somebody like if you're making a complaint, you should be able to go to court to be a witness, and that's the position that we're taking.
And if I can share a bit of that feedback around that sounds totally reasonable. However, in the process, it's often shared, there's a complaint against you. Well, who's complaining? And there isn't that assurance within that process that anonymity stays at that point until there would be something that's, may the defendant rise kind of thing. So I guess ultimately, I think there's a bit of a flaw in the process or a bit of a challenge in the process that I think we could perhaps find solutions if we're really trying to look at a fairness of compliance within our rules. Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve, and I agree, because it's really difficult you have neighbors going against neighbors on something as menial as a CCAN. Like, they have to complain about the CCAN in order to get the CCAN off their property line, whereas it's something obvious that they shouldn't have had it there in the first place. Whereas I was hopeful that a compliance officer would not pit neighbors against neighbors and not entirely be reliant on a written complaint from somebody. I mean, obviously, if they don't see it, they need to be a complaint. We have a very vast municipality, and they're not gonna catch everything. But if it's something that is obvious, like Councillor Cermak was saying, it would only make sense to me that, like, all the CCANs in Cougar Ridge and all the, I don't wanna say crap, but like all the stuff that goes on in these smaller developments, it's obvious to a compliance officer that those can't continue to happen. You don't need a neighbor to complain. So, and it wouldn't be putting neighbors against neighbors. So perhaps having some go out and find it might be appropriate in these smaller, our hamlets or our smaller subdivisions may be appropriate. Just thoughts.
One suggestion I'd make before I go to Councillor Swanson is perhaps this is an opportunity for a contracted service where we have that anonymous thing, and from that tip that goes into a contracted service. It doesn't necessarily put planning and development in a bad spot. It doesn't necessarily put the neighbor in a bad spot. It's that contracted service then that goes out and invests and uses the tools that we've created with our bylaws in order to resolve some of these neighbor to neighbor, good neighbor to good neighbor issues. I'll go to Councillor Swanson, please.
I guess for me, we can't change the past and what has happened in the past, so we gotta start the line from going forward. So if we were doing the compliance officer, it would be, okay, so from every development permit that comes through your door, you'd say, okay, we have a compliance officer that will visit your property to ensure that you're following it in a year from now, in 2 years from now, and it's some random in the next 5 to 10 years to ensure that, because we have a reputation of not doing some enforcement because people will build and then come ask for forgiveness or ask for leniency or ask for different things that have happened in the past. And once those developments are done, we haven't taken a bulldozer to anything that in my time here. So, that's the other extreme. So I'm okay with, this is the line in the sand. Yes, we can still be complaint-based, but going forward, it's telling everybody that's coming through your door, you're going to be subjected to inspections. And they're gonna be at random and to ensure you're following the development permit. And maybe that seems a little more onerous, I don't know, but, we do know some people that you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. So, speaking to the sprawl, right? There are some yards that are sprawling bigger than bigger every year. And they're on a quarter section, they're not on an acreage. And, you know, for me, that's like, that's an oxymoron in a way, you know, you don't want to take up more land, but yet your yard is getting bigger, bigger, you know, that kind of thing. So that is a visual that, you know, and maybe that'll come through the land use bylaw review as well, that we will identify other things in that process that the bylaw officer can, or compliance officer can help. And it's an education. This is truly an education process as well. So that's the way I look at that particular position.
Thank you, and Mr. Emmons?
Thank you. And maybe some additional information for council's consideration. So the history behind the written complaint and signed written complaint, which actually is exactly, Councillor Malhaf and Reva Laid have addressed the negative side of it, but it's FOIP legislation. We've withheld, tried to in the past, and we simply get run through a FOIP, and it's always your right to confront your accuser. If you get a speeding ticket, you stand before the judge, because that's your accuser is the province of Alberta. So we've lost that, which is why we require it. And we should never be willingly sharing it, but truly if someone lodges a complaint and they say who complained, the information would be given at that time because we'd lose it anyway, prior to going to Queen's Bench, because we'd just get run through a FOIP request and we'd be forced to anyway. So that is the negative side of the written. Contracted services is definitely an option, always. If we need a little bit of help, especially temporarily, to me, that's an obvious go-to, which is far better than staffing up, which is a long-term impact. The only thing I would caution council is you do risk when it's random, because the court likes a system. They like an inspection cycle. So that again, you're proving out that non-bias, you're not being malicious and just picking on me. You just happen to fall in the queue, and in the middle of your queue, we got a written complaint over here. It takes the municipality away from that. So I just offer up that little bit of feedback for consideration, but that is definitely the negative side of a written complaint. We are required.
And Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. There are bylaws. Can we not be the accuser? We're accusing them of being in breach of our bylaws, and then the complainant doesn't have to. They're just informing us of a road problem. They're informing us of a bylaw, land bylaw infringement.
Actually looked into that as well, because there was a few that were, I really didn't want to put people in the middle of it. But again, you'd be perceived as circumventing your own system. You would still be accused of bias and malicious. In the past, I've had councillors brave enough just to say, put my name on it. You represent Clearwater County, it's no different than really, we just picked you and we're enforcing. It really would be viewed the same by Queen's Bench, so those efforts failed as well.
I said the same thing, sorry. Sorry, King's Bench.
Additional questions? Is that, oh, sorry, Councillor Cermak.
If it's a plain on your face that they were given a building permit or a permit or whatever, and it's real obvious that they didn't follow the permit, why does somebody have to have a written statement saying that he didn't follow the permit?
Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, and I'm jumping on
Oh,
Jose.
sorry.
Everybody's
eager to
so
answer. This is
if
good.
it falls under safety codes or building codes or we're not accredited, so we don't have the authority to follow. So setbacks and things like that, Councillor Cermak, fall outside of our authority. We can easily see they didn't meet setbacks, but again, you're not gonna, well, setbacks is a bad example, building code. You know, we don't have the authority to enforce. They already start building because we don't have inspectors, they don't meet their setbacks. Councillor Swanson spoke of it earlier, we've never dozed in somebody's foundation, we've never gone to those extremes, so they carry on. You know, they build and they're just in non-compliance. I don't know if that would change with an inspector, they would catch the violation, I don't know if as a municipality we'd go to those means, that would be a decision for the day. But a lot of what we're talking about also falls outside. If it's within the development permit, and one of our development officers see it, our planners, they could act today. They wouldn't need a written complaint because it's following a condition of a development permit. That's a different conversation.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting to there. I'm sure that there's some buildings that have popped up in our county that has not been issued a building permit. How do you find those ones? And then I think we have some bylaws that state that you can only have 2 residents on a piece of property. I know properties that have 3 and 4. That's obvious.
You have to have your neighbor write a complaint first.
And I'm sorry, I'm like reblind. I don't think you need to have somebody write something up that is that obvious. Like you see 3 residents on a piece of land and there's only supposed to be 2. Somebody should be able to go in there and do something about it. You're out of compliance of what we or the previous councils have set out. But there's no route to rectify those.
Mr. Emmons.
Well, I'm gonna sit
Is that
up.
seat hot over there? What's that?
I'm gonna sit up because I need to be brave enough to say something that I wouldn't want any of my directors to say. Now we're treading into some political waters. Would we have the support of this council if I showed up at your neighbor's house that you grew up with and he has 3 mobiles and I as Rick Emmons representing Clearwater County said remove those and you have a month? And they're your lifelong friends. Would I have this council's support in doing that?
You would have mine if it's out of compliance.
Respectfully, that's one. You know, like to do this job, I need the motion, the support of council. And I don't say that lightly, like, the last thing I would want Clearwater County ever to be is in a position of picking winners and losers. And because that is Councillor Cermak's position, I can do that level of enforcement there, but I can't in another division. And that discredits our municipality. And that's why this is such an important conversation for all of council. For administration to do enforcement, we need to do it that complements your vision of enforcement. I am not trying to make it harder on council. I'm trying to provide information to make it clear so that you make great decisions. Because we don't want to be out in the community and conducting enforcement in a way that doesn't represent this council or what this municipality, this council wants this municipality to look like.
But that's why we have bylaws. That's what we want this municipality to look like. And if they're not following the bylaws, then they're not following what we want this county to look like.
Then respectfully, that's a bylaw officer. We hire the position and they hunt violators.
Okay.
I might just comment that often we create a bylaw to give administration a tool to be able to deal with a situation that has been part of a complaint and to find a resolution. We
put some teeth, if you would, within administration that it can act. I think the challenge we have here is going from one model of compliance to a higher level of compliance. There is no gray area in between it, and that requires the resources to be able to go with that higher level of compliance. So it could become a daunting task as we bring everything into compliance over the next number of years, as opposed to only those ones that are creating an issue that is handled by some of the bylaws we've already created. I can understand why we're where we're at now, but I wanted to highlight some of the challenges we have with that system and, you know, see if there's any solutions we can to improve it without going to a completely new model that could do, as CEO Emmons talks about, create a lot of bad feelings, not only neighbor to neighbor, but just the impression of the service level that the county is providing to the community as well. There's a challenge on having rules and enforcing them until until it's your ox that's being gored by all this. Then it becomes much more personal and challenging. Additional questions? Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I agree with Councillor Cermak. We're about to potentially go into redoing the land use bylaw. Why spend the time to do it if we're not going to enforce it? That's hundreds of thousands of dollars to redo a land use bylaw that if we're not going to actually make anybody follow it, what's the point of doing that? I agree. There's no point then in having those bylaws and policies at all if we're not going to enforce them.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
I guess I feel I have to weigh in on this. If we don't have those bylaws, we can't enforce anything. So having those bylaws and discretion allows administration to deal with problem situations. I guess I would kind of look at it as, what's the harm? Like, for an example, if there's a family breakup and a child has to move with her kids somewhere and they put a mobile on the family farm, what's the harm?
There's a bylaw for that. You can get a bona fide need permit.
Okay.
Sorry.
Shot down.
Sorry.
That's my comment.
But I would certainly say to your comment around the bylaws, why do we bother going through the effort? The actual thing is that most, and I'm sure most people are in compliance with that. We're at the fuzzy edges of compliance. There may be some need for relaxation here and there to bring people into compliance. But in general, there are those times though that really approach the sensibility limit of a community, and those are those issues that we're hoping to make an easier path for administration to deal with those, as well as having an approachable system for those that might want to complain within that. So again, I'm just hoping for a discussion at some point in time, or at least a working towards possible solutions or ways of improving what I believe is not a flawed system, but one that just needs a little bit of propping up here and there. That's my comments. Open it up for any other comments. Looking at the clock on the wall too. So. You're probably not golfing tonight. Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Alrighty, thank you. I don't have a lot to say, but I think Councillor Ratcliffe, it was more of a permitting mobile home. It would have been a permitting violation, but I've had complaints where there's bylaws for dogs, junk, noise. It really negatively impacts the residents, but there's nothing ever happens. There's nothing that ever happens, but so there might be lots of bylaws, but when it actually comes down to the where the rubber meets the road and the residents are negatively impacted, there's nothing really ever happens. It just carries on. So.
And Councillor Cermak.
To kind of rescind what I said before. Rephrase it. I like Councillor Swanson's idea of going forward. If we have bylaws and permits, then they need to be in compliance with everything going forward. Maybe we let the rest of the people off a little bit scot-free. If it's really obvious and we have a bylaw or a compliance officer and he's driving out to inspect one of these permits that we issued, and he sees something obvious, then he takes it upon himself to do that, to get it corrected. Would that help save face for the county or for the councillors, or am I just gonna get shot?
Mr. Emmons.
Never shot by me, Councillor Cermak. But this is the great conversation that I think planning was looking for. I would suggest that perhaps the director could wrap some of this into a rough draft of a policy and bounce it off of legal and see if that's achievable, if they feel that's defendable. Because with that wording, perhaps if it's blatantly obvious, it's on a routine inspection to another site, those explanations. I personally don't know, because I could envision a phone call saying, I don't want to give you a written complaint, so maybe you're inspecting my place. And it happens to be my neighbor I'm complaining about. Those are the things people do to circumvent systems, but that's just my thoughts. I would want more than that to validate opinions or suggestions. So that could be an option. But perhaps, is council pretty much landing on a position for enforcement, whatever that looks like and whatever that's defined as? Is that kind of what I'm hearing? I just want to have Jose in a position to create budget.
Okay, maybe we'll start with a bit of a round table here. We'll put everybody on the hot seat. And
My vote would be for yes for a compliance officer, if nothing else, to get planning department more help. They need more help down there, and this person will be another set of hands. And I really do feel that if we do not enforce the things that we are putting in policy and bylaw, why do we even have them? But we need to allow room within those the MDP and the LUB for situations like Councillor Radcliffe mentioned. And having that leniency within it and not having it be as restrictive, then will allow for those types, the bona fide need situations to be available to people that need it. But I think that we need to do something.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I thought we already had an entire discussion about this in a previous strategic planning, and we kind of settled on the compliance officer, whatever it was in the paperwork here. So I stand by that discussion. I assume that's why that was in there.
And Deputy Reeve.
Okay, thank you. The direction that the MDP in the future goes, there's already concerns with residents right now with some of the bylaws that are currently not being followed. And but with the MDP and whichever direction that takes, I think it'll be more than there will be a need for bylaw officers, maybe even more than one. And there'll also be, I could see as far as pest services and stuff like that, to be able to manage livestock and dogs, and that would probably also be a thing that I could see in the future as well. But anyways, right now there's complaints, but I think it's only going to grow in the future. So.
I'll chime in as we go along. Usually I wait till the end and then reserve comments. But, you know, quite often I think we put a lot of energy into answering a question that maybe hasn't even been asked yet. So what I mean by that is I don't know if this is an underlying flaw in the system or a fault, or if it's just something that needs a bit of more energy, something on the side of somebody's desk, like a compliance officer, I think has merit. Something that that person is trained and being able to resolve those issues without coming down with a hard hand, and really being an education source for the community when somebody has considered a complaint that, you know, I mean, there's maybe that word to the wise that, you know, your treasures, your gold is not necessarily somebody else's treasure or gold, and they don't care for what you're doing there, and, you know, that education level. So I can definitely see a part desk task for a compliance type officer, or for that being as a contracted position. Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you. I think the Reeve and I see this fairly similarly, that yes, we need these bylaws for cases where enforcement is needed. It's hard to write a perfect bylaw that covers every situation. I can see where planning finds enforcement difficult, and having someone with that designation can be useful. For me, the worst case would be, I believe Chief Emmons described it as hunting, where, as an example, we have a family reunion on an acreage or some farmland, and someone drives in and puts a badge in people's faces and saying, well, I've counted how many units you have and that's over and some of you have to leave. We need to get it done and still be friendly, I guess.
Okay. And next to Division 6.
I think everybody knows where I stand, but I think a compliance officer would be great. And if it's from this day forward, I'm okay with that everybody's in compliance then. I do not ever, as a councillor, ever want to put the county in a bad light with our people. If I'm in a bad light as a person of my own opinion, then I'm okay with that. But I do not ever want to put the county in that they have to back me for what I said. It's my opinion that I'm putting forward here. And I think a compliance officer is what we need. And I think that's what the development people need to help them assist in getting this right from here on forward. I'm like Jenny, writing as many bylaws as you want doesn't do any good if you're not going to enforce them. Thanks.
Okay. And you get to be last, Michelle.
Well, I kind of gave a little bit about how I thought the position would operate, you know, like Councillor Cermak, you know, reiterated, you know, from this point forward. I don't believe in digging up bones once they are, I mean, short of like the revolving door, if they keep reoccurring, then yes, absolutely slap their fingers or fines or whatever has to happen. I would like to see it on a contract basis though. Because if we have a growth of some sort, then we have an opportunity to, and it stops, well then the position goes away. But I don't feel it needs to be something, I think it's gotta be someone that we can contract. I think that's the best for it, but that's just my opinion, 3-5 years, something like that. And we can analyze the data at that particular point in time and see how effective it is. But if we are bringing in the MDP review changes, I could see a lot as far as on the recreation side, but and then on the LUB, as far as the LUB changes that were started and stopped back in 2020, yeah, I can see that there'll be an opportunity for something like that. But again, it all boils down to is education. And I think if there's an opportunity to say, if you're doing a different development or maybe it's at that thing. If you've got a question about, I want to exchange my pole shed for another pole shed. Do I need a development permit? That could be a quick email in and, you know, that can be answered automatically. So I don't know if we have a 24/7 line, but, you know, just little things like that. And I think people should be in the habit of asking, but not necessarily they do. But, so I am in favor of compliance, officer.
Great. Does the director have enough direction?
I believe so, Rev.
So any additional comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us. I look for a motion to accept for information. Councillor Swanson was first. All those in favor? And that's carried. Do we want to pound it through, or do we want to take a 5-minute break? Pound it through? Okay. Okay, so that brings us on to, let me see, 5.7, well, this could be long. CAO office. And I'm looking at Rick when I say that. Mr. Emmons, please.
Thank you. And thank you for all your patience to the entire committee. It's been a long day. Perhaps though, before I kick into 5.7, I will just add, because the purpose of this, of course, is to help get council thinking and service and preparation for budget. So although planning just finished up a couple of things that have been historic in that department, the director of planning stated that the museum would be open May of 2023. A historic issue there has been the longevity of that. Because it's always summer students, it closes prior to the September long weekend. If it's council's expectation that that museum remain open longer, that is different staff. It is not students because they go back to school. So that's something for consideration. If council wants that open longer, that's more money in the part-time wages. The other thing that wasn't mentioned, that is a bigger ticket item in that department, is the maintenance on the mine site. When we do the tour, there will be more information given, but I wouldn't mind that on council's radar as well. Okay, thank you for that. 5.7, so the office of the CAO, I will say predominantly safety, human resources is the focus. Safety is unchanged, which is why there is nothing for council to eat up your time there. It's status quo. They are still doing the training, getting staff up to speed in regard to orientation, looking after our safety program. So really it's status quo. They're not looking for anything else. For human resources, I've had conversations with council and the vision there, looking for $45,000 for a temporary 1-year position to do a task and call it completed. So what that task would be is the creation or updating of job procedures. The intent of those job procedures would be then phase 2, look at career pathing and to set staff up for really career planning. So that a laborer has not just the vision, but the knowledge and the path forward to grow. Whether that be an operator, a grader operator, truck driver, or if the sites are on foreman supervisor, but how to progress and grow in this organization. We've never had anything formal since the creation of Clearwater County in 1985. Personally, I think it's past due. With this, the mindset being a job description in any department would have qualifications, the minimum and the nice to haves. And it sets up really a good checklist for career pathing. You can look at a job description, see you have 3 out of 4. I need that 4th to hit the minimum, and then I can start on the nice to haves and really get training. The one thing I've never liked is looking at a 10-year employee and saying, you know what, that position just above you came open, and today I'm telling you you're not qualified. The intent of this position is to address those. I believe that as management, we need to provide an opportunity for staff for growth, because that is one of the bigger morale impacting issues that I've had in my working career. When someone told me I was done, I quit. Because there's no point. There's no point in trying, there's no point in being motivated, there's no point in learning. If you're done, you're done. And that is an organizational killer for me. So I've directed Janice to put 45,000 into her budget, and that's open for conversation and looking for direction from council, from the Strategic Planning Committee.
So I'll go to Division 1.
Thank you, Reeve. Love it. It'll make it so that when a job becomes vacant, we can't move the goalpost. Somebody knows what that job was supposed to be before it became vacant, and it is still that job when it is vacant. We're not all of a sudden looking for a doctorate in wastewater management for that position that was originally an operator, or 1, 2, 3 class operator, whatever it happened to be. We're not moving the goalposts on people. We're giving them a sustainable path to their future and to the future of our municipality. Love it.
And Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Well, I'm not going to say love it, because it's not my style. But I think it's proven and quite well accepted that we all function best when we have a certain amount of growth in front of us. And I think this is an excellent program to create a more, and I've lost the words, but a better atmosphere in dedication of people and providing that growth and opportunity. So great.
And I'll go to Councillor Graham and then Councillor Swanson.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. We know about this idea. I think it's a good idea. I don't think many people know the organization better than you do. I've been there before where there's nowhere else to go, so I agree with this.
And Councillor Swanson and then Deputy Reeve.
I like the idea of the have to have and the nice to haves, because I think that is but we don't have to, in the nice to haves, I don't think we need to make that a pigeonhole either. I think that we have to be open to what that could be in the future, that as the position changes, we can add more to that nice to haves there. I mean, we can create a suggestion list, but really and truthfully, it's what has to happen. And like they say, you hire for attitude and then train afterwards, train for skill afterwards. It's kind of been my philosophy as far as having a good culture, but that's your organization. But yeah, no, I think the one-year temp position is a good step forward.
And Deputy Reeve, and then I'll come back to Councillor Cermak.
Alrighty, well, let's see how this goes here. I don't know if I fully understand the process that we're looking for here. I know in my personal life, wherever I've worked, if I worked hard and I wanted to move up the ladder, I took incentive and I would ask questions, and if I needed tickets or additional stuff to be able to move into a different position and I wanted to, and I was really good at that, then I would, I would get promoted through senior management or my supervisor or something like that. And then I would get a little bit of a chance to try this, and I would keep advancing my way up the ladder. But I don't know, is this just will it be a document that's just in a filing cabinet? And I'm not fully understanding it, I guess. And then with $45,000. Apologies. Yeah.
Mr. Emmons, did you have a comment?
Absolutely. No, thank you for the comment. So part of it, you're absolutely right. What an individual employee brings to the table. The other part, though, is direction. And I believe as an organization, that's where we've lacked, is providing staff with direction. I am a big supporter and believer that a staff member will excel and grow where they're the most passionate. And in that statement, though, you still have to put food on the table. And they may have applied and got a job in public works, but their passion may be over an ag. And they have no idea what's required to get there, what's required, what I need to do, or if this organization supports them in doing that. And again, in that statement, when I was director of planning, we hired an individual, entry-level position, and the first thing I did was sit down and have a conversation with that individual and said, you know what? Because I'm the director of a department, my bias is to my department. Behind that, though, is the organization. Recognizing now my words were polar opposite and backwards, but those were my words at the time. So my point being, I wanted to retain good staff in my department. Before I ever lost good staff, I want to make sure they stay in Clearwater County. So that leads into the career pathing. What if it isn't just a step up where you're at? I think it's fairly direct, easier. If you're a laborer, what's that step needed to be a lead hand? Because you're working with it and you grow into it. But what if your passion's in an entirely different department? Set up that criteria of qualifications and give people a career path. And I truly believe that's the recipe to succession planning. To have people aimed where they want to go and provide that direction. That's what's behind this, if that helps.
Okay, I think a lot of it comes, like, I know that there was things in my life that I ran across that I was just terrible at. I was never going to excel at it, never, so I didn't carry on with it because I just wasn't good at it. But I think a lot of this too is just the culture and the mindset of senior positions. Like if you have good culture and good mindset and it promotes a healthy work environment and a happy environment for employees and stuff like, then you know that it's it's all around a good culture with the employees. But
and I don't disagree with that, Deputy Reeve. But if I may, what if you were coming up into a position where a supervisor or manager was open, and at that time the director just switched out, and all of a sudden the position you were in succession training for is now beyond your reach because the new director's vision's totally different. Now you're a 15-year employee and you were right there and now you're not. This would create some consistency no matter what. We respectfully, we're not a three-man organization and we can have those scenarios. So this would create that documentation and that paper trail. So the intent truly isn't to create paper for the sake of creating paper, but to create a process.
thank you.
And Councillor Cermak.
I love the idea. I'm okay with that. I think you need to go one step further and maybe even get it into an apprenticeship course sort of thing that can be done right here in your administration office. That if somebody comes in and is a truck driver but wants to go run a backhoe or anything else, give them a chance to try it for a day with the regular operator.
No, and thank you for those comments as well. Like, to me, that falls right directly in line with this, what's required to be a truck driver. And we can start those initiatives in. The other part, and it was kind of glanced over just because of time, but part of the Director of Operations proposal is bringing in an apprentice mechanic. Again, another trade hard to find. Let's train them. I fully support, I can give you knowledge every day. It's hard to teach attitude. And if we have staff with the right attitude, with the right ethics and morals that fit this organization, I would much rather train the rest. So it's kind of on that philosophy as well, so no, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yep.
I love
Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve. I certainly do agree with everything the CAO has said in terms of employee development and training opportunities and understanding of the requirements of the positions. But in addition to that, there's a couple of other items that, proper job descriptions really support. And that's placement within the salary scales and how jobs equate to each other. It gives us a solid basis for comparison, one position to another, to understand that. And it also forms a basis for performance appraisals. It takes it away from that subjective, yeah, you're doing a good job or you're not doing a good job, back to here are the requirements of your position. Here's how you are meeting them, how you're not meeting them, how you might be exceeding them, that sort of thing. So there's a lot of other benefits to this in addition to what we've talked about today.
Thank you. Councillor Graham?
Thank you, Reeve Wahi. Just something quick to touch on Councillor Cermak's comments. I would argue that the county does do that. Not necessarily an apprenticeship, but person that let me do it doesn't work here anymore, so they can't get in trouble if I say this. But I've had a foreman I've got to run every piece of equipment that we use in construction, minus driving truck, because obviously the county didn't own that equipment. And like if you do have the attitude and the ability, they do let you do things and learn things. So I think that the county does already do a really good job with that in my experience.
Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. That foreman or those foremans did, but perhaps the next guy won't. So at least this will make it so that every guy does. And it doesn't matter whether it's the guy that's willing to let you get on the hoe or not. Or the grader, right? We should use a different word. You drive the grader? They don't let us drive.
Additional questions, comments? I guess I would have one, always playing devil's advocate. What I've heard today or heard recently is that we have quite an aggressive vision for our county. We want to do a lot of terrific things. I think administration has anticipated that, and it's not lost on me that there is an appreciable increase in staff in order to meet that workload. So that will be something that council will have to take into consideration as we get into that budgeting process, because there is a finite ability to do things too, or do them in the timeline. So we have to find that balance between what we have for resources at all levels and what our priorities are. So I look forward to that time. Did you get enough direction from what we talked about here? So good. I'd be looking for a motion to accept for information. Councillor Swanson was first that time, or at least I was looking that way. All those in favor? And I don't believe there's anything for closed session. So that brings us down to item number 7. And I remember somebody talking about being done. Would anybody be willing to create a motion? I would assume that's a motion to adjourn?
That's right.
Okay, all those in favor? Thank you very much. This is, I hope and I trust that you've learned more about our organization today. I hope you've learned more about your council today as well. And I think it's a good beginning of many discussions. So thanks for your work.